Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to SCGCON Syracuse. We are covering the modern 30K today on Honorog stream. This is Chris CASTRO-RAPPL and Lee McLeod.
Yeah, hey guys. Hope everyone's ready for some good day of modern magic. We're gonna be covering the rounds 9 through 12 at least, and then heading into round 13 in the top 12, I believe, is the schedule.
Okay, cool. Yeah, to be quite honest, I don't have a full understanding of the structure of this. I know it's not complicated, but I don't have it like internalized in me the way that I had the open structure because we went to so many and watched coverage of so many. And the top 12 is, not that different, but it is a slight change from how an expected Magic tournament works. But we'll be here for whatever rounds Honorog needs us for. We will cover whatever matches get put in front of us. And yeah, played a bunch of Modern yesterday. Excited to cover a bunch of Modern today. And this has been a full Magic weekend for us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know that Honorog has been hard at work all weekend. Much credit for him to the stream, but he is working with the players now to get everything set up for the round 9 match we're going to be going to. I don't quite know who we're going to be covering just yet. Haven't got word on that.
No, I know we are following Matt Tumovich on Murktide. Is that what it was?
Yep.
And who was our other featured player?
I don't remember.
I believe it's a 4-color, but I don't recall who our second player we're following is. Anurag has put in the chat as a heads up, the internet might be spotty. This is just one of the risks of the guerrilla style coverage that we are doing. Anurag is doing a ton of work. He is kind of being the entire production team with a laptop in a convention center. So hats off to him, but it might be a slightly bumpy ride just because of, technological difficulties. It is Josh Warsaw on 4-color control.
That is our other featured player. So Matt Tumovich on Murktide and Josh Warsaw on 4-color control.
And we believe it is the control version, not the elementals version. But we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, the only real difference is really in the heads up.
Yes, generally. I mean, there are certain decks that I've played that would rather play against one or the other, but
yes, you do a lot less interaction when you're not having counterspell on your deck.
So Lee, what are we feeling about Modern? How do you feel about this format? We played a bunch of it yesterday. got a little RCQ action in.
I played the RCQ. I played a wild Cascade deck with the Glimpse of Tomorrow, and that's kind of how I see the format right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Cascade decks are very strong. It doesn't really even matter which one you're playing. Rhinos and Living End are the two main ones. They're all over the challenges, but then you also have decks like 4-color, either version. They're all really strong. You just play Yorion and the most expensive cards you can get your hands on.
Yep, and then you draw a match or two along the way.
Yeah, that is the danger. You do have to really, especially in these paper events, you got to be mindful of the clock.
Last round of our RCQ, there were so many draws, unintentional draws in the tournament, including I got one. But we got to the last round, and my opponent and I were X1-1, and we were not sure that the winner would make top 8. So, weird format right now.
There was only in our RCQ, there was only one X1 in the entire top 8,
and everyone else had a draw.
Everyone else had a draw.
And I think like you and Alan were like the only idea in the tournament.
Yeah, intentional draws.
So
yeah, and then the other deck, of course, is Murktide, which is kind of the premier interactive deck of the format. You know, you got your Ragavan into either Ledger Shredder or Counterspell. That's really what you're going for. That's the nutter butters.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, we know how good Ledger Shredder is now. We've seen it all over the place in every format, and it is fantastic in this deck. And it's a little bit awkward to cut 1-drops from your Delver style deck, but the ceiling on the deck has risen pretty dramatically when you go Ragavan into a Ledger Shredder and then are able to have mana up or double spell that much earlier, that quickly. The Ragavan into Ledger Shredder draws out of the deck have been like far and away better than anything that the Murktide deck has been able to do in the past in the first 2 turns, and it has a scary start now.
Yeah, the only tricky thing is that your 4-color matchup is pretty grindy, pretty back and forth, and you really have to be on top of it because you do not go as late as they do.
Right. One thing that has changed pretty dramatically, though, Ledger Shredder in the deck makes Endurance significantly less powerful against Murktide. And so the 4-color decks that just kind of incidentally had like 4 copies of Endurance in the 75, that used to be a huge breaker in the matchup. And now it's still a fine card, but you're not like ambushing Dragon's Rage channelers reliably every single game with it anymore or anything like that.
These games go long, Ledger Shredder gets really big, and at some point forces a Solitude to deal with it because it grows out of the range of Fury so quickly.
Yeah. Fortunately, Prismatic Ending still only costs 2 mana to kill any of that stuff.
Yeah, fantastic. Teferi, also a good reset.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 4-color has a lot of good cards in it.
Well, they've got almost every color to choose from. The only color they're not playing is the worst one in Modern, so.
True, yeah. No Thoughtseize is here.
That's the only good black card.
Looks like Anurag is getting the players' seating, so we should have the match pretty shortly here. Anything you wanted to go over before we, kind of kick things off?
I don't really know what else to go over. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of background knowledge of what has been going on in this tournament because we were playing Magic the Gathering yesterday rather than paying too much attention to the stream.
Yeah, there was the stream at the store.
Yeah.
Which was nice because I got to watch a little of Michael Mapson playing Amulet on the stream yesterday. But my attention was split between playing and or watching people play Magic in front of me, so
yeah,
couldn't really devote the storyline knowledge really needed.
Given the quality of Magic the Gathering players among our friends, we generally have a number of players in the top 8 of one of these RCQs, and that's usually where my attention is if I am not in the top 8. Wow. All right. So our third co-host has joined. My cat is walking across the table now, sniffing at Lee, about to knock the microphone hither and yon. May have to close this door and keep all of the animals out of the coverage booth.
We've got like a veritable zoo going on here.
Yes.
So you may hear some dogs, some roosters, like anything is on the table, really.
I have heard... I may have misinterpreted what they said, but at the top of the most recent Dominaria's Judgment podcast, I believe that they noted that the reason there was no episode last week is because of dog-related audio quality issues that caused the episode to have to be put into the recycling bin.
So we're trying not to have that happen on coverage.
Yes, that's the goal. We will manage the situation appropriately. If you do, we're here. We're watching Modern. We're about to cover a whole day 2 of a Modern tournament. If you're trying to get caught up on Modern, I would recommend the Dominaria's Judgment podcast. Dominari, 2 smart guys who know a lot about the format, and it is a pleasure to listen to. So. And
honestly, just yesterday's VODs of this tournament.
Yes.
There's a lot of good commentators covering all 8 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Some really good stuff in there. I didn't get to catch much of it myself due to the aforementioned tournament I was playing in, but I definitely have a priority to go back and watch some of the VODs.
Yeah, I will go back and take a peek. I definitely, I feel like I learn a certain amount by like reading articles and listening to podcasts, but I actually learn how to play better by watching players play these decks. So invaluable to keep an eye on the tournament streams. And boy, it's really nice to have any sort of paid for tournament stream to watch.
I mean, one of the best things when watching... Oh, looks like we're going into the match, so we'll just table that for now.
Yeah.
So we've got Matt Tumovich on Murktide on your right there, and Gino Bautista on an unknown deck. I see a lightning bolt, though, so something red.
Well, fortunate for him that he has this lightning bolt, because Matt has started out with one of the most powerful turn 1s you can do in this format, which is Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer on the play.
Which is going to mean it's Swift in, I imagine, here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't not bolt that if you have the opportunity to. My losses on the day yesterday were entirely to Ragavan turn 1 on the play, and I was playing a Cascade deck without immediate answers to it, so.
Looks like there's some sort of communication between the players on turn 1, which is unusual. So yeah. I kind of wonder what's going on.
These ones are usually pretty, pretty mapped out what goes on. You have the Ragavan, either they have the bolts or they don't, and then you kind of go from there.
Well, I think there's like a judge call. Maybe Gino missed their draw step. or something like that, or something with a fetch land. Okay, we're just going for it. So
Yeah,
everything must be
we're fetching.
Time didn't start. They jumped the gun. So I had to wait a little bit for time to start. That's
And the solution for this generally is just pause the game until time starts.
Got to wait for everyone else. Make sure you got the
Got the
whole
go-ahead.
round timer started.
Looks like Gino showing his hand to Honorog, so we probably will have his archetype listed shortly. I am hoping, for our sake, that his fetch lands are expeditions and his shock lands are not, or else I will be struggling a little bit to identify the mana available to Gino in this game.
It's fine. I got you.
Okay.
It's pretty simple to tell the red lands apart. Some of the other ones can get a little dicey.
That's fair. What is that fetch land in the graveyard?
That's an arid mesa.
That's an arid mesa. Okay.
Yeah,
so
can't you see how arid it is?
I can't even tell what that art is from this distance.
Yeah, we were casting from a long tunnel, so
yes, that is a very dry looking land indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some mesa in that art.
I mean, I can't see a speck of water on it.
That's fair. But I mean, that is an arid Ragavan Nimble Pilferer as well by that metric.
And that is a Sacred Foundry.
That is a Sacred Foundry. So burn, okay, and burn is the archetype that we have listed there. Ragavan likely to meet its end here.
Boom.
To a lightning bolt.
So do you know what the texture of the Murktide Burn matchup is? Here's a Ledger Shredder on turn 2 with a classic Mishra's Bauble follow-up to Connive.
Yeah, and I would say this is exactly the start that Murktide wants against Burn. The Ragavan to like force the bolt, or if Gino doesn't bolt there, he's like probably like 30% to win the game or something like that. It's almost impossible to win that tempo war after the even one treasure from the Ragavan. And then into the Ledger Shredder, and now this Ledger Shredder is just out of range. This is going to be in play at the end of the game one way or the other, and right now none of Gino's hasty creatures can attack. Maybe a Swiss Sphere plus Burn spell combination, but Matt can consider whether he actually wants to block, and it's really only Lightning Bolt that lets you get the kill there. So this is exactly what Matt wants, and I think Gino's already in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, and just to note, Connive discarded an Unholy Heat to give Ledger Shredder the counter, and there is an Eidolon in Gino's hand now that was revealed via Mishra's Bauble. Eidolon not super good right now.
No, because this Ledger Shredder can just race the burn spells in Gino's hand.
You definitely do not want to develop Eidolons when it's going to be killing you later in the game.
Yeah. Also, Matt discarding that Unholy Heat, I think it's clear that he has access to at least one other removal spell if he wants to kill something.
Yeah, and there is an Unholy Heat from Gino, kind of signaling that maybe he has a plan involving multiple Eidolons, or just trying to straight up race, hoping that Matt doesn't have the interaction necessary to combat that.
Yeah. That's an Eidolon from Gino?
Yes. Yeah. It's right there on the board.
Yes. Well, you said Unholy Heat. I just want to...
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. All right, so Matt just elects to take the least amount of damage from that Eidolon, and I mean, depending on the texture of his hand, this may be the only way he can reasonably double spell this turn.
There's also a Ragavan in Matt's hand, I believe I spotted. So a dashed Ragavan can come in to both connive and get a trigger.
Yeah.
While possibly leaving the Ledger Shredder on defense.
Yeah, I think I would rather come in for 5 here. I think that's how you end the game against Burn.
It depends on if your spells are good and how you want to do it. Because the Steam Vents was discarded there to connive, and you're still just smashing for 4.
Yeah, I agree. I like attacking versus Burn. I think that's the way you do it.
So that's a Swift Spear, which is gonna just be cast off the treasure.
Just gets to cast. So this is actually a huge part of this matchup. Is every spell in Burn's deck except for like Lava Spike and maybe Boros Charm is just good against Burn.
Yeah, especially if you ever find a Lightning Helix.
Yeah, I mean, if Ragavan hits a Lightning Helix, that's just game over on the spot.
There is a little bit of glare on Matt's side, but we'll keep you updated on cards and such like that. So
the cards in the graveyard become relevant when Murktide exiles them, and
right. Should just be the Unholy Heat in the yard, I believe.
that's the only spell, yeah. And
2 Unholy Heats, 1 cast, 1 discarded.
Yeah.
So Swift Spear from Gino and a pass. Still has quite a bit of cards in hand, 4 or 5 there.
Well, because he's missing land drops now.
Exactly.
And I think it's gonna be really tough, especially given that one of his lands is a Sunbait Canyon. And so every time he taps that 1/4 mana, he's going to take a damage. And with this Ledger Shredder coming in, there's not a lot of turns left in this game.
Yeah, if Matt can, so we know Matt has a Ragavan in hand. If Matt also can grab another spell here for a Connive trigger, that's a good one.
Even just as a 5/5, that's just a lethal attack next turn.
Yeah. So one of the weird things about Murktide and Ledger Shredder is you connive, then discard, then the Murktide resolves. So you don't get a chance to juice it up with the delve.
Right. So Ledger Shredder comes in for just 2. That's going to take Gino to 10. But there's a guaranteed flying 7 damage attack on Matt's turn. That Sunbait Canyon deals a damage to Gino every turn, and Matt is at 16. So I believe that there are 0 ways to get out of this for Gino.
This is a game 1 situation. You can't even kind of like deflecting your palm way out of it because you just have not dealt the damage necessary.
Right.
There's just not a lot of avenues here. So there's a Goblin Guide.
Yeah, the Spells and Burns deck are not at their best when you're on the back foot.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's threatening not quite lethal, but yeah, it's pretty close. A Bolt, I believe, would be lethal.
Yeah, and Matt's just going to be conservative.
There's
there's the Bolt. Not doesn't even have to be conservative, just has guaranteed lethal.
Yeah, that Murktide plus, or not Murktide, Ledger Shredder plus Mishra's Bauble.
Yep.
On turn 2 is so strong against burn.
Yeah, when you're just playing on board and that thing's just a 2 mana 2/4 flyer with continuing tremendous upside as the game goes on, your cards just don't work anymore.
It's a little better on the play since you can. Gino would have the opportunity to like lightning bolt the Ledger Shredder before the Connive trigger resolves.
True.
But that just wasn't an option.
I mean, he had to bolt the Ragavan first,
right?
And that's that's the squeeze that Murktide puts you in now with only terrifying cards. Burn could ignore a Dragon's Rage Channeler if it had to, but neither Ragavan nor Ledger Shredder are like ignorable creatures.
There is a question from the chat now. Does Burn side out the Searing Blazes for this matchup? Because you do have just Ragavan and Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I think on the play, Searing Blazes are completely acceptable. As long as if there's a Ragavan on turn 1, you can blaze it, and I think that's an excellent exchange for you. If there's a Ledger Shredder with no bauble on turn 2, then you can Searing Blaze it. And I think that on the draw, you may not want to play out Ledger Shredder without getting that counter on it immediately.
Yeah, on the draw, you typically want to save your Ledger Shredders so that you can make sure it's a 2/4 the turn you cast it. And Murktide has so many interactive spells that you can generally have something to do on turn 2, even if you have a Ledger Shredder in your hand.
Right, and the Murktide deck probably goes up by about 2 removal spells on post-board games.
And Spell Pierces as well. Those are very good in this matchup. Burn, famously mana light deck. You don't want to draw that many lands.
Right, the Spell Pierce is usually a counter spell.
I like all of Gino's, alternate art cards from the Secret Lairs and such, expeditions. Really, putting the casters on our toes today, this morning.
Fortunately, since they are such heavily played cards, I've seen that Swift Spear before. That Lightning Bolt is pretty obvious with what it is. I can handle this.
This is what when people like freak out about all the different arts and versions. When you're actually watching a game of Magic, it's not really that hard to tell what the card is because you have a range of cards you're expecting from the deck you're playing.
True.
Like there's a secret. Last time we were casting, there was a Secret Lair Amulet, and it's like, oh, the Amulet player played a 1-mana artifact. We don't know the
what
art.
Could it possibly
what
be?
Could it be?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I some of the more obscure cards or like decks that aren't immediately, that you can't just kind of like list out a probable 60 for them. I imagine that I'll have some problems, but we really haven't run into that badly yet. Maybe it's just because we consume too much Magic the Gathering, but
Is there such a thing as too much Magic the Gathering? We got our plate or a base here. This is a Sunday morning Magic coverage tournament.
yeah, people are tuning in at 9 a.m. or earlier if they are in a different time zone.
Yeah, this is the appropriate amount of Magic content we're consuming here. You can't tell me to change my lifestyle at this point.
No, we're just too thirsty for it. I mean, what can Burn do because to be honest, this matchup, and now we just watched Burn get devastated by a very good draw.
Being on the play is huge.
Yeah.
The literally Murktide's best draw is Ragavan into Shredder.
Mm-hmm.
The Mishra's Bauble is just the icing on the cake.
Yes.
Right? So anytime you can play your turn 1 creature, get it into damage, and then be able to deploy a spell plus another spell to deal with their threat and keep attacking, it changes the game dramatically.
Right. Yeah, no, that's very true. The cards in Murktide are significantly better on the play for that specific draw that shuts down the Burn deck. And unfortunately for Gino, Matt did win the die roll, so he's got 2 games on the play, even if Gino does take this one. So
it's a big tip for Modern nowadays, and for the
most of Magic the Gathering.
Slight dexterity problem there for Matt, just dropping cards. I do that all the time. I shuffle my hand way too much. So Gino knows a Murktide is in the Murktide deck hand.
See, I feel like I got in a little late to the grinder game or something, and I never quite established the hand shuffling part of my game, which, I have to think about it and intentionally, when I'm just like, I gotta hide the order of the cards in my hand before I play my land that I top deck this turn. Then I like think about it and do it, and I probably need to do it slightly more consistently, but it's an actual decision to do it rather than like an automatic hand motion for me.
I've slowed down. All right, so we're getting off to the races here. Another Arid Mesa, correct there.
Mm-hmm.
Gina, probably gonna have the Sacred Foundry. Hell yeah. One of my favorite Sacred Foundry arts they've actually ever done.
That one is cool. What's that one from?
It's from a Secret Lair.
Okay.
Magali did the art.
Oh, yeah.
One of the better, I believe, French artists.
Her stuff is all fantastic.
Yes, it's very good. And there's a Swiss Spirit coming in for 1.
And see, this is a play Gino couldn't have made on the draw if Matt starts with Ragavan on turn 1. You can't just play a Swiss Spear and attack.
You have to answer. And now Matt has to play defensively.
Right.
Kill the Swiss Spear while it's killable by a shock in Unholy Heat.
Inspiring Vantage from Burn. Gino's gonna suspend a Rift Bolt. Go ahead and cast a Lava Spike. And now we're just in the counting portion of the game. Gino out of creature threats right now and may just be trying to get up to 20.
Yeah, it could be also deploying these spells before landing an Eidolon. Mm-hmm. It's generally something you want to do. You want to get all your spells out of your hand.
That's true.
Then play the Eidolon so that you're not taking so much extra damage. He does know, thanks to Matt's error, that he does have a Murktide. So he is working with a little bit of a... You got to make sure you don't take too much damage.
Yeah. Often good to assume, or at least evaluate the game state, understanding what would happen if a Murktide came down.
All right, Matt's taking a think here, which means probably not a creature threat able to be deployed here.
Yes.
Because even if you play a 1/3 Ledger Shredder without Mishra's Bauble, taking a Rift Bolt with Gino only has 2 cards in hand, it's not a bad trade.
Right. And we're not really in the phase of the game where we're like very afraid of Searing Blaze because Gino has so few cards in hand. That would be a very specific combination of cards that then means that going to be kind of hard to count to 20 from there.
So it looks like we're doing just a pass. So leaving up some interactive spells, Rift Bolt coming off suspend, 3 upstairs to Matt, dropping him down to 13.
And see, this is kind of the part of the game where this is what disincentivizes me from playing Burn. When my opponent's just at 13, I have 3 cards in hand. I need to try to get there and like not get spell pierced. This is a Skewer the Critics. Lightning or the Rift Bolt gave him whatever that spectacle this turn, and so he's able to cast it as a bolt. Matt looking for a counter spell, or at least
okay, resolves.
Yep.
Matt falls to 10. You do like if you're a third land, not the best.
Yeah.
Gino really needs to be drawing heaters from here on. Are there any sideboard cards out of Burn that are particularly good in this matchup?
So I think Exquisite Firecraft is a big one that lets you top deck a burn spell through them. You know, they've drawn a few cards, you've drawn a few cards over the course of the game. They have a counter spell up, and you can cast your uncounterable 4 damage spell. I know a lot of burn players have been a fan of that in this matchup.
All right. So Matt's got the Ledger Shredder and presumably a 1 mana spell. Because they did. Yeah, okay, so here's Ragavan.
Yeah, the fetch indicates that, I would say.
Oh, yeah, and also a Consider was cast last turn, which you wouldn't have done.
Sure.
Yeah. If you weren't setting. If you had the Ledger Shredder and the Consider, you just saved them both.
Yes. The loot from the Ledger Shredder.
Connive, sir.
Yes.
Loot is a bygone term.
Well, it's all looting. Looting is the larger circle, and connive is contained within it.
It's the square rectangle deal.
Yeah.
And so Gino's got a lightning bolt in hand, and
that can only go to face.
Yeah, because even though like Ledger Shredder is killable by it, but at what cost?
I mean, I think Matt would prefer to have a spell that's 2 mana, gain 3 life than
right? Suspended Riftbolt. I believe this will probably get Archmage's Charmed. There is an Archmage Charm in Matt's hand.
Yep.
So you're just gonna apply pressure here with Shredder plus Ragavan, and I believe counterspell. He's planning out a 2-spell turn. So here's Consider, which is a Thinker. We couldn't see the card.
It is interesting that Gino chose to suspend the Riftbolt there rather than cast it into a tapped out opponent.
Yeah, with 3 mana. Well, we don't know Gino's list. Could he be playing Light Up the Stage? Because that would be a consideration.
Right, that is possible. And if he is, we know he's playing Skewer, but Skewer you could also just cast off of 3 mana.
Deflecting Palm. Typical sideboard against Murktide if you're playing Burn.
Yep.
Not going to be part of this game, though. At least not that copy.
Yeah, and Matt, as a strong player, would, Deflecting Palm is a card that, if it catches you unawares, destroys you, but often when you're winning by a decent number of cards, looks like that's an Inspiring Vantage on top of Gino's library.
We'll see if it gets fetched away.
Yes. No fetch here, so...
Yes. You draw the Mistress Wall will trigger first before there's a Riftbolt.
Right, active player, non-active player.
So there's the treasure. Casting an Archmage's Charm. Gino is pausing an upkeep, trying to decide whether to fetch.
Yeah, this is a spot where he has no information about the top card of his library, but perhaps a read of Matt's demeanor.
Okay, goes for the fetch. Falls to 12. Hopefully looks at the top. Yeah, Inspiring Vantage. He knows.
To be honest, slightly dangerous to bobble your opponent when they have a fetch land in play. Like, you're creating an opportunity for information leak where and it is probably just correct to fetch because it is a random card on top, and now your opponent doesn't know what card you're drawing as opposed to knowing what card you're drawing.
Exactly. Like, imagine if it were Deflecting Palm. It basically is the same as not drawing anything.
Yeah.
There's a Core Sanctifier, which is going to be the Connive trigger thanks to the Riftbolt being unsuspended.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason not to suspend that Riftbolt there.
So that'll block the Ragavan. Matt's still at 6, so still 2 burn spells away, but I believe Matt has 5 cards in hand or 4 cards in hand, looking about to discard.
Yeah.
So still a healthy grip from Matt here with the... What's going on here? We're doing a subtlety. Did we discard from the Ledger Shredder? Because I don't think that's happened yet.
Yeah, I think that's getting pointed out now.
Okay, there we go. So Spell Pierce is that card. That foily full art card.
Yes, that is a Spell Pierce. I do recognize that one. I got Spell Pierced by that card. It was a brutal game 1 against Murktide, where I had griefed my opponent the turn before and then got hit by that Spell Pierce to lose the game.
All right, so that's an attack there for 5, bringing Gino down to 7. Matt's still at 6, so Gino's kind of just hoping to draw a burn. There's a Sunbait Canyon for a redraw, and I believe that was a Swift Spear. Didn't quite catch it. It's a very quick glance.
Yeah. Looks like if this isn't a perfect draw, I don't think Gino gets this one.
Okay, it was a
Path.
wow, Path to Exile. With Path to Exile and Core Sanctifiers, do you agree with kind of the board plan? Is this what you need to do?
I mean, we don't know exactly how many copies. I was going to comment. I don't believe Core Sanctifier is a good enough board in versus Murktide anymore. If you're taking out some number of Ragavans and putting in Ledger Shredders, I don't think it does enough.
So there was an Eidolon of the Great Revel from Gino, which he can cast at 2, but
and
you're also dead on board and can't cast anything. So Matt takes that one. A quick 2-0 for Matt Tumovich there over Gino Batista on Burn. Murktide, taking it home, at least for this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty tough match up for Burn, especially that Ledger Shredder tech. And so I mean, I don't blame Gino for bringing in Sanctifiers here. I do believe that Ledger Shredder has changed Murktide in a number of subtle ways that is going to require players to evaluate their plans versus it. Some cards are just worse, and where they were good sideboard cards before are not as effective. I think Endurance is less powerful, still fine, but you can't lean on it. And I think Sanctifier, maybe you just don't want it at all against Murktide now.
I tend to think you're right, and specifically in the Burn matchup, I've seen Ledger Shredder just do so much work against so many Burn players.
Yeah, it works you.
It is really large.
It just has such a big butt. It is so difficult to kill.
It's a lot easier to deal with on the play if your opponent doesn't have Mishra's Bauble.
Right.
Because then they either have to wait an extra turn or leave it exposed.
Right.
Which can be risky. And then you can kind of like snowball an advantage if you're a Burn player there. But it didn't really work out there. Like the Mishra's Bauble was there. It was a little too, on the way.
Yeah. Looks like we've got our backup match just about ready to go. That's going to be 4-color versus Eldrazi-tron. Haven't seen a ton of Eldrazi-tron lately, although we did see a couple of varieties of Tron popping up recently in Modern. I think Mono Green Tron has gotten a little more traction as a go over the top of the 4-color decks choice, and we've seen some Prison Tron kind of as a replacement for Eldrazi-tron in a lot of ways, getting to play just your favorite card that I can't.
Chalice the Void.
Yes, and your favorite, play your cards off the top of your
Mystic
library.
Forge.
Mystic Forge
is great.
Yeah, as opposed to playing Matter Reshapers.
It's restricted in Vintage. How could it not be insane?
Well, there's a lot of artifacts that are restricted in Vintage that maybe aren't the best in Modern.
Possibly.
Yeah. I have no idea why that would be. I don't know what card could possibly be to blame for that, but.
Not Urza Saga, that's for sure.
It's not Urza Saga.
So Eldrazi-tron is kind of the Tron deck that is more favored against Cascade because you're playing a lot more chalices in your main deck.
Right.
You don't have to wait until turn 4 Karn grab the chalice, which can be too slow against here's my 3-mana Cascade card.
Since the goal of most of the Cascade decks is to do it on turn 3.
Yeah, and also specifically against Rhinos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your Eldrazi-tron deck is just a big creature deck, and Rhinos is just trying to beat you with 4/4s.
Yeah, and that's a thing that the Rhinos deck struggles with, is just getting their 4/4s outside. Like Tarmogoyf has traditionally been a big problem for the Rhinos deck.
Yeah, Eldrazi-tron kind of exists in that window where you're preying on very specific types of decks, even though your cards are a little weaker across the board, especially after Modern Horizons 2. So here we go into it. Josh Warsaw in 4-color versus Damian Del Nero on Eldrazi-tron. Damian actually at 8-0, so that's nice.
Yeah, and it looks like Damian recognizing the matchup from the Yorion being revealed.
This is going to be rough. I don't know all of the Expedition Urza lands by type, and he's playing with different versions.
Oh boy. Yeah. Damian not making it easy on us, but the first time he casts something with more mana than the number of lands that he has in play, we'll know that he has Tron.
So cracking an Expedition map to get the final Tron piece, I'm assuming.
Those must be different Tron lands.
So. Yeah, we got Power Plant, Tower, and Mine now.
Yes.
Unless Damian is just messing with us to the extreme. Foil 8th edition, Urza's Mine, Antiquities Tower. Honestly, some Tron players do like to do this, and it is wild.
people play Tron for all sorts of different reasons. One of those reasons could be just you love tilting your opponent, and this is one of the ways to do it.
So you'll notice Josh did cycle a dress down pretty early there. Uh,
Yeah.
and Karn the Great Creator comes down -2 immediately because the Eldrazi Tron sideboard is exclusively Karn cards. Liquid Coding is the grab that'll start locking down Josh's lands. Actually, a very good start for Damien here.
Yeah.
Roger and Triumph was an artifact and cannot be activated.
Josh is going to have, yeah, okay. Josh is picking things up.
Yeah.
He would have to have something really extraordinary to beat this. The Plains, in particular, as the second land to just indicate I don't have Counterspell this turn. Damien probably just goes for the Karn anyways, even into like a Roger and Triumph and a fetch land. But knowing that he had the green light there, there was just nothing that could be done in that spot.
Yeah, so it looks like we're heading over to the booth for a little bit. Not quite sure what happened.
Well, we got to break that game down. We got to really tear that one apart.
So my favorite part about Liquid Metal Coating is that it turns a permanent into an artifact.
Yes.
That's it.
And it can turn lands into artifacts.
Yeah, those are permanents.
And Liquid Metal Torque, the like follow-up to Liquid Metal Coating, cannot do that. So you can't turn off their lands, nor can you kill their lands with your Karn with the Torque. So that's what Liquid Metal Coating's purpose is to be this little Stone Rain engine. And that is our breakdown of Game 1, where Josh picked it up because he didn't want to start getting Teferi Emblem just on turn 3 of the game.
Looks like we've got a double Mishra's Bubble start for Josh.
All right, so he is definitely playing the Delirium heavy version with probably, I know Daryl Ayers posted a 4 Traverse version of the deck, and this may be what Josh is playing.
I enjoy this personality. Oh, no, excuse me. I misnoticed what that card was. It was an Expedition map that just got Prismatic Ending.
Yes, and that's the best use of Prismatic Ending in this matchup.
Yes, so and there's a second Tron line too. So we got Power Plant and Tower.
Yeah, these Eldrazi Tron draws have been heaters. One of the things about Eldrazi Tron in this type of matchup is that it is not as good at assembling Tron as Mono Green Tron is. I don't know what that card is.
That card is Pithing Needle.
That's a Pithing Needle.
I do not know what it named.
Okay.
So perhaps we can get a spotter on that. If not, that's fine. We'll just figure it out. We'll Written in 6 pluses, and we know it's not Written in 6.
Yep, It is not Written in 6. That's a 4 loyalty Written in 6. But no fetch in the graveyard for Josh. Am I?
Yeah, that's
right?
Correct.
So that really negates a lot of the strength of the Written in 6.
So Expedition out number 2. That can grab the final Tron piece. There's 2 power plants and a tower currently.
And that's going to be it. Unfortunately, yeah, you don't know how the match is going to go before you pick it for the feature, and this was just Eldrazi Tron having good draws versus Yorion having bad draws.
Yes, sometimes you keep the double redraw with the Mishra's Bauble, and your land base still doesn't work with your Written in 6, and it's brutal. But it does happen, and Eldrazi Tron is not going to let you recover from it.
Right.
We saw the first game, you just, Liquid Metal Coating out of the game.
Yeah.
And it was ready to do the same thing the next turn.
So Eldrazi Tron is a pile of weird cards, but ultimately it is an aggro deck. And sometimes the aggro thing it does is put down Karn and start, Stone Raining you, but it is like a deck that's trying to do something really dangerous on an early turn of the game.
Yeah, so, Josh picked up cards there because you couldn't. There are no lands left.
Yes, I believe Josh was about to miss his 3rd land drop.
Not only that, there was about to be a Karn, the Great Creator, into Liquid Metal Coating to reduce Josh to just 1 land.
Yes, so it's difficult for Yorion to play on 1 land.
Very difficult, because Karn, the Great Creator, can just kill those lands permanently. You Liquid Metal Coating the land, then you plus it to make it a 0/0.
Yes.
Which kills it.
Yes, and then they're dead.
Yeah.
And they don't tap for mana.
You can't get those back with Written in 6, though.
Ooh.
Look what that does.
Yeah.
Game 1 and 2 have already finished that match. That was a very quick match. Maybe if we timed it all together, about 5 minutes of gameplay, if that.
Yeah, no draws here.
No. Damien moving up to 9-0 for Eldrazi Tron.
That's kind of stunning. But this is a thing that happens every month or so. One player crushes a tournament with Eldrazi Tron, and then doesn't win in the top 8. That's just a thing that's going to happen for the rest of Modern. So I don't know what that means for whether or not you should choose Eldrazi Tron at any given weekend. My go-to is to not choose Eldrazi Tron for a given weekend, but sometimes it crushes.
Look, sometimes you have 12 mismatched Urza lands of various sets, foiling, and border, and you
yeah.
just like feel it in your heart that you have to play it. And I understand that.
You put together the whole set. Like, finally, my collection is complete. None of my Tron lands look like they're from the same card game, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, when they print the movie poster Tron lands in one of the secret layers, Tron players will be at a loss what to do to themselves.
Yes.
Like, what are we gonna do?
They did not make the heavy metal Tron lands. I don't know.
Urza's power plant is just not a metal enough name.
Yeah, the tower though, and a mine, like, you could definitely get there.
But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and ship it on over to Anurag on the floor, and we'll be back in a little bit.
So
I think we might be talking to Anurag.
Yeah. I think let's just keep it here. I think everyone can hear me now, and yeah, I'll just be over here. So yeah, that was. Yeah, I actually did a full count, and it was 1 minute and 49 seconds for game 2, and like 1 minute and 38 for game 1. So like the whole match was like sub 4 minutes of actual action, which to me is kind of crazy. So as a heads up, my computer's been kind of wonky lately, so the scene here, I'll just show you guys. Like, look, I'll be very clear. This is not like a hyper-professional stream, so like we're free to just goof off and whatever. But the stream, okay, let's see, on site. Normally there's a camera right here.
I hate goofing off. I never goofed.
Yeah. Normally there's a camera here, but like it's not working, so I don't really know what to. My mic.
Your mic's working fine.
Yeah. Yesterday the mics were not working.
It's just very dark in the video, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like the lighting here is, it's actually the lighting of this convention center is kind of bad, but like jokes aside, like, yeah, it's crazy. Anyways, so we'll be over here. This is probably a better scene. Plus, like, these two guys just look so great in these timeless photos. But yeah, so there's still 20 minutes left in the round.
Well, then we got to kill it with something.
Yeah, I know.
We don't want to leave the people hanging.
I agree. The only activity that I have is Dan, but I also just don't have players for Dan. What I could do also is like ask interviews, maybe like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you got anybody hanging around, then I would definitely encourage an interview.
Otherwise, we'll simply have to replay the Eldrazi Tron match 25 times.
Yeah. Well, with 19 minutes left, I guess we could replay it like 4 times. So, you know, if anyone wants more than...
Oh, man. That's the Eldrazi Tron content everybody wants.
Seeing him smash 4-color over and over.
You ever watch the Tom Cruise movie Edge of Tomorrow? It was based off like the Japanese, I think it was a short story or like one of those light novels or whatever.
Yeah, I love that movie.
It's great, right? The concept is so Tom Cruise is like he's a general in the army, but he's not really like a combat fighter.
Not a soldier.
Not a soldier, exactly, right. And so eventually what happens is the world gets attacked by aliens. Tom Cruise goes and fights the aliens, dies, but then wakes up immediately, respawn. And so then it's just like the theme is like live, die, repeat. And he just continuously like gets better and better and better until he becomes just like Giga Chad that's just like, I don't know, like insane, like, you know, just doing all sorts of things. Imagine that, but with just like...
So in the concept of like how that happens is like he's horribly outmatched, right? But because he knows exactly what's going to happen, eventually he figures out exactly the moves that will allow him to make it through. Yeah. And so I guess the analog here would be that if we run that match, 10,000 times, then eventually Josh has to figure out how to navigate through and win against impossible odds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
I am not sure that the game of Magic the Gathering gives the sort of nuance required to navigate a game that lopsided.
Yeah.
You just mulligan. You figure it out.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You mulligan, and then that opens up a world of possibilities.
One thing that I do want to mention, though, on a more serious note, and I think, okay, my audio is working here. All right, so today's stream is actually sponsored by Medify, so ! Medify in the chat, and you'll get to learn a little bit more about what's going on here. But Medify is basically the premier coaching platform for like online esports gaming, whatever, everything, like just like you name it, like Magic the Gathering, Counter-Strike, Valorant, like any FPS game, like any like auto battlers, like TFT or like, you know, Battlegrounds on like Hearthstone and things like that. You know, this is the place where you go to find the best in the game, basically teach you about everything you want, right? And you know, today we're gonna have REID. REID is a Metafy coach. You can actually, you know, get sessions with REID Duke. Imagine that, right? Just getting sessions, getting trained by like one of the best players in the game to get better at Magic the Gathering. I think it's pretty cool that you know, Metafy is sort of offering these sort of services, and I also think it's kind of cool that they're, you know, helping sponsor paper coverage. You know, the flight to Syracuse, I'm pretty transparent with my numbers. The flight to Syracuse was a solid $900, and Metafy was like, hey, we got that. Yeah, we got that. We got you. Without them, I would not be able to make it here. I'll tell you that much right now. So massive shout out to Metafy. Check them out. Yeah. So
yeah, that's awesome.
So there are 15
and yeah,
minutes
I mean,
left. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I know these streams are, you know, I know how much work goes into this. I don't know exactly how much money you have spent on, you know, equipment and things and getting these together, but I know it is significant. So definitely appreciate any help getting these streams.
Oh yeah, would you like to know? I will tell you.
Deal.
I will tell you right now.
Yes, I would love to know.
Out of my pocket so far, I have spent $13,000. So this has been
oh my God.
It's kind of an interesting experience, I'll say that much. But like how do I put this? This is kind of just like an interesting segue. I don't know. We'll just keep talking, I guess. I don't really have anything better to do. And until people show up, I'll just like, you know, kill some time. But yeah, it's interesting because like development as a Magic player, I think when I first started, I was like, I want to get better. Then I got better. And then I was like, I want to win. Then I didn't win, but I, you know, kind of won. And I mostly lost, but still, you know. And now I'm at the phase where I'm just like, playing is not really like my primary goal anymore. This shit is very, very, like, very fulfilling. And I feel like the community as a whole is very supportive of this sort of stuff, you know what I mean? So it's kind of nice, this sort of like crowdsource activity where we can get coverage of like high stakes events like the 30K. I know, for example, you know, these events, like what I did here and then what I did at Dreamhack Dallas, may also impact what we see in Dreamhack Atlanta. And so it's really important, and I think it's really awesome to see that, you know, the work that everybody is doing together, whether it's me or you know, the commentators like CCR and Lee, or even the players who are just cooperating, you know, with all the logistical, you know, requirements, this and that. It's awesome to see that it's coming together and becoming something super awesome. So mad shout out to literally everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we did coverage of Mana Traders for a while, and Anurag, you were a part of that. I had to do like most of the production, you know, in the background, most of the setup, get the equipment together, and it was a tremendous labor in order to get that going. And when we stopped doing that, and I looked a little bit into, okay, how, you know, now that paper tournaments are starting up, is there anything that I can do with that? And just the number of logistical hurdles that were there, I pretty much just wrote it off as something that I could not do given the time that I had available to me and the resources that I had. So it's really cool that you are setting this up, and we're happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Actually, honestly, and that is something really interesting to think about too, is that what I've got set up, now that I've actually figured out how to do it, in theory, there is a way to sort of replicate this with like a buy this, buy that.
Without spending $13,000.
Yeah, well, so I'll be very honest.
I definitely have a pile of equipment in my closet of things that I thought would work out, but ended up not being part of our ultimate setup. So I totally get, I feel your pain.
Yeah. Oh yeah, congrats on the RCQ win, by the way. That's awesome. So it's exciting to see that you'll be at Atlanta. It's really interesting. So today, in addition to the 30K, there's also a Modern 5K, I believe, where the winner will also get an RCQ invite. So it's a pretty stacked be a stacked tournament for, you know, just a single invite, but it's really cool to see that, you know, all the events here today are sort of like dishing out invites. And then there's also a Legacy 5K. Okay, I said all the events, but Legacy doesn't queue you for the PT technically. So the Legacy 5K doesn't have that necessarily, but still cool to see a Legacy 5K. My hopes and dreams are that if my battery, here's the challenge. And this is where I will ask the chat and like people to sort of help out. But if we can hit 12,500 followers, what I will try to do, I will try my damn hardest to stream the latter end of the Legacy 5K after the modern 30K wraps up. So after 9 rounds, I'll try to do a little bit more, just, you know, like go to a little bit of overdrive. That being said, if my batteries fail, I will just not have power, and therefore I won't be able to do it. That's basically the only real thing. So my point is if you haven't already hit the follow button, please do so. Let me tell you why, all right? So I told you already, I've spent a lot of money on this, about $13,000. The good news is I've been playing a lot of like B tier, like mobile gacha games or whatever, you know, like the sponsored streams. And these sponsors, they look directly at like all the stats. It looks like I'm dropping some frames. All right, these sponsors look directly at all the stats. You know, like, all right, well, when he went to SCG Syracuse, how many people were watching? What was the average viewership? Okay, based on that, we will give you this much money if you do like
a better rate. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? So like the viewership on these streams matters a lot because it's like a cycle, right? If the viewership goes up, I get paid more by the sponsors, then I get to go and, you know, so what's interesting, like you want to see like development, right? This weekend, I was able to do full time shift, like backup matches or whatever, which is incredible. Because in Dallas, I had like a backup match, but I couldn't like show you everything from start to finish. And now I can do that, right? Mm-hmm. And these sort of upgrades are just possible because like, well, you know, you have time, effort, and most importantly, money to fuel into all this sort of stuff. So yeah.
Yep.
I'll check in on Chris Larson right now. So the way it works for people who are curious about the structure, the agreement, so basically, and I'm allowed to...
Y'all, these are not AA batteries that Anurag is running out on. You can't just bring in batteries.
Yeah, I believe it or not, so you're not gonna, this is crazy, but right now there are restrictions. Believe me, I would have more batteries if I could, but TSA only allows you to bring a certain amount of batteries on a plane, so I can only bring 2 giant batteries, right? Otherwise, I would bring 3 or 4. Believe me, I would. But like I looked it up. I'm legally not allowed to. Like the United States government will come after me if I put a 3rd battery in my suitcase of that size. However, I do have another 5.
Wow, even in your checked luggage, huh?
You can't put lithium-ion batteries in checked luggage.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Yeah.
Because there's risk of flammability and weird things like that. It's crazy. But I do have 5 battery, like tiny battery packs that are not really good enough to charge a laptop, but they can charge like a bunch of other stuff like, you know, my Wi-Fi devices and things like that. So I believe me that I've brought as many batteries as I possibly could, but yeah, actually, Wolf, it's funny that you say that because I was literally thinking about just like injecting like batteries across the country, just like, hey, okay, well the next time I go to like Dallas, you know, this person can hold on to my battery, and this is like a lot of stuff.
It's like a Johnny Appleseed quest, except for batteries.
Yeah, exactly, which is quite
just
peculiar.
Plant them everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good, a battery tree.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's certainly the logistics are the hard part. I think fundamentally, like being able to do this is relatively straightforward if you wanted to do it at your local scene. And for the record, if you have any questions about setting up your own system like this, just talk to me, message me. I will, you know, happily answer any questions that you might have. There are some things that I cannot give, so I do want to give a major shout out to Jordan Baker, who has helped create this beautiful overlay that, you know, we see keeping track of life and very reminiscent of like old school SCG coverage. That I could not do by myself. It's all like, you know, in the web, like programming, and requires, you know, some specialized knowledge. So, you know, massive shout out to Jordan Baker and, you know, the staff at CFB that allow me to use this software for you all. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I mean, and it looks clean. When I didn't tune into the stream yesterday because we were in a tournament, but it got put up on the TV at the store we were at, and I looked up and didn't realize. I was just like, oh, this is like a restream of like an old SCG stream or something like that. And then I was like, oh no, this is today. This is on Anurag's stream, and it looked good. It looked clean.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just interesting, like thinking about all this sort of stuff. I mean, once you actually do it, you sort of realize like how crazy it really gets. Like as a player, there were a lot of questions that I always had. I was like, well, why can't you do this, or why can't you do that? Specific to like TOs and running events and like doing coverage and all that sort of stuff. And then finally I started doing it, and I was like, oh shit, that's why you can't do it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of...
It's always way easier when you can just like kind of be the king in your mind and just decree things as they should be.
Yes.
Then when you get to like, you know, it actually happening, you're like, oh, okay.
Why don't they always have LSV in the booth? That's well, you see.
You know, it's actually funny because, well, actually, no, I'm not getting into that. We don't have LSV today, but we do have Reed Duke. And honestly, like, if you've ever just, like, watched Reed's streams or just listened to him talk or, like, even, like, looked at his hair, you know? Like, it's just, like,
Yes.
he's incredible, yeah.
Icon.
But not to say that, you know, the Watch Wolf 92, Jonathan SUKENIK, also isn't amazing and also doesn't have incredible hair and also isn't... Jonathan, if you're still here... you're an ex-Gold Pro, right? As far as I remember, like way back in the day? Let me know.
Not that well. I mean, I guess Gold Pro status only existed way back in the day now.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that long ago.
I mean, COVID was at least a decade long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's how it really... That's funny that you said that because that's how it feels. And then obviously YouTube guys are here, and that this is also incredible as well. I know you guys are great duos. That's something interesting too, is commentary and stuff like that. I've learned that the best way to pick commentators is like through duos, and you guys are like very easily S+, probably like experience based kind of thing. But
well, it helps that we've recorded 100 podcast episodes together or something.
And done a lot of commentary.
Yeah, now at this point we've done a lot of commentary. We've also hung out an enormous amount of time hanging out, so that helps. We got 5.
Chris gets very mean when cube drafts are happening.
I will shamelessly say the following statement. Wow, you guys have done 100 episodes of a podcast? What's the podcast?
Well, so we've done more than 100 episodes of the podcast. We actually just hit 250 not that long ago. It is the MTG Grindcast. Collins Mullen was the first co-host, but he left to pursue real life activities, although, you know, still plays Magic from time to time, but couldn't put in the time for a podcast. And so Lee came in and graciously took over, and that has been huge. And we are still podcasting, still having a lot of fun. So yeah, if you are looking for a, you know, general competitive spiky podcast, the MTG Grindcast is, I recommend it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, those guys are pretty smart.
And geez, I mean, as a first-time viewer, where can I go to find out? Where can I go to find the podcast?
I usually at least tweet out the episodes on my Twitter, which is listed on the screen right now. That is CCR_Grindcast. We used to have a website, but now that it is 2022 and people don't go to websites anymore, I no longer have a website. So Twitter is the best place to find the episodes, and all the episodes are on like SoundCloud, or you can just search for the MTG Grindcast we're on all of the podcast services, so it'll be there for you.
That's awesome, yeah. All right, so let me ask you a couple of questions then, because I want to, somehow I was able to kill 15 minutes just like stalling, and I swear to God, this is the secret to content creation, is just like, you know, dick around for a while and then you'll get what you'll get somewhere eventually. Massive shout out.
Away the secret.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, right? But I do want to ask you, like, if you two had to pick a deck to play today, and maybe you asked each other this earlier, what would you guys be playing?
There's 2 answers. It's what you should play and what you want to play, right? I would play the Glimpse of Tomorrow deck I've been playing, because I just love playing that deck. I think it's so
yeah,
fun.
You mentioned that. Yeah.
I was first seed yesterday in our RCQ heading into the top 8, which I did not win. I just think the deck's a blast. It's got some pretty good stuff, so I would play that. I wouldn't say that is the correct pick per se, but you know, if Eldrazi can 9-0 this tournament, why can't I? You know?
Yeah, there we go. That's the attitude. Yo, that's what I'm saying. Actually, we got to watch. We saw a Glimpse of Tomorrow. It's Glimpse of Tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, and there's a little bit more noise now. It's like the players are finishing up their rounds and they're all walking through. It's just like the generic like hall ambiance, I guess. I don't know, the noise or whatever. The humming and buzzing. It's always a good thing to hear too. But we had a feature match yesterday.
DZ Sports is mentioning that his friend won the RCQ that Lee was in. That RCQ, the top 8 was almost entirely like our friend group. The top 4 was 3 of our friends and DC Sports' friend, who unfortunately for our friends, but fortunately for him, was the ultimate winner of that tournament. So we were soundly defeated by the stranger in our midst. So that is the story of yesterday's tournament for us.
Hey, good luck, Roland. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. So
Um,
there's also Legacy 5K, and I mean Legacy is my bread and butter, and so I'm just looking around here. About 2 minutes left in the round, and I'm looking around, and a lot of the tables are slowly getting emptied. I don't know how many more matches are left. In fact, I don't even know if I see any judges. So what we could do now is maybe skip to a little bit of a break, and then come back. How about we set a time? We'll come back in like 5 minutes or sooner if the round starts. Does that sound good?
sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Chat, don't go anywhere. And if you haven't already, hit the follow button. Much appreciated. Love you all. I'll be back in a little bit with CCR and Lee. Bye. right, you're live.
Hello, welcome back. We are about to start round 2. Players are moving into position. I guess round 10.
Round 10.
Round 10. This is day 2 of the tournament. Players are moving into position. We're going to be, I assume, continuing to follow our featured players through the tournament until other possibilities arise. So we're going to see a little more Murktide, a little more 4-color, and
hopefully a little better show in a 4-color. Get some good games. That last 4-color game was a brutal one.
Yeah, that was tough. That was really tough. I did not get to answer the question of what I would play if I were playing in this tournament.
Oh yeah. Do you want to, or should we just like continue skipping over?
No, I just brought it up so we could not talk about it.
Okay,
so.
Cool. So anyway.
Yeah. I am generally I have a certain range of decks that I am likely to play in a tournament. Murktide has not really been one of those. I think with the addition of Ledger Shredder, it has kind of catapulted to the top of my rankings of the modern decks right now. I think it just adds such a huge dimension to the deck.
You just love Ledger Shredder too.
I do love Ledger Shredder. I think it's unbelievably powerful. I played it in our double-header Pioneer RCQ weekend last weekend, and it was phenomenal there. I've played it some in Standard, and certainly Modern is, while it is a format where, 2-mana creatures have kind of a ceiling on their power level, 2 mana is a lot cheaper than 3 mana threats, which are kind of soft banned in Modern, and Modern also has a lot more cheap cards that you can use to really get that double spell trigger very easily. And we've seen Ledger Shredder be a problem. I watched it be a problem in a ton of games in our tournament yesterday, and card is extraordinary and gives Murktide a dimension that it didn't really have before.
Yeah, the Ledger Shredder into Vicious Bubble start is wild.
Yes.
It's just so strong.
It's incredible. Yeah. And it does give you these interesting little micro decisions. Sometimes you have to discard a card that you want in order to hit a particular toughness threshold, often to get that first +1/+1 counter on there and make it unreasonably large for a 2-drop. But those micro decisions are spaces to get an edge when you have experience with the deck. And I have been really impressed by Murktide lately.
Yeah, just Murktide in general, not just the Ledger Shredder aspects of it.
The deck, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Does that supersede your Cascade living in shenanigans?
My devotion. I mean, I need to get the reps in. I don't think Murktide is the easiest deck to play, and I think it's one of those decks with a ton of 1-mana spells. You got to cast your spells in the right order. You got to get the most out of your cards, and to do that, I got to get the reps in. But if all things being equal, if I had just like access to the cards and access to the experience, I believe that Murktide would be my choice for this tournament.
Oh, okay. So we saw Damian Tilnero dispatch the last featured player, catapulting him to 9-0 with Eldrazi. Here we are against our hero on the right, Matt Tumovich. Is it Murktide?
Mm-hmm.
See how this match goes. Looks like you're taking an early mulligan to at least 6. I don't know exactly when we jumped in, but Matt looks like he has kept his starting hand.
Yeah. This is a matchup where Eldrazi Chalices can be extremely good, especially on the play, which I don't know if Damian is or not, but we'll find that out. But this is also a matchup where Ledger Shredder is a pretty massive improvement over Dragon's Rage Channeler. Number one, it costs 2 mana, which is that's a downgrade, but you don't get Chaliced for your 2-drops, and so Chalice does not stop Ledger Shredder from coming into play. It can let you pitch some number of the ones if you get locked out, and also, once it has 6 toughness, it outsizes a Reality Smasher.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to at least a 5-card hand for Damian, taking another mulligan. And I have seen Ledger Shredder block Primeval Titan and live to tell the tale. So it's no joke. If you really want to grow your Shredders to outsize the Eldrazi creatures, you can do it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. One thing is that in this matchup, you get far fewer triggers from your opponent's double spell turns. Eldrazi not very committed to casting 2 spells on its turns.
Yeah, the only time you ever really do that is with Karn, the Great Creator. But you can just play your turns so that you do not do that. Or if you do, the Karn card is so good that it's worth it.
Yes. I do love having a Ledger Shredder in play. It makes me much happier on my opponent's turn. Instead of it being like, I'm tapped out, what are you going to do to me? I'm like paying close attention and just waiting for that second spell so that I can get my Connive trigger and I'm actively invested in what my opponent is doing in a way that I'm just waiting to see what happens otherwise.
So Damien keeps his 5-card hand and leads off on a waste. Not the usual Tron land we're used to seeing from him, but it is a 5.
Yeah, it's hard to be that picky, but it is
land off the top, so probably kept a 1-lander. or is playing it off, which I can also respect. I can't quite see what Damien's working with in the hand, even though I'm like craning my neck like I can change the camera angle or something.
Yeah, I always catch myself doing that.
All right, so that is an Urza's power plant. Or I think that's an Urza's mine, actually. Urza's mine to go along with Urza's tower.
I know the middle one's a tower. That's the one I can tell you.
I'm pretty sure this one's a mine.
Okay.
I'm pretty comfortable on all the ones except for the double masters ones.
Yeah.
Because it's a panorama, it's a little hard for me to differentiate.
Yeah, which is a cute idea, but really requires you to be playing those ones. Matt has not made any plays either. Indicates likely to be sitting on the card counterspell.
Yeah, just developing mana. Probably Archmage's Charm or Murktide Regent. I think was just the draw there.
Yeah,
Regent.
I can see he has at least a Murktide in hand.
So land go is the game plan for Matt. Not really the best game plan when your opponent has mulligan.
Right, you're giving them an opportunity to fix the things that are wrong with their hand.
Yeah, and that's a Cavern of Souls, I believe, for Damien. Casting an Eldrazi, or Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah.
Uncounterable Thought-Knot Seer. And the hand has a Ledger Shredder and a Mishra's Bauble, a Spell Pierce, a Counterspell, a Murktide Regent, an Expressive Iteration, and a Steam Vents.
Interesting. So
Matt chose to leave open Counterspell this turn.
Right.
And Damien just had a Cavern of Souls. I believe was actually sandbagging it, just playing the lands off top to make him appear that he did not have it.
Right.
Which is very smart.
Yes. I think the information that I am going to be able to make my creatures uncounterable against your opponent who's leaving up counterspell mana is precious information that guarding that is the only thing that really is pulling Damien back into this game. Resolving that Thought-Knot Seer, getting rid of that. And he took the Ledger Shredder. Yeah. He's terrified of that card for good reason.
It was the only real threat Matt had in his hand. There was a Murktide Regent, but that comes out much later at this point in the game, especially when Matt is keeping open counter magic and can't really put spells in his graveyard.
Yeah, Matt does get to cast Expressive Iteration this turn.
Yes.
And leave up Counterspell, but if what Damien draws from here on out are just creatures, then leaving up a Counterspell could easily just be a waste of mana.
Or just has more creatures in his hand. Like, Eldrazi does have a lot of creatures in it.
Yes.
And this was a mulligan to 5 where it was pretty clear Damien kept a landlight hand, so it definitely has threats somewhere.
Yep.
Express Radiation sees, I believe, 2 bolts and another iteration.
Okay.
At least 1 bolt and an iteration. No lands, though.
That's tough, because Matt doesn't really want to cast any of those this turn here.
No. Bolt famously not very good against Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, that 4th point of toughness has been key. We might just see Matt double bolt this Thought-Knot Seer here. That might be his best line.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he did. Put bolt in hand and bolt for exile.
Yeah.
There is a Steam Vents, I believe, in Matt's hand, so that can be shock to end, which it is.
Yeah.
Bringing Matt to 16, and then bolt is going to be the play.
This makes sense. Leaving up Counterspell against your opponent's Cavern while they have a 4/4 in play is not a line that I am inclined to take. So.
And if Damien has a Karn, this is his window to play it.
Yep.
His Karn, is not an Eldrazi. You can't make it uncounterable.
Yeah, as tightly as it is associated with the Eldrazi Tron deck, it is an interloper in the Eldrazi community.
All right, so Damien untaps. It hasn't immediately played a card. Either has multiple options or is staring at a bunch of Reality Smashers. And here comes Karn.
There's the Karn,
just like we said. So Karn down ticks into a Tormod script, and which immediately takes care of the graveyard, because that's the only threat we know about in Matt's hand is that Murktide Regent, and now Matt is 3 mana or 3 cards in graveyard away from casting it.
Yeah. And see, this is the difference too between being on the play and on the draw, and a thing that, as much as I love Ledger Shredder exacerbates. If Matt were on the play, he could have played his Ledger Shredder on turn 2. But on the draw, he felt, okay, well, if I play Ledger Shredder on turn 2, then I'm not sure exactly. Maybe he didn't have the Ledger Shredder that turn. So maybe this whole line of discussion I'm just wrong on. Because I guess you can play your Shredder turn 2 on the draw against Eldrazi Tron, and that's probably pretty safe. As long as they haven't gone Tron Piece.
Eldrazi Temple's also in consideration.
That's true.
Matt played a Consider there to surveil another Consider into the graveyard and draw a fresh card, which was a counter spell. Not a great draw in this situation.
No. And what did Karn go get?
Karn got a Tormod's Crypt.
A Tormod's Crypt. Oh, and yes. Okay. Yep.
So Murktide Regent can be cast next turn if Matt plays any card. One thing you can do is you are allowed to counterspell a card that cannot be countered.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But it does put a spell in Matt's yard for Murktide Regent.
Yeah. And we may just be in a spot where a 5/5 is the thing that we need more than anything else.
Or it makes your mana a little better too,
mm-hmm.
right? Because it discounts the cost of the card.
Right.
So Ragavan not dashed, just cast straight up, which can be risky against Eldrazi Tron. They've got a lot of good creatures in that deck that block well.
Yeah, that's true. And getting that treasure would allow him to leave up still counterspell here. Boy, another Thought-Knot Seer, and leaving up these counterspells has just worked out really badly for.
So it looks like double Spell Pierce, double counterspell, and a Murktide, which is the choice from Damien. So now Matt is on just no threats, all counter magic, against a Cavern of Souls and a Thought-Knot Seer.
And a board that he's losing, yeah.
Yeah. So Karn down ticks again. I believe Damien can grab a threat here. If he has one, he can actually cast. So that is a Relic of Progenitus. That actually is pretty good too, because it curtails any future Murktide regions from being relevant in this game.
Yeah. And I wonder, I mean, Matt's just got to aim those counterspells at anything he can. He's probably going to try to counter that Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah, absolutely. So Odawara bounces the Thought-Knot Seer. That's a redraw for Matt, thanks to the trigger. Is a little weird because the Thought-Knot Seer can come down again and take the card he draws.
But this does allow his Ragavan to get in and finish that Karn off.
Yes. So now Ragavan can march in. Is this an iteration going to be cast right here? Thinking about it.
Yeah. I mean, he knows leaving a counterspell is no good. And
also, if you don't cast the iteration,
this.
Yeah, it's going to get Eldrazi'd by the Thought-Knot Seer. So that's 2 burn spells and a Stevens.
It is just tough because he spent so much mana that a lot of the cards he could reveal off of iteration just can't really get cast this turn.
Yeah, so you could play the Steam Vents and then hold I think that's an Unholy Heat in the back. I'm not too sure. But that's what I believe it is, because it's not full art, and all the other Ragavans and things are.
Of note, the legendary discount came into play for the Odawara this turn. Ragavan, almost the only time that happens for Odawara, and it's reasonably common, but that doesn't come up a lot otherwise.
It comes up with Omnath a lot too.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. But you make so much mana with Omnath.
Yeah, it only really matters with the Ragavan.
So that was an Unholy Heat that was put on the bottom, and Lightning Bolt went to the hand. Steam Vents is the play for this turn, which Matt shocks for. Presumably to leave up and Spell Pierce, because Lightning Bolt itself does not do that much. I guess you could Lightning Bolt the Karn and then attack face.
Yeah, I think that's... And he can actually wait to bolt the Karn, because Karn's not doing anything this turn.
So this leaves open... Matter Reshaper actually just straight up ungaspable.
Actually, yeah, that's one hilarious thing about the E-Tron deck, is that Murktide just can't create colorless mana to cast the Eldrazi.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Matt does choose to bolt the Karn down instead of leaving with a counterspell for Relic of Progenitus, which is what the Karn got. That may be a consideration just to, if you leave him counterspell magic, Damien just plays Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, we know he has that Thought-Knot Seer in hand, and he's not going to just walk in, spend... I mean, playing a Relic is not necessarily spending a whole turn, especially now that Damien hit his 5th land.
So there's Reality Smasher, smashing in. Damien does have the mana to cast Relic, but knows that Matt has 2 Spell Pierces in hand, so just says go.
Yeah, no reason to turn those on at this point. You can just turn them into not cards by careful play.
So they're hit off of Ragavan. That is a Dismember that was revealed from Damien's deck. a card castable with or without treasures.
Yes, that's a great reveal for Matt with a Reality Smasher on board.
So it looks like we're paying black mana twice, and so no life for this Dismember. The Reality Smasher trigger discards a Spire Bluff now, and the Reality Smasher hits the Ben.
And so this is probably the part of the Eldrazi Tron game plan that triggers me the most. Is that I have one giant haste guy in my deck. I'm gonna play it and then hope that like I peel the other one, or and just like you do a bunch of damage and then you just never get there and finish it off because you've only got the one charging Monstrosaur and you're 4 copies, but the rest of your deck doesn't really do that thing.
It's a bunch of Eldrazi Tron hate when Damien's in a pretty good.
When he's kind of crushing you at a mold of 5. Yes, no, completely unfair for me.
He takes. Damien takes another counterspell out of Matt's hand from the Thought-Knot Seer, leaving 2 Spell Pierces and a counterspell, and then Walking Ballista comes down, which can't, counterspell can stop because it's not an Eldrazi.
Right. We would need another Cavern of Souls on Construct to resolve that one.
Yeah, but now Matt is without any counterspells, so Karn with another land can play around 1 Spell Pierce, and Thought-Knot Seer is going to take another counterspell.
Yes.
So I think we're down 3 counterspells right now from Matt.
Yeah, and I mean this Cavern just has worked Matt this game.
Yeah, and there's Spell Pierce gonna hit the relic, and there's another relic.
I'm really interested in that choice of plays here. I mean,
so
Damien's last card.
If Damien's last card is Karn,
he just wanted to use it.
You want to get
pierces.
the Spell Pierces out of his hand.
Yeah, I'm just more of a like.
Also, like Matt's at 5. Damien's got 2 4/4s into play.
Yeah.
Like
attack.
It's time to attack.
It is time to attack.
All right, so 2 Thought-Knots come in, and Ragavan chumps, and Walking Ballista for 1 is gonna seal the deal, ping Matt for the final lethal damage.
Spikefield Hazard you.
No, Walking Ballista is the classic. It's okay. We got a live look at the backup match, in which I see an Asmore deck with the Trail of Crumbs and Gilded Goose facing down against Josh's 4-color deck with a dress down. I don't know if that Yorion's in play or not. Probably is.
I have to imagine it's in play
if
it's in that portion of the battlefield.
Yeah, so we're Oval chasing, and look at all this food. The food, when you get the food with the Trail of Crumbs, that always feels so nice.
Yes.
Especially since with Gilded Goose, you can crack the food with Gilded Goose and pay for it with the Gilded Goose mana.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, but it's been a while, so I have to remind the people.
And really only in Modern, this is the only time that we see it is in this exact deck, which only pops up every now and then. So for our Modern aficionados, they might not be as familiar with this particular board setup, but this is a board setup where the food deck has it all.
Yeah, three books, 2 ovens. Like you basically have a fully staffed kitchen.
Yes. We've got all the sous chefs just preparing meals, and Josh is a key ingredient in one of these meals at 8 life with 2 ovens on the other side of the table.
Yeah, and I assume that's going to go in the way of the Golgari food deck, but we're jumping back into the the feature match here. Damien and Matt shuffling up for game 2. I see a Magus of the Moon while Matt is sideboarding, so that is something to keep in mind for Damien.
Yeah, I have not always been a huge fan of blood mooning the Eldrazi Tron deck, but I haven't been on the Murktide side of things as much. So maybe certainly turns off Cavern of Souls, and I generally, when I'm playing Blood Moon, has not been in the blue decks where that's a consideration. Maybe that plus the you can't Tron anymore, and also it's hard to cast your colorless mana guys is enough that Blood Moon is good in this matchup. So I definitely can see that.
I think it's a pretty good consideration because we kind of saw how Damien dismantled Matt last game in such that he just felt comfortable throwing away relics to cards he knew about.
Yeah,
because he was in such a commanding position
on a mold of 5.
Yeah.
But that's Matt was not able to establish an early threat, and that's kind of key, especially against a mold of 5. Not getting down an early creature that's going to force your opponent to make plays that are not maximizing their cards. Once the Matt got tapped out, and Damien could just land a Karn and didn't have to worry about like blocking for it or anything because Matt didn't have threats in play that could challenge it. So Damien's cards were just much better because Matt wasn't able to establish that early board presence that Murktide capitalizes on.
I mean, Eldrazi Tron is no slouch when it comes to early board presence either. I know we all laugh about it, but Matter Reshaper is not a bad card. It's really good at blocking Ragavan.
Well, and that's the whole like reason that this became like the main Karn deck is because it plays creatures, and creatures blocking for your Karn the Great Creator. Because Karn the Great Creator, when it just comes down to get something, is whatever. Karn the Great Creator that you have for 2 turns, generally you can leverage into a win, as we saw Damien do.
So it looks like both players kept their 7 here, and Matt leads on Spire Bluff Canal into nothing. Possibly with a Consider at the end step. So Damien, meanwhile, leads on a Mine, Urza's Mine, and a Relic Opportunist.
And Matt looks like thinking may have a Spell Pierce for this. But if he Spell Pierces this and then doesn't have an answer to a Chalice, then that could be a significant problem.
Yep, so chooses to cast the Consider. Well, goes to exile it from the Relic, but, Damien hasn't actually done that yet.
Damien doesn't have priority with the Consider in the graveyard yet.
All right, so now a Dress Down, I believe that is?
Yes, that is the sketch Dress Down.
Sketch cards are a little hard to tell apart because they're not in color.
And Matt does have Blood Moon in his hand on the play, which potentially could lock Damien pretty hard out of this game, depending on what his hand looks like.
So that's an Urza's Power Plant. So we've got Power Plant and Mine. And here's Chalice on 1.
Yeah, and I think Matt was thinking about that Spell Pierce, saved it, and got the opportunity to use it on this Chalice here, which it's better to take the Chalice out than to take the Relic out.
Ooh, interesting. If Matt did not crack his fetch land there, though it is planning to get an island, so it doesn't matter super much.
But he could have exiled it to the Relic rather than a spell.
Exiled to the Relic rather than Spell Pierce.
Yeah. But, he's going to get, at some point, an opportunity to exile the Delta over a spell for one of these Relic activations. So it kind of ends up in the same place.
Just kind of depends on how many fetch lands you have in your hand, I guess.
Yeah, and he may have been wanting to draw a basic, too. So, like, that small percentage.
Yeah, there's a Fiery Islet in Matt's hand, but if he plays the Moon, will reduce himself to just 1 blue mana, which is a really rough place to be.
Yeah.
If you're playing the Murktide deck.
Yeah.
Because they have a lot of double blue and even triple blue with Archmage's Charm in their deck.
I mean, really key. I mean, the Relic is keeping him off of Murktide as well, but he is not going to be able to cast a Murktide Regent. And it's that much harder to double spell with a Ledger Shredder when you only have 1 blue mana.
And Damien has the Urza's Tower to complete the Tron set, but Matt did play the Blood Moon previous turn, so it's doing a whole lot now.
We've got 3 mountains on the other side of the board. We've got 2 mountains and an island on Matt's side. Expressive Iteration.
Trying to dig for another island. So we've got Bauble, Flooded Strand, and an Unholy Heat. I imagine the Bauble is going to get cast till end of turn.
Yes.
And depending on what Matt's got going on, this Unholy Heat is basically a shock.
Doesn't kill a lot out of the E-Tron deck.
It could team up with a Lightning Bolt to do some work against, hopefully not Reality Smasher, but against Thought-Knots here.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see the dangers, the Archmage's Charm, Blood Moon, post-sideboard plan. Matt's caught up a little bit in that, but didn't really have a choice with that hand. Had to play that Blood Moon on turn 3 after seeing Tron Piece, and not really having an answer to what could come down.
So Matt did use Mistress Bauble, and Damien looks like he's cycling his Relic just right now, just to draw a card.
Yep.
Damien does need a colorless source to cast most of the Eldrazi in his deck. Blood Moon does shut off that colorless mana production.
Right.
Which is relevant.
So unless he has wastes here, but there's a map, and that can find a wastes.
Yep, and looks like it's going to do so. Cracked immediately to find that waste.
Yeah, and Matt can't counterspell that when his lands untapped are 2 mountains.
Yep. Basic waste.
This, of course, is one place where Eldrazi Tron suffers in comparison to Mono Green Tron. He can get the Waste, which allows him to cast some of his spells, but he can't get a Boseiju, which can kill the Blood Moon.
Right. And Matt does, to his credit, have a mix of Magus and Blood Moon, so
Sure.
that is not a catch-all answer.
Yes.
So Matt drew Ragavan, which is a great draw here.
Yeah, it can convert red mana into blue mana. Interesting not to choose to dash it out.
Yeah, try to get a free hit and have a blue mana guaranteed.
Yeah.
Especially since Damien just got a colorless source, so you know there's likely a creature coming.
Right. And I know Matt has Subtlety in hand, which would be a great... I mean, he wouldn't have been able to hardcast it with the Treasure because he'd be down a mana.
You may still end up casting Subtlety here by exiling an Archmage's Charm.
Right, because it gives him an attack with the Ragavan.
Yeah, but then you're just making up for not being able to attack last turn.
Right. I wonder what the consideration was. We don't know everything in his
There's an Unholy Heat, right? So
yeah.
Perhaps the consideration was I have an Unholy Heat in my hand if Matter Reshaper specifically as the creature.
I know, but there's larger creatures that could be played there.
So, and there's this Power Plant added to the battlefield with Matter Reshaper's death. And Ragavan gets hit by Dismember, dropping Damien down to 16.
And Matt does not have Spell Pierce mana for this. Looks like he might be Odawaring his Ragavan.
Yes, that is a legal play. But Seiju can only target your opponent's things, but Odawara can target whatever.
And Damien's checking that.
That is what Damien's checking right now.
Which makes read the cards. Always check. If you're not sure, just check.
So, and then Ragavan just redeployed. Damien still has a lot of cards in hand and can deploy another creature if he has one.
Yeah. And any of Thought-Knot Seer, Reality Smasher, and even Matter Reshaper at this point are like a pretty big problem for Matt.
Here's a good one. Ugin the Ineffable. That not only is a creature that can be that can add to the battlefield, it also draws cards and reduces the cost of spells.
And unfortunately, Matt had to tap all of his lands that turn, so he doesn't have Spell Pierce up, and Damien was just able to slam this Ugin into play.
Yeah, Ugin's a real nice one. It also kills Blood Moon, if that's ever relevant.
Yeah.
I actually think Blood Moon is hurting Matt more than Damien right now. So you don't want to do that, but it is an option you can have if you want to unlock your mana base.
Yep. And this is, one of the types of positions you can get in with Blood Moon against Eldrazi Tron. They've just made land drops. They can start just casting their spells, and that's one of the reasons that other decks I often don't bring in Blood Moon against Eldrazi Tron. It's probably right here, but this is one of the ways it goes wrong.
You definitely have to, especially in the Murktide deck where you're playing double blue, triple blue spells, you really have to make sure that when you're choosing to cast your Blood Moon, you are willing to deal with the consequences of your mana base.
Yeah, and Matt unfortunately only had the one fetch land before the Blood Moon came down and just was unable. Looks like a second moon effect, not really doing it in the face of an active Ugin.
Yeah, this is an odd play because it does feel like the Blood Moon is hurting Matt a lot. And kind of doubling down, make sure Damien is just going to make a bunch of 2/2s now.
Right, he can't misplay by killing the moon and unlocking your cards.
So here is a Thought-Knot Seer, because it only costs 2 mana because of the Ugin cost reduction before Twitch chat freaks out.
Yes.
Ugin does make every colorless spell cost 2 less to cast. So here's a Subtlety coming down for the exiling a Spell Pierce for the Thought-Knot Seer. Probably that's just going on top.
Yeah, this seems like a good enough card.
And then it will become a 2/2 with Ugin. So that's kind of a face-up 2/2 there.
Yes.
Probably should keep track of the order of these spirits so that Matt knows which is which. You're not allowed to shuffle them around or anything like that.
It's a very strange mechanic, to be honest.
All right, so now Damien is once again in the driver's seat. This Ugin is matching Matt's board pound for pound.
Yep.
It's going to overtake it pretty soon. And Matt, meanwhile, just can't really do anything.
Yeah.
Extends the hand, scoops it up, and Damien moves on to 10-0 with good old Jositron.
Yeah, it's looked very impressive. His cards matched up perfectly against Matt's. Blood Moon did not carry it. In fact, just kind of like hamstrung Matt's plays, and he wasn't able to cast his spells, wasn't able to do his thing, and at some point had to tap out completely despite having Spell Pierce in hand, and then Ugin just came down.
So I will call out that Subtlety can be cast while the Ugin's going down to put that back.
Yeah.
But Matt chose not to do it, possibly missing that text.
Yeah, possible. It might be treating it as a gets creatures kind of thing. And yeah, getting that Ugin when your opponent only has 7 mana and Spell Pierce is still alive to take it out for a turn or two, it could have been really important there.
So now we're going back in time to the backup match, Josh Warsaw and 4-color Yorion against Dan Walton, I believe on Golgari Food.
Yes.
Just a good old Asmo deck.
We saw a little preview of that. So this is a green-black Urza Saga deck with ovens, with Asmo and Underworld Cookbook. Kind of all the food ingredients. I don't know exactly what the other bits and bobs in the deck are. I don't know if you have like any spells that cost more than 2 mana in there, or if it's just all churn and then you cat them to death. I'm curious to see exactly how Dan has built his deck. I mean, you can construct them to death as well.
Yeah, you may have. I have seen decks that play some of the tutor cards, such as Eldritch Evolution or Word of Calling, but it's you don't see these decks very often, so it's going to be a treat really to see what Dan's brought to the table here.
It's a very on-board deck.
Yes.
It interacts exclusively by like putting creatures on the board, putting permanents on the board, killing your opponent's creatures with Asmo. And when your opponent is engaging in the game in a different way, that can often be a big problem for this deck. But although the 4-color Yorion deck is, a pretty controlling deck, it also plays to the board pretty hard in a number of ways. It has its fair share of Planeswalkers and Ren and 6 and Teferi. The Elementals, one of the ways that you gain control of a game is you hit the point where you're hardcasting your Elementals. And those bodies aren't necessarily going to be at their best in this matchup as a way of taking over the game.
So the way I view this specific matchup is you are basically playing against a Rube Goldberg machine in the food deck. If they can assemble all of their pieces,
yeah,
they get really well. Like you just start discarding stuff, Oval-Chase Daredevils to the cookbooks. You start stacking your foods to your Trail of Crumbs or your cats to your ovens. That's a lot to get rid of.
Yes,
like it's really hard to compete on that kind of access. So Josh really has to break up that machine as efficiently as possible, whether it's solituding the Asmores, or endurancing the Oval-Chase Daredevils, prismatic ending all the random artifacts or enchantments. It's really taxing to get all of these things. It's definitely doable. You have a lot of really good cards in your deck,
right?
But you basically have to make sure you're matching up. You can break apart their machine.
And whenever you do misstep, whenever you prismatic ending a piece that they like had a second copy of, you generally are in a huge amount of trouble at that point because you've just wasted a premium resource for one that they were trying to throw away. I think really important to have that counterspell for that Trail of Crumbs that Dan played here, and that's huge for Josh because Trail is the thing that just lets you keep grinding. Looks like Dan missed a land drop into.
No,
he's
an
fetching
Urza Saga
and had the Urza Saga. Okay.
Yeah, we're resolving Urza Saga, so we're losing a land.
Yes, we are going down a land, but
just because that's what the card does, unfortunately. Yes. You got to keep that Urza Saga, ooh, baby. Probably would have already hit the dust. But here's a activation because Oval-Chase Daredevil is in hand.
Yes, and this is food for the Goose too. So even when we're not doing other key synergies,
but notice that the Goose was not the one or the Oval-Chase was not discarded. It was the Cauldron Familiar.
Yeah, we got that 1/1 into play. We're gonna do a little bit of attacking, I believe.
All right, so draw step was Trail of Crumbs there for Dan. So we're kind of cooking.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Well, and he's going to be able to get some of the Trail of Crumbs triggers out of this, even if Josh does have the prismatic ending for the Trail, because he's got that Goose in play. He's got that cookbook in play. Just Goose sacrifice food, use the Goose mana to pay for the Trail is look at your top 2, find a land.
Yeah, so one of the one of the things you really want to look out for when you're trying to disrupt the food deck is what the enablers are. Like for instance, this cookbook it's Atlas right now. It's really holding the world up.
Yes.
It's making the food that makes everything else work. So if Josh can get this cookbook off the battlefield, all of a sudden it's just like a cat, a goose, and a trail of crumbs. And that's not a very threatening board.
No.
It's actually very bad.
Would you rather kill the cookbook or the trail here?
I would rather kill the cookbook.
Okay.
Like it also is a discard enabler, which allows you to play Asmore to get another cookbook.
Sure.
And Josh hasn't seen the Oval Chase yet, but once that's discarded, it becomes very clear that you need to get rid of it.
Yep.
If possible. One of the neat things is that though Teferi is a part of the 4-color deck, not super good against all 1-mana cards.
No, it's really not. The text on Teferi is just not great in this matchup. The Golgari deck is not trying to cast spells at instant speed, and there's not much that you bounce that they care that you bounced. So you don't even get that like backup. Well, at least it takes a permanent off the board.
All right, so here's an oven from the Trail of Crumbs activation. So that is assembled the cat oven portion of our meal today, which swiftly meets a counter spell from Josh. We're just not having it. That's a card that makes a food every turn and turns on Trail of Crumbs really handily.
Yeah, and makes you able to sacrifice your food, at an incredible rate and keep doing that triggering. It's a little slow with just the cookbook, although Dan is pulling ahead on cards.
The Goose actually doing a lot of work there.
Yeah.
Basically the Black Lotus for sacrificing food.
Yes. And I mean, I think a key to this matchup is Josh on engineered explosives in his sideboard. That's a pretty big way to get rid of these 1-mana artifacts and these geese. I almost said gooses.
Yeah.
That has gone in and out of popularity, and I think explosives are kind of at a low right now. Although the success of Rhinos this past weekend may have encouraged the inclusion of more explosives in sideboards.
So there is a Ice Fang Quaddle from Josh, which is a death touchless Ice Fang right now. Josh is fetching what I presume to be a forest and then playing an abundant growth on it.
Yeah, and we see like a lot of the cards, a lot of the ways that 4-color interacts don't really line up against the food deck. Like, who cares about a 1/1 death touch even once it has it? What's that gonna do?
Yeah, like you're gonna block my cat.
Yeah, okay, deal.
Probably want it in the graveyard anyway.
This cat, because this is paper magic, is allowed to block. So just to keep that in mind.
That's a reference that's gonna go over a lot of people's heads.
A lot of modern players' heads.
Because that's an alchemy only thing, and no one has to care about it.
It's also a historic thing.
Yeah, see, that's going over my head.
And we see Josh's life total is 8 right now. Cat triggers over these like kind of grindy games just get you down. Add those to fetch lands, and at some point you're just in danger. You're not healthy.
And Urza Saga added to Dan's hand as well now with the Trail of Crumbs. So notably, Dan is ahead here, but doesn't quite have the reach yet. I say as he draws Witch's Oven.
Yeah, and that is a lot of reach. Josh does have an Omnath in hand, which gains you life in large chunks.
And the food deck only has one good way of getting rid of, which is Asmore.
Yes, which is sort of good way.
Oh, it's great. But Asmore is the creature that's most vulnerable to
Yes.
Like if you see an Asmore, your Furies and your Solitudes are going after that thing.
Yeah, because what are you gonna do? Are you gonna Fury to take out
a cat and a goose?
Yeah, I mean, yes, probably to take out the goose, but
honestly, you may not even choose to target the cat. Like since before that point, Dan did not have a sacrifice outlet.
Right.
So there's another cookbook added to Dan's hand, really stocking up the cupboards.
And one of the really nice things about this engine is once you are, some of the pieces getting a redundant copy, like, does make it worse for your opponent. You only really need the first one, but when you have 2 Trail of Crumbs out, you get 2 triggers.
What is that card that was just added? Is that a Street Wraith?
Ooh,
yeah, that's a
Street Wraith.
Okay. And because a card was discarded, multiple cards, there's Asmore.
So interesting that Dan chooses to cast the Asmore here. There's always a juggle of priorities when you have the Asmore, and often in a matchup like this, I have found that if it's not killing a thing when it comes into play, I prefer to hold it. But perhaps given the number of resources Dan is accumulating and just the desire to have another cookbook.
I think the rate of food you can produce
Right.
eclipses the need for an Asmore activation.
Sure.
Because even if you're trading Asmore for a Fury here, that is okay.
Right.
Because you did get the book, and the book fuels your Trail of Crumbs.
Yes. And we're just like in a spot here where Josh's powerful 1-for-1s or 2-for-1s are not able to keep up with what this engine is doing on the other side of the table.
Yeah, there is a Solitude, but
what do you Solitude?
I mean, at this point, honestly, maybe it's just the cat.
Oh yeah, that oven is tapped. I would be like inclined to Solitude the cat.
It's rough because Goose does still exist, which lets you sacrifice the food to get Trail of Crumbs. So you're inching closer and closer to another cat every time.
Yes.
Asmore also sacrifices 2 food at once for 2 Trail of Crumbs activations, which lets you, you kill an Ice Fink Waddle, whatever, who cares? I'm going to use Trail of Crumbs twice.
Right.
And Josh did not play Omnath or do much of anything. So
no.
We're doing that kill the Quaddle thing, but I'm going to use 2 Trail of Crumbs activations.
I think that's the real play here. That's the payoff is I get to look at 4 cards and take 2.
Yeah, there's another Witch's Oven. So Yavimaya plus Witch's Oven. Dan is doing really well for himself this game.
Yeah, it just cascades. Once you get going, you just keep going.
Yeah. So we're doing it again. We're making 2 food. We're sacrificing them both to Asmore, and we're killing another Quaddle and activating Trail of Crumbs at least once. This is Shadow Spear. And then looks like we're declining on the second Trail of Crumbs activation. Totally possible. It is a triggered ability, so you get to resolve the first one before you choose to use the second one.
Yeah, it looks like we've only paid 3 mana this turn.
Yep, so coming in for 4, and I think this is a Solitude. Gonna exile the Goose, maybe? Exiling the cat doesn't do anything.
Right, there is a Witch's Oven up now.
So getting the Goose off the table may be good. So just exiling Asmore and taking damage? Just gonna attack with the Solitude? Or block and attack? So there's a food from the oven as the cat gets sacrificed.
Yeah, and Dan does have a backup Asmore in his hand, so this doesn't really hurt him that much. As Josh may have been able to suss out by the lack of an Asmore, the lack of a food creation Asmore activation on the Solitude here.
Yes. It's also kind of, if you use Asmore on Solitude, you do give your opponent 6 life.
That's true. The creature deals damage to itself, and we are, racing down or just trying to tear down Josh's life total, which is quite low at this point.
So it could be, he gets the 3 off the attack, but then you can juggle cats in between the Solitude attacks and just try to keep him off of a very healthy life total.
Yeah.
Because there hasn't been an Omnath from Josh thus far, so if you can control his life total and get him down, you have a good shot here.
Mm-hmm.
There is a Shadow Spear in Dan's hand that we know about, so this construct token is large.
It's enormous, yeah.
Looking at just 1 food, so currently the construct is a 6/6, not counting the artifact you get off the Urza Saga itself, plus the 3 food you can create at instant speed with the cookbook.
It's a big construct.
Oh, looks like we're moving the camera as cards get thrown everywhere. No, okay. So making another construct. Josh is thinking about responding to the trigger. He's drawing a card of Fisher's Wobble. Didn't catch that during the upkeep. Went a little too fast.
Yeah, you can't draw your card too quickly to make your opponent miss their bobble. That's not how Magic the Gathering works.
It's not a game of speed. All right, so Dan's deck's looking pretty thin, especially compared to Josh's.
That's true. He is going to have to finish Josh off, but he can also stop trailing at any time.
No, you can't. Absolutely can't. This is what you signed up for.
All right, this is one spot where the Quaddle does some work to block a construct. And Dan has not put that Asmore into play, doesn't really have a way. Oh, and
This is a better way to stop
this is a
the
better way to
constructs.
stop the constructs.
Yeah,
yes.
just stress down them.
Now, is Dan going to make any plays in response? You know, he can get his cat triggers on Josh's turn, so it's not important to do that now.
You can sacrifice one construct, which nets you 2 food.
That's true.
But I would think you would only use 1 oven if you want to do that. Leave the other one up.
You're also not short on food, and I think you would rather just get as many cat triggers as possible. So that may be where the ovens are assigned to right now.
So Dress Down is on the stack right now, so this cat does deal its damage.
Yes.
That's why the constructs are still alive. So we're doing some Trail of Crumbsing, which found another Trail of Crumbs. We are going to sacrifice construct to make 2 food here.
Interesting. With the 3 cookbooks in play, I'm not inclined to prioritize that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem super important, but perhaps Josh is going to go on Dan is going to go on a cooking spree with Asmore soon. Oh, there's a Feasting Troll King.
Troll King. Okay. It's been a little while since we've seen the Feasting Troll King.
Yeah, you can't actually put it into play. So there's a Feasting Troll King.
Just gonna take a little read because this one has not been a staple of the modern food decks.
So you can use Troll King at instant speed, but you can only do it during your turn, which is why this is able to happen right now.
Yes.
Because it's a card from Throne of Eldraine, where we didn't really believe in rules.
The rules are more of just guidelines.
Oh yeah. So Cat being sacrificed to the oven, the second oven, and coming straight back for another point of damage. Looks like Dan is not going to Trail of Crumbs, probably because he has like 30 cards in hand.
As many cards in hand as remain in the library, approximately.
And finally, Dress Down resolves, and the construct says goodbye. So we've got a cat, a Troll King, a goose, and an untapped oven. So I think an oven comes back, so now there's an oven to block the Solitude and prevent the life gain.
Yeah.
And then we can play a land, and that's 7 cards.
And Troll King does have trample, I believe.
It does.
So
Absolutely, it does.
it's a very large creature.
It's basically Hogak.
Yeah. It's basically Hogak. That's what I always say about it.
Yeah.
I remember some very serious tweets about it when the set first came out, calling it Hogak.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. So Josh untaps here, looking at a board of just a pile of artifacts.
Yeah, once you have like the whole set in play like that, the resources start really piling up on the other side.
Yeah, so typically your like reset buttons out of the 4-color deck could be like something like a sideboard Supreme Verdict or something like that. Usually you just rely on your cards being pound for pound better than your opponents.
Yep.
But when Dan is doing this thing where he's assembling a bunch of non-creature permanents that combine in such ridiculous recursive ways, it becomes more of a muscle race where you somehow have to go over the top of it.
Well, and your cards being pound for pound better than your opponent's is fine until your opponent has drawn 20 more cards than you. And then they can just throw resources at whatever you did have, and they can, get you that way. This Asmore can just come down and Plague Win Josh.
Yeah. So Omnath comes down for Josh, draws a card. A fetch land immediately follows, putting Josh back up to 10. Has not cracked the fetch land yet to get the mana back, so maybe prioritizing life, using the fetch land on the opponent's turn.
I think so, versus Triple Witch's Oven.
Yes, that's... it's been a while since people have seen Cauldron Familiar in Modern.
Yes.
But that damage does add up relatively quickly.
Yeah. And it keeps your lifelinkers from being able to do anything for you, and really just forces you to kind of watch your life total tick down, and your opponent becomes unkillable at the same time.
And Dan is doing sequencing fairly well here too. The make an extra food before you sacrifice the cat, so that if Josh has endurance, you can save your cat by sacrificing an extra food. Important stuff to play around. Even though I believe he has just have another cat in his hand. Bunch of extra life to cycle his Street Wraith. Draws a forest. So now we're probably going to see Asmore come down. Start, at least by picking off the Omnath. Josh did crack the fetch to get a mountain to put himself at 12.
Yeah. And I think this Asmore is really going to make things tough. But dive down in response is huge.
Dress down.
Or yeah, dress down in response is huge.
We may be responding to dress down by looking to use the cat a little bit, just to get some looks for Trail of Crows, because I believe Dan's hand is a lot of lands and no Will She Stare Devil.
Yes.
So I think that's what's happening right now. So we've got a cat sacrifice and paying for Trail of Crumbs after bringing it back, grabbing a Urza Saga, one of the better ones.
Yeah. And this dress down actually only really does something because Josh also has Solitude in hand. With I hope for Josh's sake another white card, or else this Asmore will be plague winding his side of the board.
My knowledge of the layers is iffy, but I believe you can cast Shadow Spear and equip it to a Troll King, and it would have Trample and Lifelink.
Yes, that's true. And actually, you know, because of the dress down, Solitude is not going to be able to kill this Asmore. So this Asmore is going to be plague winding Josh's side of the board shortly, kind of regardless of what happens here.
Yes. So there's the Shadow Spear. They're equipping to the Feasting Troll King, and I do believe this gets Trample and Lifelink.
Yes. It's the same layer, so it's whatever is the
newest timestamp.
You add and remove abilities in the same layer.
So we're getting word from the lovely Anurag that this game unsurprisingly runs a little long.
Yes.
There's only 1 minute left in the round. And this is, of course, past match.
This is our time walk match.
Our time walk match.
Yes.
Thank you. I just completely lost the word.
That's okay. Walk. That's all right. It's Sunday. You know, we were playing Magic all day yesterday. Yes. So I believe that they are still playing in real life, and we also started late because this is a time walk match. So we may not get to watch this entire match before the next round starts, but you know, that will allow us to continue bringing you Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. So we're conferring with the judge to the Shadow Spear dress down ruling, which we in the coverage booth are pretty sure works.
Yeah, I mean, we'll certainly defer to the judging staff on this.
Yeah, I'm not a judge.
But I'm pretty confident you can add an ability with an equipment after removing an ability.
All right, so Solitude gets the block in there. That would be a trample over for 6. Troll King does have Vigilance. That's why it's not tapped.
Yes.
It's even better than Hogak in that regard.
Well, but it doesn't have Vigilance now.
Oh, true. That's true.
So it should be tapped.
A little misplay or misrepresentation.
Well, the Shadow Spear gave it the important abilities.
Yeah.
So
Dan rockets up to 34, and then Asmore, immediately taking out Omnath in the upkeep. As soon as the dress down, actually maybe the upkeep. As soon as the dress down's in the graveyard, Asmore's turned back on, and Omnath can hit the bin. Food poisoning itself.
And now just a lonely Icefang Coatl on Josh's side of the board. Gonna have a tough time holding off all the stuff going on for Dan here.
So I don't know Josh's path to this game. Like, Josh is at 4. I think an Omnath is a prerequisite for staying in the game at this point. I don't think there's one in his hand.
No, and Dan just, you know, whatever Josh is doing to survive isn't doing anything to stop Dan's engine from finding the same, whatever Josh takes out to live, just finding another copy of it. So,
all right, so there's Unholy Heat on Asmore, which has Delirium thanks to Dress Down, Vicious Bobble.
All the normal types that you get in your graveyard.
This is a traverse deck, so you're really looking for Delirium even more than most 4-color.
Well, and if Josh is running something similar to the Daryl Ayers list that he posted before this weekend, Daryl had 3 dress downs in his main deck, partially because Urza Saga can cause 4-color problems, partially because that puts an enchantment in your graveyard and makes your traverses much more alive. Let's see what this traverse is going to get.
An Emrakul.
That's going to get an Emrakul.
So there's 4 or 5 mana. Even on its best day, I don't think Emrakul can be cast at 5 mana. So we're really just trying to survive a turn.
Yeah, and Dan now knows that he's got to put everything into this, or at least set up for a Mindslaver.
So we're gonna be making some food with the Daredevil, the cookbooks. So 1, 2, 3, make food. And then if I counted correctly, you do need to sacrifice the cat here to. I mean, this doesn't really expose you to endurance because there's 3 food in play.
Yes.
Like I said, the sequencing here is important.
Well, what it would expose you to potentially is endurance plus solitude.
Well, you don't have to bring the cat back this turn.
That's well, but if endurance forces you to bring the cat back here.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. So there's a dress down on the end stuff?
I think this is a dress down in response to the cat being brought back here.
Oh, are we bringing back the cat immediately? I don't think I would choose to do that, but looks like Dan did.
Yeah, I think that is what happened here.
And this is during the end step, so this is like the cat doesn't have abilities now.
No.
So,
So yeah, probably that appears to be a pretty big miscue from Dan because it allowed this dress down to cover an enormous amount of like potential cat activations.
so now what I believe you have to do is move Shadow Spear around back to the Troll King.
Yes.
You equip it to the cat, I guess?
Sure.
And then put it back on the something else. Because now that the Troll King already has those abilities, it did get taken away. You have to re-equip the Shadow Spear in order to get those abilities back.
Right. But it will give them back. And I think that this may be just enough damage because, well, I guess Josh cannot Solitude this Troll King now. So
dress down is live.
That Troll King is attacking this turn.
We just have to make sure we do the equip thing correctly. So
yes.
Equip to cat. Sounds good. Equip back to Troll King, and we're gonna Unholy Heat the Troll King now that it only has 6 toughness.
Yep.
So
an opportunity.
That's gonna get sacrificed here to make 2 more food. Now cat is not lethal. Well, cat's not lethal anyway because he's going to do 3 damage.
Well, unless Dan has a way of clearing. Oh yeah, that's true because he tapped the oven, so only
he can
equip the Shadow Spear to the cat
and attack.
And that should represent lethal.
Yeah, you'd have to block, and then you'd only have 2 cat activation. 3 cat activations. Right?
Yeah, because the cat's gonna die from
right.
this combat or deal 2 damage. Then you have 2 cat activations, so that should do it.
Yeah, I believe so. So this is 1 damage squeaking through. The cat dies from Death Touch.
Oh, the Shadow Spear also should just still be equipped to the cat because it fizzled.
True. You don't have to pay 2 extra mana.
But I don't think that's relevant to this game.
No, everything else costs 0 mana. I think. Okay, we're just tapping some mana. It's fine. Everything we're killing with costs 0.
Yeah.
The cat should also. Oh, it doesn't have Death Touch because it's not dead. It lost that ability.
Right. So this actually, this isn't lethal because the Quaddle does not have Death Touch because of the dress down. Wow. So we get to Emrakul here.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened here.
But honestly, what do you do to take Dan's board apart?
I would sacrifice all the food, leave the cat in the. Like I would discard all the relevant cards in his hand with the cookbooks, then sacrifice the cat to the oven, and the Gilded Goose, and then sacrifice all my food to the cat to bring a cat into play.
But then you still have Josh is
you still have 3.
Yeah, I think Josh is still just dead to that.
Maybe you hope Dan has an engineered explosives in his deck.
Yeah, I guess you try to deck Dan.
I think Dan has too many cards.
I think so too. I don't think he's quite there.
So there is a Boseiju, which can't target your own permanents. Yeah, he just skips.
Yeah. I probably would have performed a quick library count there to see if I had any way of decking him, but I think it probably is too many cards.
Yeah. I mean, you just count how many lands you have and see if
and you actually only clear 1 from Trail of Crumbs because the other goes to the bottom of the library. Yeah, so there's no way.
Like I don't think Dan only had 8 cards in his deck or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, he
probably
couldn't get it done. So the round is done. We're just done with the round. I know that was only game 1 and Dan was ahead. But the round is over because that was a time walk match. I will get word if Anurag could let us know who ended up taking that match, or even if it went to a draw, because that game 1 was really long, and those games do get grindier in the sideboard games.
If Josh managed to win game 2, then I don't really see them finishing that match.
So Josh lost that one in 3.
Okay. Oh wow.
So yeah, Dan pulled that one out.
Cool.
Yeah, not too. I'm actually surprised they finished a full 3 games, to be honest.
Yeah,
but,
honestly.
That is how it kind of looks like the match would go. Like, if you're unable to break apart that machine, it's just going to take over the game. Even Emrakul couldn't save you.
No, I mean, the machine is not constructed in such a way that it can, like, take itself apart. So,
yeah, you can discard your hand, sacrifice all your food and creatures, and still just win the following turn.
You still have a cat and you still have ovens. So, what more do you need?
Can't get rid of those. So that's a really good showing from Golgari Food.
Yeah, and in Modern, tough to have that, like, man, I'm so tired of cat oven feeling, especially when it is taking down 4-color, one of the monsters of the format.
I mean, if you just really hate losing to food and you're just done with it for some reason,
yeah,
just put a bunch of engineered explosives in your sideboard. That card's really hard to beat.
It is really tough to beat. If they kill your 1-mana artifacts, your other cards don't really do anything.
It is both excellent on 1 and a 0, which are the 2 best costs for engineered.
Yes, very efficient. I think we are gonna go to a break in a little bit. I'm not sure exactly when we're gonna do that, but just giving an opening in case Anurag was looking for an opening to go to a break. But we can certainly keep talking for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure Anurag will just jump in here.
Yeah,
he needs to cut us off. You guys are talking too much. We hired you to talk just the right amount.
Yeah, it's very difficult for me to keep it contained when I'm talking about Magic the Gathering.
Did you do your commentating practice? Do you want to say Asmore's full name?
Oh, no, I will not do that. Not even a single time in my entire life will I say Asmore's full name.
Just not dedicated enough to the craft?
I'm not sure what craft we are talking about, but we may be engaged in different practices here.
Do you know why the creature deals food?
Do I know why?
Yeah.
Oh, because it has food poisoning.
No, it's because they couldn't fit Asmore's name on the card a second time.
Well, it's
they didn't
a
have
nice
a slide in the
combo.
text box.
Yeah, it's synergy in card design, I think.
Yeah.
That makes sense, though. Looks like we're about ready to cut to a break. We're going to let the players get into place, and then we will be back with round 11 of this tournament. Is that the right number?
Round 11.
Great.
You're nailing it.
Yeah, I can count.
Yeah.
Come on. Nobody
No one counts you out.
Yeah, nobody can say I can't count.
All right, so we'll see you guys back in time for that.
Yeah. Hello, welcome back. Really long break, so we're sorry about how long y'all had to wait for this one, but
I really begged Honorog to shorten the break to just as little time as possible because we were just about
I
ready to
almost
get
had
back
time
into
to pee between last round and this round, so yeah, we are back, round 11 of Modern. We don't know exactly what matchups we're gonna put up, but some Murktide, some four color, something that they're playing
Yeah,
against.
it's a good authority. It'll be the Modern format, so at least we've got that as a ground floor.
Yeah. Just keep us locked in, keep us focused. We know that there will be fetch lands, there will be shock lands.
Though granted, there were a lot of Eldraine standard cards in the last match, so
Sometimes that just happens, man. Those cards are really good.
they are really good.
Combine them with a couple of MH2 cards, and you've got an Asmore approved stew going.
Yeah, and that's of course mostly what Asmore is interested in.
Stews, of
Exactly.
course, and feeding them to people, and then those people dying.
Well, that's more because that their palette isn't good enough.
It's not refined
cooks
enough
for demons.
for demonic food, of course. Yeah.
So your solitudes, your on-mats and such, they'll just have to fall by the wayside.
Yes. Although as long as they have lifelink, then you do get some life out of the deal.
All right, looks like we're already in turn 1, and Matt Tuvich is on Murktide on your right here, has already cast 2 Considers, or considered one into the graveyard.
That's a bauble and a consider.
Is it a bauble and a consider? Okay.
Swamp in play for Dylan Reed. One of the worst cards in the Modern format.
Here's an Urborg, so this may be just mono black.
Interesting.
Usually Swamp Urborg makes me think this might be a Stronghold deck, or Cabal Coffers.
Cabal Coffers. Yeah, so we have Coffers now.
Yeah.
That seems likely. I don't know what these decks are doing. I guess, are they still the Invoke Despair type?
I hope so, because I love that card. That card's nice. It's like one of my favorite cards in that deck. It just does so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite strong.
It could also,
is it
technically be Yawgmoth, but with a weird greenless draw?
Ooh, I don't think you keep a Yawgmoth hand that doesn't play anything on turns 1 or 2 of the game.
Yeah. I think there's a cat in hand. That's what it looked like. Maybe I'm just having like flashbacks from last game though.
Mono black Coffers, like we kind of knew that Coffers was involved in the situation. Matt just casting the Ragavan because it seems very likely that there is a removal spell. That's a March of Black.
March of something despair.
Yes.
Unending despair, something like that.
Okay.
Fine. I don't remember.
I accept. I accept your proposition on the name of that card.
It gains Dylan a life, I believe.
I think that's right.
I would have to double check, but I believe Dylan should be at 21 now. I also have to look up the name of the card now because I just need to know.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Ragavan did take an early grave there, and Dylan follows up with a Bloodstained Mire, which can tap for black mana.
Yeah, no need to fetch. You don't need to pay any life for this thing.
And Ragavan number 2 comes out of Matt Tuvich.
Right. So I'm seeing a Blood Chief's Thirst, a Castle Lochthwain in Dylan's hand. He pulled his hand away before I could identify the rest of the cards. Blood Chief's Thirst probably in there as Fatal Push number. I mean, maybe killing Planeswalkers is a priority, so he may be playing them over some number of Fatal Pushes. But the Bloodstained Mire makes me think that there is some number of Fatal Pushes in this deck. So.
Yes. Blood Chief's Thirst, also incredibly strong against like Ren 6.
Yeah. That's true.
The best target possible for that card, actually.
Yeah. They still go up a card on that exchange, but
I mean, Ren 6 is really good.
Ren 6 is really good.
So Blood Chief's Thirst going after Ragavan here, and a Cabal Coffers was played for the turn.
Yes, and that one is mana neutral at this point, and every land from here on out it's an Ancient Tomb.
It's +4. It's +1 right now, right? Because there's 4 swamps in play.
Oh, there are 4 swamps in play. You're right. It is +1 right now, and then every land from here on out is a double land.
Yeah, March of Wretched Sorrow is the name of the march. Chad got it for me. I did look it up though. All right, so here's a counter spell to protect the Ragavan on the Blood Chief's Thirst. Dylan still has access to 4 mana here, tapping a singular swamp for a Thoughtseize. 2 counter spells, a Lightning Bolt, and a Murktide Regent is Matt's hand.
Interesting to go for the Thirst first before the Thoughtseize.
I don't mind it, especially if Dylan has a follow-up removal spell, because then you can like see they have less information about what you're doing, but Dylan doesn't have this extra information, or extra removal spell, so it just passes back to Matt after taking the Murktide Regent from hand. Ragavan comes in and reveals another March of Wretched Sorrow. Not a good hit because Dylan has no creatures in play.
Matt, just looking at all the text of this card to make sure there's nothing you can do with it this turn.
Yeah, I mean, you can hit your own Ragavan, but I do not recommend it.
No, this Ragavan seems to be mostly what is going on right now, covering it with 2 counterspells. And Counterspell, the card, is one of the things that this mono black deck is extremely weak to.
Yeah, Mishra's Bubble on main phase reveals a Thoughtseize, which Dylan now draws. Does not fetch.
And Thoughtseize is good against the card Counterspell. That's one of the ways you fight it, rather than just casting giant spells into Counterspell.
I would kind of agree, but it does cost a little bit.
Yep. And I mean, it is still just a 1-for-1. It's just that, you know, if Dylan's turns from here were just like a 4-mana spell get it countered, a 5-mana spell get it countered, that's a lot worse than what this could lead to.
And Castle Lochthwain, I think we'll just draw a card. So priming another hit up for Ragavan. Matt draws another land off the top. Not really what he wants.
No, this Ragavan is providing him with kind of all the mana he needs.
A Fatal Push off the top from Dylan's library. Ragavan's not going to cast that one, so just going to collect his treasure and move to main phase 2.
That's a lot of what Ragavan does. That's a very powerful set of
so
abilities.
We're using coffers to get Castle Lochthwain, which leaves 2 mana floating.
Yeah, so if we hit another March here, then could cast it to kill this Ragavan right now.
Or Fatal Push, or whatever.
Yeah, not a Bloodchief's Thirst. That is a sorcery.
I can't quite distinguish the cards in Dylan's hand. So, another coffers.
That's a lot of mana.
It is a lot of mana, but there's still a counterspell, so you can't just like go ham.
Right. But the more mana you have, the better these Castle Lochthwains become.
Yes, absolutely. Damnation.
To take out Ragavan.
Okay.
Are you going to counterspell this Damnation?
I mean,
a tough spot for Matt.
What else do you have going on?
Right. If you just let Ragavan die and then you counter a spell and then Dylan just starts like double castling every turn, I don't think that goes anywhere for Matt.
Yeah, I think you just have to counterspell this and hope that Dylan's last card in hand is just not good.
Yeah. Dylan just straight up has access to 12 mana this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to counter this.
Then 1 mana for a cast activation, perhaps? No, just Liliana.
Oh, that'll kill Ragavan too.
Yeah. Luckily, you can kill that one Lightning Bolt if you choose to. That is Dylan's last card in hand.
Yeah, but
draws a Castle Lochthwain.
Now Matt's playing with the top of his deck versus infinite mana and 2 Castle Lochthwains, so I think Dylan's got this one probably.
Oh, but yeah, you forgot the top of the deck is very strong when it's expressive iteration. And there's a Murktide region.
And there's a Murktide region. Okay, all right. This is kind of exactly the set of cards that Matt needed to see.
So Murktide Regent goes to play until end of turn. A burn spell is out to hand, so I think you want to play this island, Matt, and then play the Murktide. So you can then bolt or heat the Liliana, whatever you want to do to it.
Yeah. And now Dylan is under pressure. That's a big old Murktide region.
It's a big old Murktide region.
And I think this is going to be an 8/8 Murktide. So
perhaps preserve Delirium, make it only a 7/7.
Sure, but
8/8, yeah.
But you probably want to be a number that you add 3 to it, and that is Dylan's life total. So hard to not take that line there. So you want to unheat this Liliana, maintain that Lightning Bolt in hand, and just hope that Dylan has this turn to get there.
To draw out of it.
Yeah.
You've got 2 draws plus whatever the cards in hand.
I think 3. He can activate Castle twice and cast something to kill this Murktide Regent.
Is Castle a tap ability?
Oh, I thought he had 2 castles.
No, there's 2
that's my
coffers.
mistake. There's 2 coffers and 1 castle. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so we're making a bunch of mana and casting Inquisition, which will reveal the Bolt. So that does stave off lethal.
That gives him a turn.
Well, no, it doesn't stave off lethal because it just casts the Bolt with the treasure tip.
Oh, he had a treasure. Okay.
So Dylan's down to 7, which is lethal to Murktide.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're using that to go to 6, and then scooping it up because we didn't draw a as well. I think
that 2 mana 8/8 is pretty good, huh?
It's solid. You know, I think people build decks around it in Modern. Who are live looking at the backup match I love this because it's kind of chaos. You just have to like jump in and see what's going on.
Yeah.
It's like when you finish your game at a real tournament, you just like look over the match next to you.
Yeah, just whatever's happening. You can't really keep up. Like, so people are using weird tokens, and you can't tell.
Speaking of weird tokens, there's a construct token indicated by a deck box divider equipped with a Colossus Hammer.
I've seen that before.
In the face of a Teferi and a few lands from Josh's 4-color deck.
I have to commend Anurag, though, because in case you haven't noticed, what we are seeing here is Anurag doing life totals for 2 matches simultaneously.
Yeah, it's nice. I think he forces players to use like a tablet or something, but it's still great. So in the backup match, while we're waiting for Dylan and Matt to sideboard, it looks like we've got an equipped Colossus. What is that, like a 3/3 construct, but it's a 13/13 because of the hammer. Ooh, Stoneforge just gets taken out. Is this like token not real? Am I hallucinating, or is it about to get taken out by something else?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay, maybe this construct token doesn't exist, and I just am living in a fever dream.
Well, but I don't know what that deck box divider would be. It looks like it didn't untap here.
Yeah, that's kind of weird because there's nothing that would suggest that it would not do that in Josh's graveyard.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, maybe this deck divider is
okay, it's untapped.
Okay, it's untapped now. Is there going to be like another? Oh, there's probably going to be a. Is Josh planning on taking this hit and then dress downing the construct token? Oh, it's a germ token.
Well, and dress down doesn't work on a construct token that has a hammer on it, anyways.
True. Yeah, you're right.
It becomes just a hammer.
All right, but that germ token looks like it did take down with the second Stoneforge stick. So back to the main match here, where Dylan is down a game, Matt is up a game with Is It Murktide against the Mono Black Coffers deck. Honestly, not a matchup I'm too familiar with.
No, this is not one that I have played a single game of. I think that, yeah, we did get into a spot there where Matt didn't have the level of pressure that you kind of hope to present, and gave Dylan a chance to do some of the powerful stuff, particularly Castle Locthwain with just an enormous amount of mana from those coffers. But this mono black deck, when it doesn't have coffers, not at its best.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the deal, right?
Yeah,
that's why the deck's named after it.
Right. And whenever you're named after a card, the difference between having that card and not having that card is pretty vast.
Right. Like, what does Living End do without Living End? You know?
Well, you do hope to not draw Living End in Living End, so it's slightly different. But when the games where you don't cast a Living End are pretty bad, admittedly.
They're very bad. Or your Living End just helps your opponent more than you.
Sometimes that also happens. Endurance is usually the culprit there.
So I don't think we've even looked at opening hands yet. We're just doing some shuffling. Some nice, got to make sure decks are nice and randomized.
Very important.
I do find that people undershuffle a lot, actually, in paper.
Yes. And then a lot of the arguments against the digital clients not saying, oh, my deck's the randomizer, the shuffler is broken, is because they're used to the patterns that they see from undershuffling in paper, and then when you don't get those patterns, then you believe something is amiss.
So players are looking at their opening hands. I once had someone to just derail. I once had someone just pile shuffle their deck and just hand it to me.
That's just stacking your deck.
Yeah, that doesn't. That's like
shuffling.
The prime example of undershuffling. And that was like 2 weeks ago. That just happened.
Ooh, wow.
So Dylan takes a mulligan. Did not like the sign of his 7. I think Matt's gonna keep.
Yes, this appears to be a keep from Matt. That's true. You cannot mana weave on Modo, and that's why it feels so bad.
I mean, that's why the shuffler's rigged on Modo.
You can't cheat it. So
if they just mana weave the deck first and then shuffled, it'd be fine.
It'd be fine.
But
like, what's the deal? I keep drawing these 0 land hands some percentage of the time.
It's crazy.
This never happens to me in paper.
All right, so Dylan keeps this one, puts a card on the bottom. Again, his cards are inscrutable to me.
Well, Swamp Inquisition, that's one that we can understand.
All right, then we get double Ragavan, Dress Down, Mishra's Bauble, Ledger Shredder, 2 islands from Matt here. So
Interesting.
Ragavan not castable on this hand as of yet.
I would take the Ledger Shredder.
I think that's what I would take as well, because that's kind of holding the hand together along with the Mishra's Bauble.
I believe so. You could. There is a certain argument for taking the bauble. I think it's a bad argument, though.
Yeah, there is an article, I believe, by Reed Duke, who's one of our commentators later in this day,
Look forward to that.
who described the texture of a Thoughtseize or an Inquisition, and usually, I think his conclusion was when you are Thoughtseizing your opponent, trying to get them with their mana base draws
Usually bad.
rarely ever works out.
Yep. When it does, see, and now that I've like internalized that, every time my opponent does that, I'm like, oh, good, they made the wrong choice. But then some percentage of the time you do get got, and you're like, well, I got very punished by that.
All right, so that is a Profane Tutor suspended by Dylan there. In 2 turns, it's just a Demonic Tutor. He gets whatever he wants. Matt drew a 3rd island there, unless I missed my
My
glance.
goodness, where were those in his Blood Moon game?
Yeah, really. But definitely not good here. Need a red source, and I think we'll see for sure when Matt reveals his hand off this. Well, there's a counter spell, so you can protect your hand. Casting Dress Down to cycle. Hits fetch land, so that's great. Red mana for Matt now. Probably would have shuffled the hand a little bit, but it doesn't matter too much.
I mean, I think Dylan could figure out that.
No, just to be less embarrassed. Me personally.
Sure, but I mean, I think that everyone knows that there was no red source before. You don't go island unless you're forced into it.
Yeah. All right, so Matt trying a card here, gets the Steam Vents. So red mana is just not a problem. So good heads up in saying that taking Mishra's Bubble was going to be a fool's errand, because it definitely was.
Yes.
Matt fetches with the Misty Rainforest that Dylan already knows about, puts his Steam Vents into play, and now can choose to dash Ragavan. Now, this is against a mono black deck. Mono black is known for having a million removal spells. So I would not be surprised if Dylan has an answer for this, which he, of course, does.
Immediately taken down. And I have to imagine that this Profane Tutor, since the Urborg and the castle are already in play, this is probably getting a Cabal Coffers here.
Yeah, and you don't have to show it.
I know,
because
it gets anything.
Yeah, it gets any card. You also can't fail to find with it.
You gotta at least draw a card.
Yeah, as long as you have a card in your deck, you have to pick a card.
Profane Tutor, a card that I was very into the idea of, and then the number of Teferi Time Ravelers that get played in Modern has kept me from building a single Profane Tutor deck the entire time that it has been around.
Yeah, I agree with that. But we can assume that if Coffers was not part of Dylan's hand, it likely is now.
Yes, there it is. We're geniuses.
Yeah. There's the Evoke Despair. So that is, I believe, you have to discard a card for each.
I believe that is
thing you cannot sacrifice, correct?
He draws a card.
Oh, you draw a card for each thing.
And Matt also loses 6 life here, and which is not necessarily the most relevant, but even just the draw 3 is really good in this spot. Ragavan does get a dash in.
Revealing Torok, which is castable as a 2/1. I don't know what's in Matt's hand. He may consider just casting as a 2/1. Yeah, he wants it. Give it to me.
Give me that. Give me that 2/1.
I want the Torok.
I'm not sign of strength.
Well, if you've got a Spell Pierce, Matt does have an island. So if Spell Pierce is the card you have, you have a 2/1 in play now. Right?
Yeah, didn't have a Spell Pierce last turn.
True. But that was last turn, you know?
Yeah, that was a million years ago.
All right, so Thoughtseize, so we'll get to see what Matt's getting to work with. Matt's considering responding to this.
Thoughtseize is very good after you've drawn 3 cards.
It's very good. I mean, you're playing all the best black cards, and Thoughtseize is up there.
It is wild to... Black, by far the worst color in Modern.
Yes. And
then to be able to show it to a tournament and be successful with a mono black deck. Impressive work on Dylan's end.
Flusterstorm, I believe, is that card next to Ragavan's.
Well, that would counter another
Invoke Despair.
It's
actually kind of hard to do that, really, with Cabal Coffers.
Yeah, that's true. But this turn, given the Thoughtseize being cast, I think we'd get it, right? Let me do a quick count. Yeah.
So Dylan takes the Flusterstorm, leaving Matt with just double Ragavan.
Pretty easy to leave the 2 legendary creatures.
Yeah, for sure. It does not play a permit, so Dylan just passes with 3 cards in hand and 6 mana available, I believe that is. Does not have a removal spell for Ragavan, so Ragavan dashes in and hits a Fatal Push.
Yeah, a lot of misses in this deck.
Torok also coming in there for an extra 2 damage, just for free.
Yep. That's the value that Ragavan brings to the table.
We're thinking at the end step. Okay, so Ragavan's back to hand now. And we're passing to Dylan.
Now, Dylan could castle here, but it would cost him a lot of life.
Yeah, 4 life, I believe. Invoke Despair was drawn for the turn. So that would kill Torok and draw Dylan a few cards as well. And the treasure token, I think?
It kills creature, planeswalker, enchantment, I believe.
Really?
It's in that like the ways that black kills enchantments space. Oh, he was just a Gristlebrand.
Oh, that's... And there's a counterspell.
And there's a counterspell. Oh, Matt's still in it.
Yeah, that's a great time to draw counterspell, like the turn after you Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
And your opponent just casts Gristlebrand.
I don't know how many times my opponent has cast Gristlebrand against me in Magic the Gathering, but that was a cast Gristlebrand.
Yeah, you don't see it too often, huh?
No. Somehow it ends up in play a lot, but not usually like this.
Alright, so fetch land played till end of turn off the Express Federation, a Spell Pierce added to Matt's hand, and Ragavan dashes in with Turok to hit a Liliana of the Veil. Liliana can be cast here, and actually,
Of course.
You could start getting to work, discard your extra Ragavan.
I mean, it also gives your opponent 1 fewer card off of the Invoke Despair if they cast one, so...
Yeah, true. Dylan's deck doing a lot of good work for Matt this game.
Now, the question is, will Matt put a +1/+1 counter on his Turok after he pluses this Liliana? Will he remember to do that?
That's actually a very good question. I don't think I would.
I probably would miss it as well. I only saw it because chat saw it. Thank you, Love and Mushrooms, for pointing that out.
Yeah, I was like really impressed with you until you revealed Twitch chat.
I'm not going to take credit for this one. Absolutely.
In which case, that makes sense. Twitch chat's a genius. All right, so Invoke Despair is being cast at a...
Oh, did this Liliana not get activated?
Yeah, Liliana did not get activated. Just cast it for 3. I guess... Oh, but then Ragavan should be in hand, right? What's happening here?
I think he's just reading the Invoke from the graveyard as he's thinking about what to do with this Liliana.
So we're counting. You definitely plus Liliana, right? Like, you have an extra Ragavan. It's not doing anything. You're counting for, like, Castle Lochthwain or something?
I think that's it. You don't love letting Dylan just get rid of a card and lose 1
Oh, he did it. He got it.
Good job, Matt.
Nice job.
Kudos. All right, now, I mean, Dylan's in a spot.
So there's the Invoke Despair that from hand we knew about. 1 mana floating. Yeah, the mana base of Mono Black is kind of rough because you have to play a lot of Urborgs and they are legendary.
Yeah.
So sacrifice a creature, a planeswalker, and an enchantment. You lose 1 life.
2 life.
2 life.
I know.
And draw a card for each that they didn't sacrifice. So 1 card for Dylan, which is a Profane Tutor. And no other plays. So Matt still has that Ragavan in hand, along with a Spell Pierce.
Yes, because he dashed it. Yes, the 1 Ragavan. Yep.
It used to be in play. It jumped back to hand.
It does that.
Yeah, Ragavan tends to move between those zones quite frequently.
Almost monkey-like in its movements.
Yeah, almost.
Spell Pierce, not in its ideal state right here. Oh, man.
Are you sure? This is why you don't talk.
I spoke way too quickly on that one.
The quadruple black
That's
card is
tough.
not quite castable here. Polluted Delta is in Matt's hand. That's the last card. He just chooses not to play it because why? Like, why would you? And then Ragavan dashes back to hand.
Yep. Dylan
And
at 4 here.
draws a swamp for turn. Time. I think it's time to activate Castle Lockthwain.
Ooh, that's. I mean, yes, but. Oof.
You're dead to bolt anyway.
And Matt probably took out some number of bolts.
So activate coffers.
This is your only castle activation this game, probably.
Ooh, we're not activating coffers. Okay. Because we can activate coffers on opponent's turn to kill Ragavan if we draw Fatal Push.
Yeah.
Which I think was the draw.
Was it, or was that another castle?
It was so hard for me to see. It was very quick. Boom. It wasn't a Fatal Push. So Ragavan connects and reveals March of.
Boy, that March would have been a
Wretched
nice draw for
sorrow.
Dylan. Dylan wants to draw March so badly.
You just gain 1,000,000 life.
Yes. Well, he can tutor for whatever he needs here.
Yes. Oh, you can cast Invoke with black mana off Urborg.
Oh,
Yeah.
true.
That definitely should have been So you can hit the Matt can remember the Turok trigger, but the Urborg was a little too much.
You know what?
You cannot catch everything in a game.
Urborg strikes again.
Yeah.
That we missed it. Matt missed it, and probably would. I mean, definitely would have decided this game.
I mean, yes.
It would have just killed Dylan.
So there's an Archmage's Charm on Profane Tutor. Dylan just has a Swamp in hand, so that's going to be key. A draw step, of course. So got to have removals with his Ragavan and, I guess, fade everything. Just scoops it up, and Matt takes this match 9-2 for Matt Tumovich.
Oh, he cast a Spell Pierce that turn, so he only had 4 mana. Treasure plus,
invoked his
plus 3 lands. So
I'm just relying on like Twitch chat.
Yeah,
they're usually
we
right.
can keep up with this.
So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Matt's on top of it. He's got everything covered there, I'm sure. It's just us. Just us who are catching up here.
Yeah, we're just chilling. Man, after a while, the mono black cards really start to look all the same.
Yeah, it's a little depressing.
So Matt Tumovich going on to 9-2. We've got the backup match going on. We're trying to figure out what if we're going to. I knew it was Hammer versus 4 color. When we peeked into it, a Germ token was swinging for lethal.
That sounds right to me. I believe that's what it was. I think we're going to go to a quick break first before we go to the backup match. We will shoot some ads at y'all. These help keep the lights on, help keep the stream going. And so, sorry, but
literally food in Honorog's belly.
Yes.
He's paying for all of this.
It's important to us. Honorog doesn't sleep, so it's very important that he does eat.
We'll get messages from him at like 3 a.m.
And then also at like, just normal times during the day. So this man is a machine, and I want him to at least eat food if he's not going to sleep at all. So. Hello, welcome back. We are halfway through round 11 of day 2. Well, I guess round 11 of day 2 is a little redundant, but we're halfway through round 11 of SCG Syracuse. We just finished watching Matt Tumovich playing Is It Murktide versus Mono Black. I think we're about to watch some 4-color versus Hammer.
Yes, and Matuich did get the win there.
Did get the win, yes.
Moving on to 9 and 2. So we'll see how Josh does in this Hammer match. We're going to watch the full thing, even though if you tuned into the last round, you may have seen how the first game ended. So,
but no spoilers. We won't say anything.
Yeah, Kevin's leading on an Esper Sentinel here. You know, one of the best turn ones in the whole Hammer deck. Josh, meanwhile, is just on, I believe that is Spar's headquarters and a Misty Rainforest.
Spar's headquarters, the Bant land for those who are not familiar.
Well, I'm commentating. I got to say the full name of the magic card.
Do we, Lee?
Yeah.
All right, so Sentinel into Stoneforge Mystic. Counterspell, traditionally a great answer to Stoneforge Mystic, but with an Esper Sentinel in play, that will allow Kevin to draw a card. So whether or not Josh does have a counterspell, elects not to cast it here.
He's drawing a card out the Stoneforge either way, so you might as well make it a random card, right? If you've got the counterspell.
If you've got the counterspell, true.
So this is traditionally not a very good matchup for Hammer. The Solitudes and such are pretty hard to overcome.
Yeah.
You really have to try to kill him as early as possible, because you are, if the game goes on 5 turns longer,
yeah,
you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get there.
And even Teferi can be excellent. It stops you from flashing in Hammer with Sigarda's aid post blocks, and can just like really complicate your life. If you are a blacksmith skill player, then you're not able to use that to protect your permanents from removal spells. So a lot of problematic cards. All right, looks like Ren and 6.
Oh, the Sentinel trigger was not announced. So
oh boy,
if you don't announce that one, you don't get it.
Well, but
was it paid for?
Yeah, it looks like it was paid for. Gotcha. Just we shortcutted right through it.
Okay. The fetch line threw me off.
Yeah,
I think is what it was. So boom, Esper sent down after being paid for. Icewind Coddle's holding back. You know, just in case you need to block a healthy Hammer swing.
I think I agree with this.
Oh, absolutely.
The 1 damage is pretty irrelevant.
All right, so that is Cauldron complete. The Germ token deck box is going to take down Ren and 6. It does have Trample and First Strike, so.
And Kevin drew that, so he didn't need to show Josh. He didn't need to commit to the Cauldron. He was able to go ahead and get a Hammer and disguise his access to Cauldron complete that turn. So Josh did not know his Ren and 6 was dying to that here.
All right, Express Federation there for Josh. Sees at least a Solitude. I couldn't quite catch the other cards.
Well, Solitude, a fine answer to a Cauldron complete.
Revealed card is Odawara, which is then played. Yeah, Solitude is an excellent answer to Cauldron complete. It's a card that is traditionally very difficult to deal with, and Hammer is not going to equip Cauldron complete with their Urza Saga mana base.
Well, they would only be able to do it with their Pure Steel Paladin board.
Yes.
But 4-color actually reasonably good at dealing with the Cauldron complete token between Prismatic Ending and Solitude. The token is just not as resilient as all of those keywords would make it seem against this type of deck.
So Urza Saga gets popped to get a Springleaf Drum. A colorless mana is floating, I presume.
Yeah, Kevin has missed a land drop. That mana is very relevant.
Sigarda's aid coming down for Kevin. Waiting for it to resolve, which it does.
We know that there's a Hammer in hand.
Yes, that was what Stoneforge Mystic got on turn 2. So here's the Hammer with using a colorless mana. It's going to be equipped to the Germ. That's what we're trying to do. Yep. Germ is suited up.
So big Germ.
The 15 Germ with Trample and First Strike.
Kevin kind of representing Blacksmith skill pretty hard here, which gives a permanent hexproof and indestructible.
Yeah, so it would not need to use it here because the
the
dress down would come down and prevent the trample from the Cauldron. So Icewind Quado would just absorb the full 15 damage.
Yeah. So this is a line that Spell Pierce gets. Solituding is a line that Blacksmith skill could get. Josh just kind of has to figure out how to navigate around the potential 1-mana spells that Kevin could be representing here.
Yep. And again, as we have discovered in other matches, equipment you have to equip to gain the abilities after Dress Down comes down.
Yes.
Anything currently equipped loses their abilities.
It is the same layer. Giving and removing abilities happens on the same layer, and so it is time stamped after that.
We just love a Dress Down call.
We love a Dress Down call. We live for them.
Yeah, there are many more cards printed nowadays with a lot of text on them, so it can get a little confusing sometimes.
If it doesn't have at least 3 sentences, is it modern playable?
Icewind Quaddle's only got 2.
No, it's got flying.
Oh, the Death Touch is like a sentence.
Yeah, Death Touch is a sentence.
Touche. Yeah. I always shortcut it to Flying Death Touch, even though that's not real.
Lightning Bolt is the only one that manages to maintain 3 damage to any target. Simple, beautiful,
clean.
Lightning Bolt.
Shouldn't a judge just know this off the top of their head? So that's a question from Twitch chat.
The thing is, the judge doesn't just have to know it. The judge needs to be 100% sure.
And they need to explain it.
Yes.
So anything they can use to reference that, answer of follow-up questions, whatever, that all needs to happen to the player's satisfaction, essentially.
Yeah. A good judge call doesn't just resolve the situation. It also helps the players learn more and understand why, so that this type of call doesn't have to happen from those players in the future.
Yeah, and the judge call was regarding the abilities granted by equipment with Dress Down. And it was determined that Kaldra, the Germ token, does not have Trample, Haste, or First Strike, so the Quaddle blocked all 15 damage there.
Correct.
Teferi
comes down first, and this is going to clear the way for Solitude to get rid of that Germ token. Looks like Kevin may be responding with Blacksmith Skill.
So Blacksmith Skill on the Germ token before Teferi resolves. So now Teferi cannot bounce the Germ token. It is hexproof. Now your best bet is just to to bounce the Kaldra.
Unless Josh does have, and I may be wrong, he may not have Solitude and a white card in his hand, but he does also have the play of past turn Solitude your guy.
Yeah, he does have Solitude in hand. I can see it in the hand. I just don't know if there's a white card that accompanies it.
Yeah, that is the second requirement here.
So thinking about what to do with Teferi. You can also draw a card of Teferi.
There's also still a Stoneforge Mystic in play. So,
but not enough mana.
Not a lot of mana.
Yeah, you'd have to draw a land in order to Stoneforge without tapping your Germ, which is not something you typically want to do with a 10 power creature.
Right. Yeah. Correct.
Unless it's tap to attack, right? So Kaldra does get bounced. Josh draws this card off Teferi.
Yep.
It looks like another Dress Down.
It's just less when you don't have a blocker against the hammer creature.
Yes, that is true. But it can draw. It can cycle. Like, Dress Down has a very low floor. Or high floor. So if Kevin does draw the land here for Stoneforge Mystic, that is not quite lethal. That's 15 damage. And Josh is at 17.
And that is not lethal, assuming that Josh can't cast the Solitude, which I think he probably can't, or else he wouldn't be thinking that hard right now.
Right. If you had a white card, you just move on your way. And that kind of prompts
like land.
That kind of prompts the question, why not? Why play the Teferi? Why not just keep it in hand for Solitude? The answer to that is Teferi also deals with the card, but it clears the way off Blackskill Smith.
You'll get there.
No, I won't. But it's fine. So fetching a forest, dropping Josh down to 16. I think
dangerous.
What are we doing with this forest? Are we abundant growthing to try and hit a traverse?
Traversing.
Okay. Enchantment, creature, land, sorcery. That counts.
Right.
That tracks.
Yep, we got it. So can just get a white card here.
A Solitude, I think. It has to be a white creature. And the only ones you're going to be playing are like Solitude and Omnath, right?
Yes.
And Solitude pitching Solitude to grab the Stoneforge Mystic. So that prevents the Cauldron draw, but it does leave the Germ token in play.
Yeah, so he has consigned himself to taking 10 damage here.
And possibly 20 if Kevin just has a hammer.
Another hammer. Yeah, there's still a Sigarda's Aid in play, and Kevin has not drawn lands, so he's got something in his hand.
So there's an Inkmoth Nexus, so that's the Stoneforge kill coming relevant here.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming Kevin's not jamming the hammer right now, I don't think he has one. All right. So now we're just, I can't really see what that Kevin's hand is. So we're determining if Kevin can add more power to the board before. So there's Stoneforge number 2. That is a hammer. Then that scoops it up. So yeah, Stoneforge grabs a hammer. Springleaf Drum taps the Stoneforge for mana. Then hammer equips the Germ. Germ attacks for 20.
Yes. Plenty of damage. Yeah, Josh was just in a spot where he didn't quite have the answers that he needed. He had drawn a bunch of lands and hadn't quite put together the responses required. And even though Kevin just had very little mana to work with, the spells are so cheap. Blacksmith skill in response to the Teferi, just able to keep a threat on the board and put Josh in a really tough spot.
So Josh gets to be on the play for this one. Starts off with a Windswept Heath and passes. Kevin has no turn 1 play, just a Flooded Strand. Josh goes grabs Spara's Headquarters, the Bant Trial. I have it both ways, right? It's inclusive for people who know what Bant are.
I honestly think that is necessary given the names of these cards.
Someone hasn't lost to Spara enough in Streets of New Capenna Limited.
Yeah, I lost to it a couple of times. The card's pretty good.
All right, so Josh just has an island now and passes, probably leading up for an Ice Fang Quaddle. That's usually what happens when 4-color players pass on turn 2.
It's nice, like, the range of cards you can have in the spot is, like, Dress Down, Counterspell, Ice Fang Quaddle, which, I mean, on turn 2, that's not necessarily, but when you have 2 blue up, those are the cards that you could cast out of 4-color, and that's tough to navigate around depending on the board state.
And it does look like Josh has a Dress Down, and Dress Down's pretty good as an answer to Stoneforge Mystic, just making them short in equipment. Because casting Squire is not really something people do in Modern, if given the choice. Squire that draws an equipment, though, that one's pretty good.
A pretty good card.
Yeah. Has other text on it, too.
Yes. As we saw that game, not only put the Cauldron Complete into play, but just being on board was scary enough to solitude it over a 10-10. So.
Okay, so there is just resolved. I believe Josh did have a Dress Down in hand, but chose not to use it on Stoneforge Mystic. So Kevin gets free range of the equipment added to hand on this one.
Interesting. I don't think I would be able to be that disciplined about it.
I don't know exactly what Josh has in his hand, so possibly he's building a game plan around making sure he can contain whatever Stoneforge is doing with the other cards and save Dress Down for like the Construct backup.
Yeah. Constructs are the powerful backup plan that can be really tough for 4-color to deal with. So.
It just kind of constrains how you have to interact because you really want to save your interaction for their combo, and if they force you to do stuff with construct tokens, you start getting behind.
Yep.
So Teferi bounces the Stoneforge Mystic. So that's going to be just another equipment for Kevin.
This is a dangerous line. This is one of those, like, I hope you know what you're doing sort of sequences.
So Kevin did draw an Urza Saga, so that's going to come down. And Stoneforge Mystic will follow. Yep, there it is. Coming back. This time we're grabbing a Colossus Hammer. Okay. And casting the Colossus Hammer. So not looking for Sigarda's Aid on this particular hammer.
Kind of telegraphing the presence of Pure Steel Paladin in hand here.
Yeah. You could also need wanting to get more artifacts for Urza Saga Construct tokens if that's part of your plan. Like there's another reason to do it, but
yeah,
likely it is a Pure Steel Paladin sort of deal. So there is a expressive iteration from Josh. grabbing a Misty Rainforest. Okay, just playing the Misty Rainforest. And Unholy Heat is being able to be cast until end of turn.
We're just gonna go ahead and put this Stoneforge Mystic in the graveyard. We know where this is going.
So we're fetching a red source off Misty Rainforest. Will cost an extra 2 life. Steam Vents is the grab. So Josh is down to 14. Unholy Heat takes down the Stoneforge Mystic. And now Kevin's board is just Urza Saga, a couple lands, and a Colossus Hammer against Josh's Teferi and 4 lands.
And we know that Josh has Dress Down. So he's kind of hoping that Kevin goes for a construct-based game plan at this point. He could really kind of eat him alive with this Dress Down. But I think given the number of cards Kevin has in his hand, that's not really a tempting line to take.
I agree with you, but you have to think that Kevin knew this was a possibility and had a third land that wasn't Urza Saga available to play. He had a Flutterstrand in hand, which he's playing now.
So maybe he did want to get to this point, or maybe he just wants to stack up Colossus Hammers in play for a Pure Steel Paladin turn.
Yeah, exactly. Like there are multiple things Kevin could be doing, as we see a beta planes come out alongside the snow-covered planes.
Just kind of, it's for your gifts package.
Oh, of course, yeah. When you sideboard in gifts and give in the hammer deck. I forgot about that one. All right, so we'll see what Kevin ends up doing. I think there's another Stoneforge Mystic in his hand if he wants to just grab all the equipment in his deck. Like, grabbing a Cauldron is not the worst, though.
I mean, I like the threat of that at this point.
Okay, so here's Lavinia, which stops evoking, basically.
Yes.
If a spell is cast without mana being spent to cast it, then it gets countered. So that shuts off all the evoke elementals, but it does not stop them from being cast for their mana cost.
But it does limit the number of plays Josh can make in a single turn.
Yeah. So Colossus Hammer added to the hand along with the Cauldron we already saw. I'm just going to grab all the hammers. So now this Stoneforge may need to be dealt with before Cauldron comes down. Looks like Josh drew a land for the turn. There's 2 Dress Downs in hand, so it's a good thing Kevin did not go for the Urza Saga plan.
But yeah, and now we are in a spot with, you don't know what cards you're going to draw, but kind of regrets for not Dress Downing that first Stoneforge Mystic.
There is a Massagia in Josh's hand, which is a pretty good card against Hammer. It cannot kill Cauldron due to it being indestructible.
Yes.
But it does do a good job at like covering you from
a hammer attack.
Yeah, hammer with Spell Pierce backup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tough to interact with the channel ability. Mm-hmm. Although Blacksmith Guild works.
Yeah, Blacksmith Guild works. Okay, Supreme Verdict will...
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, need to get a white source to cast it off this, again, Wooded Foothills. So it's going to cost a couple of life.
Still, yeah, and we're getting closer to the point where a single hammer hit is lethal.
Yeah.
Although Kevin has plenty of hammers to put together, so...
So down to 11. Kevin might be incentivized to make a construct here, which would play into Josh's 2 Dress Downs.
Yeah, draws his card, thinks about what to do with his Saga here. It is a very expensive, costs 3 mana to do
absolutely,
this.
Yeah. Lets it go. Floats the mana.
Yep.
Looks for a 1-mana artifact. That's the mana floating, is what that die represents now. I was about to ask if a Gingerbrute was in the deck, because I would be really tempted to get Gingerbrute here.
Yeah. I mean, we're confident that he has Pure Steel Paladin in hand, right? We know about this hammer.
The more he plays Colossus Hammers, the more I agree that he has Pure Steel Paladin in hand.
Inching closer to 100% certainty.
And there's the Pure Steel Paladin, which does not have a counterspell.
And Josh ends that game with those Dress Downs in hand. Did not get any use out of them.
No, didn't end up cycling it or use it on turn 2 with the Stoneforge Mystic.
And I think ultimately, like my issue with not doing it in response to that turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic is not only like, oh, got to get some use out of this Dress Down, but you're choked on mana at many points in this game, and you can't I don't think, afford to give up a turn 2 play that does a thing in favor of not doing anything. I think that is very likely to cost you.
It's also nice to draw white and red cards, yeah, because you want like Dress Down it has a use,
Right.
but
It also draws you a card.
yeah, it draws you a card and gets you closer to Fury and Solitude. Solitude especially being the like standout elemental in this matchup.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good win for Hammer there.
Yeah, good clean win. Really did exactly what it did. Just put 4-color under pressure the entire game. That like Stoneforge on turn 2, and then you have to deal with it or it's going to Cauldron you. So you Teferi the Stoneforge and let me actually outcard you is a pretty unreal line. And just fell too far behind, and Josh couldn't climb back into it. I think we're about ready to go to a break. We will be back with, I believe, the last round that we are covering today.
Yeah, round 12 would be the last round for myself and Chris here, and then we're gonna switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, and REID and Jonathan SUKENIK.
Yeah, I believe that is REID Duke.
Yes.
Gotta get the full names.
Yeah. REID's like an Oprah
mononym
type. Yeah, exactly. I think that's fair.
Yeah, but we'll be back for that in just a few minutes here.
Yep. See y'all then. Hello, and we are back. Round 12 of Modern at SCG Syracuse, the 30K Modern event. I'm Chris CASTRO-RAPPL. With me is Lee McLeod. Haley.
Oh, hi, Chris.
Did a little
introductions around the 12.
Did a little podcast opening. I don't know. People are coming in. People are coming out. We got 1,000 viewers. I don't know how many of those just showed up.
To watch Hammer crush 4-color.
Yeah, that was kind of a beating. 4-color really just fell behind and never clawed back into it.
I've noticed that when 4-color's on camera, a lot of people are cheering for the non-4-color deck.
How about that?
Yeah, I can empathize with that. It's kind of the bad guy of the format, but the deck is really good.
It's really good. I did have a day. I managed to get myself dumpstered by Murktide yesterday, which was surprising. I usually getting dumpstered by 4-color, so it was a kind of a nice change of pace. But now we're going to watch Matt try to do a little more dumpstering himself. We have word that 10 wins is a lock for top 8 in this tournament. So this is a win-in for these two players.
Yeah. So Stephen Pucio on Amulet. I think that's a Cavern of Souls is the first land there. Not too sure.
I think you're right.
Into an Explore. That's the dual decks version.
Ooh. Not a lot of Explores in these Titan decks these days.
Yeah, you see a couple every now and then, but it's not a stock type of thing.
But on the play with the Explorer, like this is the point where Explorer is pretty good, just on the play, and you're pulling way ahead on mana, and then Murktide is forced to think about what it can do. That Cavern in play at least lets Matt know that holding up Counterspell is not an effective strategy.
Yeah. So Matt goes ahead and cracks his Misty Rainforest after does a Turn Timber, whatever the backside of Turn Timber Symbiosis is. I know it's not Grove because that's another land.
Yes. I couldn't tell you.
I looked to you for knowledge, and I don't know why.
Turn Timber something. It's a land.
So Matt grabs a Steam Vents and draws an Expressive Iteration. Has a Ragavan on hand, so can crack this Polluted Delta for an island and just play Ragavan, or can just leave open a counterspell to try to do Dryad. I do not know what Cavern of Soul is naming. I imagine if counterspell is being held up in here, Cavern might just be naming Giant.
Yes. This doesn't seem like a spot to leave it up if it is naming Dryad. That's a pretty solid telegraph of what this turn would be intended to be. Cavern on Giant, we are hearing. Yep. That makes a lot of sense.
From the floor.
That's the default name.
So Summoner's Pact being cast. Yeah, you got that one. So this is going to be a Drow.
Oh my goodness.
Do we have... So Bounce Land would give you the mana from Castle Garenbrig, which is 6.
Yep, that does it.
So there's a Simic Growth Chamber, that fancy new one from Double Masters 2. Picking up the Cavern of Souls after we've already had mana from it. Now this is counterable because all the mana went to Castle Garenbrig, correct?
Yes.
Is that true, or
did I
miscount?
No, you're totally right. That's the only way you get to 6. So this is a counterable Primeval Titan, but looks like Matt. Maybe I'm confused.
It's possible I just miscounted.
I don't think so though, because I think that I just saw a counterspell flash by in Matt's hand.
Yeah, there was only 4 mana, right? You got Simic Growth Chamber for 2, then the Turn Timber, then the Cavern. All that mana goes into the castle.
Right, I believe that was a counterable Titan. Matt's gonna double bolt it here.
Yeah, but the damage is
pretty done. I think Matt may have just not realized that man that got filtered through the castle, and the Titan was actually counterable.
Yes, there's a Boros Garrison, and I don't recognize the other land that was picked up. It was kind of grayscale.
Well, since that was a garrison, did he get a haste land?
I do not know. I didn't think there was a Fancy Slayer Stronghold, but I could be wrong.
Is there a Fancy Slayer Stronghold?
I just said I didn't know.
I'm just trying to think. I think there is not. I think you're right that there is not, but who knows at this point? All right, we got Expressive Iteration into Ragavan for Matt here.
Oh no, there is a Fancy Slayer Stronghold, and that was it.
Okay. Oh, it is. Is it a black and white one?
Yeah, from the Innistrad Midnight.
Chaotic.
Yeah. So goes to Steven's turn, and he pays for his pact as a dutiful Amulet Titan player.
Yeah. This was a window for Matt to do Expressive Iteration into Ragavan, knowing that Steven can't do anything too dangerous on this turn. Well, I mean, that's not true. It is Amulet. Like, there is a possibility of, like, Azusa and then whatever, but not super likely.
Yes, that is a Gruul Turf. Returning this to hand. All right. So there's still a Cavern in Steven's hand, which could name Giant again, and actually make the Titan counterable this time. There's another Gruul Turf.
Those are cool bounce lands. It's nice that now there is an option available for players who want their bounce lands to look ridiculous.
Yeah. They're very color saturated.
Yeah,
That's what I'll say.
You do know what colors of mana these things make.
Yeah, it's hard to miss. The Boros Garrison is a little off. It looks like it taps for gray mana, but whatever.
Fortunately, Magic the Gathering, not a game involving gray mana very often.
Yeah. No shades of gray in Magic the Gathering. All your choices are clear cut, black and white.
Mm-hmm.
So Matt's deciding what he wants to do with his turn. Obviously, he can't cast Gruul Turf. So between his 4 mana sources available, has Express Federation and a few counter spells in play, including Archmage's Charm. So it's pretty tempting to kind of pass turn, but Matt knows that's not really an option with Cavern of Souls in the equation.
And look at how many counter spells. Yeah, his hand is just all counter spells, and he knows there's a Cavern of Souls in Steven's hand.
So now it's kind of like, okay, what is my plan? I can't rely on Ragavan to do 18 more points of damage.
No, do you just steal this amulet? Like, how do you make your cards do anything here?
If there's a Dryad in Steven's hand, I believe you can even play Titan with haste, thanks to the Castle Garenbrig.
I wonder at what point in this game Matt realized, because I'm sure it caught up to him at some point, and he realized, like, I could have countered that Titan, couldn't I? And that's, you're gonna have to get over that tilt, whatever that does to you mentally, and then just slow down and start playing good Magic from there on out.
Possibly. I know when. Okay, so that counterspell did take down the Summoner's Pact. I know that when I'm in game, I typically don't think about my past actions unless they are reflecting how I should play in the future, and that's not one that helps.
Yeah. Turn-to Symbiosis is spell pierceable, but I believe that is a counterspell that is not in Matt's hand right now.
But there is a treasure, so you can just play another counterspell.
Yep. And so he's managed to get through this turn with 2 counterspellable spells and turn his cards into cards.
All right. And that's a Valakut, the Molten Pinnacle.
Turns Dryad into a pretty significant threat here.
Yes, but maybe Matt just hits it here. Or Primeval Titan. Just one less in the deck, you know? All right, so that's another Valakut.
Yeah, Ragavan exiling some of the one-ofs can actually become relevant depending on what it hits.
All right, so we got a Dress Down, which is pretty good against Titan, an Unholy Heat, and a card I do not recognize, or can't quite make out.
It's looking slightly Archmage's Charmy, but I couldn't tell you. Oh, no.
Slightly Archmage's Charmy. It is
Archmage's Charm. I knew it.
It's just exiled, though. Just not interested in it. Just couldn't cast all the cards off of the Express Federation. Would have really liked to hit a land drop there.
Yeah. When you need the land drop and you don't hit it with the Expressive Iteration, it just, you were counting on it. You knew you were going to hit. You always hit, except when you don't. There's a Cavern. There's a Titan.
I'm assuming this is uncounterable and the Cavern named Giant.
Yes. Since the Cavern was played immediately preceding the Primeval Titan here.
That'd be my assumption. I'm just one man, though.
One man with a dream of seeing this Primeval Titan get some lands. Unholy Heat in Matt's hand, though. One of the reasons that that amulet has dropped off in the manner that it has is that Murktide has a 1-mana removal spell for Primeval Titan.
Oh, I think we're doing something fancy. I think we are, because this is for, I think Steven may have the way he gestured to his lands. He may have activated Castle Garenbrig and used Cavern of Souls.
Sure.
So he has some a green mana for creatures floating.
Okay.
Possibly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yet the Primeval Titan is still uncounterable because he used the Cavern of Souls mana to put into the Titan.
Right. I have to imagine we are doing some sort of Teleria West thing here.
Yes. So we've got a Simic Growth Chamber in Teleria West. That is enough to... Right, so Titan hits the bin from an Unholy Heat.
And Matt didn't want Steven to know that the Titan was dying before choosing the lands he was getting.
Of course. Not like Steven's Haste Land is also in his hand, though. So
Right. But it's the difference between playing knowing that your Titan is not making it and playing like assuming, okay, worst case my Titan dies, I need to make the plays that hedge for that.
Yeah, these hand gestures are trying to figure out how we're paying for Teleria West.
Yes.
Transmute, but that's just Simic Growth Chamber plus Teleria West. Those card lands untap before you with the amulet.
It's really nice. It's very it's quite a synergy when you have the amulet. I mean, the difference between Amulet Titan with an amulet in play and not and having an amulet in play is extraordinary.
So it looks like Steven's singled out a 0-cost card he wants to grab and has not yet revealed it. It is a Summoner's Pact. So there, if our read is correct, there is a green mana for creatures floating.
Mm-hmm.
So this could be another Titan, it looks like. No land drops, though, for Steven. He played the Cavern of Souls this turn.
Yeah, I think we're just going to play another Titan next turn.
Just tee it up.
Just keep doing it. You know, life total is still 16. This Ragavan is not killing you yet.
It does take a while for Ragavan to kill you. Yes.
And when you are playing a deck in which your spells are not things against you, Ragavan is a little bit less frightening. The treasure is the main thing, but, you know, Matt's not going to flip anything that stops a Titan from happening.
So Matt is trying to count how much mana Steven has to spend between Summoner's Pact as well as just paying for playing another Titan.
Yeah.
Oh, Summoner's Pact Exile. That's actually pretty cool. Now Matt cannot cast that. I mean, I guess he can, but it seems like a waste.
It doesn't seem like a great idea here. But yeah, taking the packs out of the deck does reduce the length of the chain that the Primeval Titan Teleria West Summoner's Pact, you know, route can go.
All right, so there's an Archmage's Charm to draw 2 cards. It's going to be an island and a Spiral Canal. Would have liked one of those islands or one of those lands when Express Federation was being cast like 1 million turns ago. But
yep.
I guess they're here now. We're crutching on these treasure tokens pretty hard. Unfortunately, they don't help you counter a Primeval Titan thanks to that Cavern of Souls.
No, yeah, no amount of counter spells and Archmage's Charm can do that at this point in the game.
So do we have enough mana to play Titan, pay for Pact, and activate Slayer Stronghold? So there's a Pact pay.
Yeah, we definitely have that and Titan.
We can't. I think we can, but it would make the Titan counterable, which is probably not something you want to do.
No, I think that's very clear a thing you don't want in this spot.
Especially since Matt has dutifully not played a second creature the entire game.
Right. There may be a counterspell in that hand. I mean, just guessing.
All right, so Steven's working out what he wants to do. I think he's thinking about the same things we were between trying to give the Titan haste and playing around a counterspell.
Yeah.
And I think you just kind of have to play around counterspell. Matt hasn't done anything else.
Yeah, I think it's face up.
Yeah,
especially
he also just cast an Archmage's Charm to draw 2 cards.
And this is like the first time that Matt has had blue up on Steven's turn too, and so just the odds of an Archmage's Charm being over there are through the roof.
Yeah, so I believe we're doing the same thing as last turn. The Garenbrig Cavern thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that Grilled Turf was just played. It does need to bounce a land before a spell is cast.
Yes.
All right, we're just figuring out the mana situation.
Yeah.
It can be very confusing if the Amulet player is not exceedingly clear.
Yeah. I mean, you
Because
need to be
there's a lot of stuff going on.
very tight with all of your triggers, all of your like keeping track of what colors of mana are added, what types of mana in the case of Cavern. Although Cavern does like automatically, the like automatic shortcutting there for Cavern is quite can be a source of frustration for a newer player potentially.
So there's Primeval Titan. And yeah, I still have the habit of from when that card came out, just announcing what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's neither here nor there for this match.
Yes. All right, so this Titan comes down. The Cavern gets picked up, likely so that it can name a Dryad at some point in the future.
Yeah, there's a Valakut in play, and it is getting very close to just being able to shoot Matt out of the game.
Yeah.
Jukabog and Urza Saga are the grabs, but Jukabog taking out that luscious and thick graveyard that's been accumulating throughout the whole game.
Right, and I mean, one of the things that Murktide can do to turn it around is play a 2-mana 8/8 and then just like kill in 2 swings and stall until then with its spells. Taking out the graveyard, pretty important for stopping that. And then this Urza Saga, we just went for a pure value Titan here.
And Urza Saga is also a pretty good card. Like that's also creatures that can't be countered by the Murktide stuff.
Sure.
They do have some difficulty dealing with large constructs. Amulet does not have large constructs.
No.
But by the time you crank out 2 constructs and get another Amulet into play, or I guess an Expedition map if you want to have the option to grab another Saga.
Or if Steven hits another Urza Saga, there's lots of ways to get there. But even just 2 4/4s can be a big problem.
And we do know Matt plays Dress Down. So
right
here is the patented Ledger Shredder Mishra's Bauble connive trigger, discarding another Ledger Shredder.
Dress Down, not only great against the constructs, but pretty good in response to an uncounterable Primeval Titan that you're planning on Unholy Eating.
Yes, it's excellent. That scenario.
It's a card in this matchup.
Alright, so we're using a Consider on Matt's turn. He's looking at the top card pretty heavily here. I can't quite make out what it is, but it must be at least somewhat good if Matt's considering keeping it here. It's Express Iteration. Okay, so that makes sense.
That is a pretty good one.
Trying to determine if you have time to cast it, I think, is where that really comes in.
Yep. And I think we got to focus on that 14 life points over in the top left corner and figure out a way to get that to 0 before just Urza Saga, some combination of Urza Saga and uncounterable Dryad and Valakut triggers like take this over.
I mean, Ragavan's been doing his best this whole game.
Yeah.
But it is he doesn't have enough power to really close the game.
He can't get through the 6/6?
No.
That's tough.
Sometimes he can steal buddies and add to your board, but
yes.
Against Titan, it's really hard to do that.
It is very difficult. Not a lot of buddies in this deck to steal. You can't just get your Turok and
it is
beat
nice.
down.
I have seen a Ragavan cast a Primeval Titan before. That is nice.
That is sick. Well, a little less impressive when it's just getting 2 Spire Bluff Canals, but
yeah, it looks like the hand is another Ragavan and a counterspell and a couple lands from Matt, I believe. Oh, there's Unholy.
There's an Unholy Heat. So, that was huge.
Yeah, draws it in the upkeep off the Mishra's Bauble and immediately casts it.
Yep. And the fact that he has relevant cards, like, I mean, mostly that, like, you just had to bottom, or had to graveyard the Expressive Iteration and just go for, like, I have cards that are live. I can kill this Primeval Titan. I can maybe set up a Murktide Regent. I got to go for one of those instead of a spell for next turn.
And there's a chance Steven has to. I mean, if he wants to cast spells, you do have to be measured. You do not want Matt to draw out of the situation if you have another threat.
Mm-hmm.
And the connive triggers do add up and help Matt out.
I mean, Matt's got a graveyard again.
Right.
Steven does need to pay for his pact.
No, he hasn't. He paid last turn.
Was this because that was
he pacted the turn
before and then cast the Titan. Yeah.
To play around like a counterspell because Matt was tapped out at that point.
Yes.
Because counterspell can counter Summoner's Pact. So coming in for 4 with Ledger Shredder and the Ragavan. Looks like we're activating a construct, or making a construct token, which is going to meet a lightning bolt on the side of Matt. So Ragavan can get on in there, nimbly pilfer another card. So it is a forest. We're doing the nice 15-degree angle tap on those lands.
The arena tap.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Murktide. I think this is going to be a full 8/8 Murktide too, right? Because there's 2 considers, yeah?
It's going to be pretty big.
You just have to figure out if you want to keep Unholy Heat live, I think.
Sure.
And we're doing it.
That's a big Murktide.
Yep. Unholy Heat. So there's no instant in the yard, but there's creature, artifact, sorcery.
And what this does do for Matt is give him lethal in the air. That is an 8/8 Murktide, a 2-power Ledger Shredder against Steven's 10 life points.
So you just pitched the Spell Pierce, right? What is Spell Pierce doing in this game?
Yeah, I don't think that.
It also gives you Delirium.
Yeah, and now Matt's set up.
You just hope Steven doesn't draw a Primeval Titan.
This matchup is so tough for Titan.
I think it's like pretty close, actually. The games can be kind of lopsided sometimes, but Titan does have a lot of ways. Like Cavern is also doing a number.
Cavern is doing a number, but I think like imagine this game if he didn't have the Cavern. Just how.
Imagine if he had a Dryad at any point.
Yeah. All right.
Yep. So Steven packs that one up. Murktide is going to seal the deal for Matt. Yeah, that one was closer than I think it felt on either player's direction throughout the game.
Well, I mean, that was also a game where if Matt's like brain hadn't betrayed him on turn 3 of that game, he just would have countered the first Primeval Titan.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Which, to be fair, I was a pretty greedy line for Steven to take there.
Maybe he kind of like played Matt into it because he did pick up the Cavern, like showing him the Cavern again.
Yeah, I just don't really know exactly how this went down, but pretty wild to have that as the opening of the game and then Matt able to take it back.
Yeah, that's nice. Really well done by Matt there, despite missing land drops and just having a Ragavan and all counter spells for a pretty long time.
Yeah, that Unholy Heat off of that bubble trigger too was that's a nice draw.
Oh yeah, of course. Like that was probably at that point the deciding draw.
Yes, I think it locked that one out completely.
All right, so we're gonna see the player's sideboard. I'm not actually sure what the sideboard decisions are in the Murktide deck.
Well, Matt does have Blood Moons. We do know that.
Which prompts. And is it also Magus that he has? I believe so, right?
Yes. So
he has a diversification of the moon effects.
Yeah, and the Maguses are tougher because even if Steven has Boseiju in the deck, if he does bring in anything else, disenchant wise, Maguses are generally pretty tough for the Amulet deck to take out.
Yeah, I mean, Dismember is not that bad. You board it in for Magus, but also it can take down Ledger Shredder if it seems like it's going to be out of hand.
Yeah, I don't know how many copies Steven is playing, but
I mean, you always got to play a couple.
Yeah.
The Amulet sideboards are not the most robust because you get to play a lot of like Force of Vigors and Endurance and stuff like that. You can shave all those cards, of course, but you have such a tight core game plan.
Yeah.
That you don't want to muddle it down too much by taking out your excess pieces. Normally you shave like lands that aren't important, stuff
right?
Like that.
We do know that Matt has at least a couple copies. Has like I think 2 copies of Subtlety in his sideboard as well because we have seen those.
All right, so Steven gets to be on the play this time, and their players are considering opening hands. Steven's shipping it back, and Matt joins him. Bad 6s. Do you? One thing I've noticed players when they mulligan, some people just like throw the cards in their deck one at a time, like in different spots in their deck.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do that?
I do sometimes, just from habit. I don't know. It's obviously pointless. Shouldn't do it. I definitely do it with sideboard cards. I shouldn't do that, but I think I don't do it with hands, but I do it with sideboard cards. I shouldn't do it with either, but
Right. It's weirder that you don't do it with one and do it with the other.
well, because hands are just cards. A sideboard is like I really got to mana weave these 4 ley lines of the void in my deck.
Yeah, of course, and then shuffle them.
Yeah.
I don't do either of those things. It's weird.
I mean, you shouldn't. You just shouldn't. It's just weaving. Like there's
I mean,
no.
it's just kind of a waste of time.
Yes.
Really. So player's going to be looking at their second set of 7s. So we'll have to put one back if they choose to keep.
Looking like several counter spells in Matt's hand. Kind of an awkward Ledger Shredder hand, given the CMCs of these things.
Yeah, but just draw a bauble. Like, come on.
Yeah, then it's perfect. You can get rid of one of your extra Murktides.
Yeah, you draw your land, you discard a Murktide, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Forest Grazer, one of the better amulets, starts into a Celestial Sanctuary, I believe.
So just for validation, we've got Francisco in the chat saying, I think the matchup is indeed horrible for Amulet. And if anybody would know, it'd be Francisco.
Yeah. It's especially horrendous once they start putting a bunch of Blood Moons into play.
Yeah, the Blood Moons really just are the pièce de résistance of this like horror show of cards that are good against you.
So Matt's going down to 17 after fetching out of Steam Vents. Ragavan not super great against our Boreal Grazer. One of our Boreal Grazer's claim to fames.
Yeah.
So Matt's just going to cast a Consider. And then draw. And then go just turn 2. Puts a counter spell in the bin.
Is that a bounce line on Steven's side?
Yeah, that's a Celestial Sanctuary.
Okay. Yeah.
Endurance on the instep. Clean up Matt's graveyard and just start, applying pressure.
Just start attacking.
Yeah. Endurance not nearly as good against blue-red as it has been in the past.
Right.
When they had a million Dragon's Age Channelers in their deck.
I think it's a fundamental difference to the modern format, honestly.
And it looks like Matt is just going to counter it. Just not going to let Steven have the pressure.
Yeah. Steven hasn't established like an amulet here, anything that indicates he's going to play something super dangerous on his turn here. So keep the graveyard, get that 3/4 reach off the table.
Yeah, typically if you had a Dryad, you would choose to play that over an Endurance.
Well, yeah, especially when your opponent only has 1 land up.
Right. Hard to spell pierce that.
Yes.
So Matt's looking at this Ragavan. Probably wishing our Boreal Grazer didn't exist.
Yeah. That makes it tough. It's tough to get through with the 2/1. I am a little curious about the Endurance play with no sort of punish or anything on the turn. But maybe I guess really just trying to head off the quick Murktide Regent, which is a pretty serious threat.
Yeah, and you also do, pressure is important.
Yeah.
Like, especially if your hand's a little loose. What's interesting to Matt's play is that, is there a Legislator in his hand? There must not be, right?
I think he bottomed one because his hand was so clunky for it.
Gotcha. So Steven just plays a Castle Garenbrig and passes the turn back. Matt considers but keeps the card on top. Looks like it was a Archmage's turn.
So the Castle Garenbrig play to me feels like it indicates either like no lands left or like another castle left or something, because you usually play that as your last one. Well, or he's disguising a cavern, one or the other.
Yeah. I mean, that's the mana for Titan right there. So probably just doesn't have a Titan or is unwilling to jam it into a counterspell.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Like, you should probably assume by turn 5 that they're gonna have the ability to play Titan.
Right.
Because you typically can sandbag amulets for a similar conclusion. Yeah.
True. Yeah, so Steven's got like all the mana that he could possibly want, but no cavern, and Matt representing counterspell pretty hard, and now has put that cheap 2 mana 6/6 clock into play.
So there's a Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, Matt has to decide if Steven's like sandbagging. I guess he's played.
No land drops.
There's no land drops.
Well, is there a land drop? Was that Gruul Turf put into play with our Boreal Grazer?
Maybe.
I wasn't paying close enough attention.
I think it probably must have been, and it led to this counterspell. Well, no, because then the land
would be in hand.
yeah, we know that's not a cavern.
Either way, Summoner's Pact is not going to be an issue. It's just going to be the counterspell.
Yeah.
And then Matt crunches in with this 7/7 Murktide Regent, dropping Steven down to 13 and starting to kind of work Steven, trying to end the game here.
Yeah, and Murktide's very good at that. It's just 7/7 is quite large. That is exactly 3 hits.
Steven does have a couple chump blockers in
Yeah.
the form of this Sloth with Reach.
I think we may be seeing Matt about to steal one because that cuts a turn off of his clock.
He is certainly thinking about it. One thing...
I think he has a subtlety in hand, so...
Yeah, I like...
Okay, just draw it. That's probably better.
Ooh, drew another Archmage's Charm, so still has the option.
Yeah. You probably don't steal one when there are 2. You steal the one after they've started jumping, and...
Well, now, after he blocks with 1, Ragavan can attack.
Yeah, and that is a much bigger payoff.
And here is, if this is a Titan, even if it's uncounterable, Subtlety does deal with it. So
yeah,
not a huge deal.
Not uncounterable.
Right. So Subtlety will put that on top or bottom. Top, unsurprising. It's the best card in your deck. But I think this is...
I think that's just the end of the game.
Gonna wrap here.
Yeah.
If there's a bolt or anything, then our Boulder Grazer hits the dust. I think Steven may try to draw it with maybe not. You can just hit crunch in and then just leave open whatever.
Yeah, as long as you have an answer, and you don't even need an answer to that Titan. There's no amulet on the table. You could just like get Titaned and then kill them.
And there's, I mean, Matt has a Dress Down in his hand too. You
so.
can just cast Dress Down and make them have a Crawl Worm. So there's the attack.
Excuse me, that's a Colossal Dreadmaw.
Sorry. Endurance, cast from Steven. So this is block Subtlety and kills it.
It does.
Matt, I think can comfortably, if I read his hand correctly, could Archmage's Charm this?
Yeah, we know the Titan's getting drawn next turn.
And then just dress down the Titan and attack for lethal.
Yep.
Endurance is himself. And then just goes to blocks. Block Ragavan. Okay.
Yeah.
So taking the big ol' 7 from Murktide Regent, dropping him to 6. Endurance can block next turn. So
yeah, he does have 2 blocks against this Murktide.
All right, so there's an island from the fetch. And now we're kind of in the final throes of this game. Like, Steven will draw Titan and cast it, because that's what he has to do.
Yep.
Matt knows he has to do that, and will likely just counter it.
And yeah, for Steven knowing the Titan is on top and you just have to cast it, but like, it got put there, and...
So what if you don't cast it? You just block, chump, or chump block, and
you're
then
just hoping to like...
take the Ledger Shredder and try to draw Veil of Summer, or something like that?
Yeah, but like, you don't have an amulet in play, so Titan doesn't actually really do anything the turn it comes down.
You just draw the amulet off of Veil of Summer. It doesn't work.
Hold on, that's... I don't believe we have enough cards to do all of this stuff.
Okay, so Connive, the Ledger Shredder, gets a +1/+1 counter after Matt discards a card I cannot see because of the glare. It's Ragavan, though.
And here's the dive down.
And here's the Dress Down.
A dress down. That's the name of the card.
Yeah. Dress Down shuts off Primeval Titan's abilities so that Steven doesn't get to search or anything like that. It's just a 6/6. And then when the Dress Down goes away, Primeval Titan gets unlocked, but it doesn't super matter. If Matt draws an Unholy Heat here, the game is not over, but really close. Oh, he has an Unholy Heat just rolled up in hand. So top card is, I can't quite tell. It was some green card. I think it might have been a Turn Timber Symbiosis.
Mm-hmm.
So Titan dies to the Unholy Heat. Matt gets to connive because that's what Ledger Shredder does. Yeah. You get to you can't rush through a connive trigger, right?
No.
If you point an Unholy Heat at something and your opponent just throws it in the graveyard as quick as possible, you can still connive.
I mean, the only argument here is that Matt's Unholy Heat is in his graveyard, but the card just goes somewhere. You know, I don't think it's a big deal, unless there's other stuff going on the stack and you missed announcing it. But
right, but I think it's just reasonable to let that one work like that.
Yes. And then with an Unholy Heat in hand, there's really nothing Steven can do here.
Also, he discarded a counterspell there, which is like the most supreme show of strength I've ever seen.
It's pretty powerful.
It just like it doesn't even matter, right? So now you can Matt has an Unholy Heat in hand, so this Unholy Heat can come after the Endurance, and then you just attack for lethal.
Yes. There's really no way out here.
Boom. That is game. Steven falls 0-2 to Matt Tumovich. Goes to 10-2.
A lot of cards in that Murktide deck that are quite good against the Amulet deck.
Yeah, so the word on the street is that 10-3 is a good record for top 8.
Yep.
And there's one more round before the top 12. So Matt Tumovich just has made it. He's made the cutoff. No matter if he wins or loses next round.
Our understanding, he has locked up top 8, so congratulations. Or top 12.
Yeah.
Top 12. So congratulations to Matt Tumovich on that one. Yes, that is the grayscale Slayer's Stronghold from the like black and white whatever it was called in a Strahd set. So that's what that was for everyone. Double feature. That's it.
The secret lair had all of the Avacyn restored lands, the ones that were like, enemy colored activations.
Yeah.
So we're going into another match with a stomping ground into Birds of Paradise. So I'm not sure what deck this is quite yet.
Oh man, this is a different era.
Yeah, with Kevin on Azorius Hammer, who we saw dispatch our 4-color player last round in a pretty quick match.
Is this the... I don't know what this is. This is like a Seasoned Pyromancer Blood Moon Stompy deck?
I'm not even going to speculate. We'll just see in a little bit, I know there's Giver Runes, and that's usually pretty good against red decks.
This is
Wall of Roots.
Roots.
All right. Is this some sort of Eldritch Evolution? And no land drop.
No land drop.
That's rough. Is this some sort of like Evolution or Kiki Chord deck? I haven't seen this deck yet on coverage, so I don't know what Seth is playing.
I mean, it could be Yawgmoth with a horrible land draw with the
you're not playing a Stomping
one
Ground.
Stomping Ground.
Get out of here.
Well, but you can play a Magus in Yawgmoth.
You can.
Anything is possible in paper tournaments, Lee.
You're right. So Kevin plays the second land and follows up with a Pure Steel Paladin. So a Pure Steel Paladin protected by Giver Runes is pretty good, especially with Seth stumbling in mana. So if Seth wants to interact with Kevin's board, he has to kind of get through the Giver Runes first.
Well, if this is Yawgmoth, the way that you interact with an opponent's board, whenever that starts happening, the Giver is not really an obstacle to it.
Gen Yawgmoth keeping a 1-land Stomping Ground hand is possible, but I don't know what these players kept 7, so it could be Yawgmoth. I hope not, though.
What do we got?
Ignoble Hierarch. It's looking way more like Yawgmoth.
This is looking more and more Yawgmothy all the time.
And to I don't know what that card is.
That's another Wall of Roots.
Is it? Okay. I guess I'm not used to that Wall of Roots.
So there is a black. There are 2 black mana available on his next turn. All right, here comes Colossus Hammer. We need a couple more artifacts before we equip this.
Artifact number 2, draw a card. Artifact number 3, draw a card.
Wow.
You can equip a lot. Oh my goodness, that's a pro green.
Pro green and dead.
All right, so that's Kevin just taking him out.
There's a lot of hammers.
Whenever we tune into Kevin's game, he just smashes someone just so quickly. I really hope he started with 1 hammer and he's like, I gotta draw some more artifacts here, and then just drew 2.
I love that the 3rd hammer, despite not being necessary for lethal damage, was necessary for lethal because we needed that 3rd artifact to equip him
for Battlecraft. All right, so now we're leading on a more reasonable start.
Hey, a black and green land in our heavy black-green deck.
Into an Ignoble Hierarch. This is a time walk match, so we did get to skip through sideboarding and all that stuff.
We love to hear it.
Yeah, Kevin fetches a Marsh Flats. Probably going to grab a Hallowed Fountain, I would guess. Unless he has a Seagrom in hand. Yep, Hallowed Fountain. How do you hold 3 Colossus Hammer with 2 hands? How do you
hold 3 Colossus Hammers?
I mean,
how does a bird hit you with a Sword of Fire and Ice? These are all the mysteries of equipment.
That is a Outland Liberator.
An Outland Liberator. Okay, so protected from some number of Colossus hammers.
At least one hammer right now. That has you can pay 1 to disenchant an artifact and sack it. Is that what that card does? If it flips, because it's now you have to keep track of day and night in this game.
We do have to keep track of day and night, but given that it's modern, spells are likely to be cast every turn.
If it ever flips to night, it becomes very strong.
Yes. It can attack and destroy an Urza Saga on attack.
And still have the sacrifice ability.
Yes, and it retains the sacrifice ability.
All right, so Kevin did lead on Giver for his last turn and is going to a second turn and thinking a little bit. Maybe doesn't have the blessed draw that he did have last turn. Which was nice.
It's a very good draw when your opponent only puts green creatures into play and doesn't do anything else.
Oh yeah, it's excellent.
That draw was very good for that exact situation.
We're reaching for something. What are we looking for? Are we looking for a day-night token? Because that would be a sad way to stop this gameplay.
And you really don't need the day-night token until the werewolf leaves play. Then it becomes relevant.
Yeah, and it also is never tracked after the werewolf leaves play. It's very...
Well...
I mean, it is by the game, but
yes,
not by the players.
But it's a problem in paper if you forget about it after the werewolf leaves play.
All right, so Lavinia comes down. It would stop the aggressive mana production from like last game where we are dropping some frames. So Honorog is trying to get that fixed. It looks like we're kind of just paused right now on the Golgari versus Hammer match.
Yeah, and honestly, because our commentary is going through Honorog's PC before it comes out to y'all, I don't even know if chat can hear us, but we'll keep talking. And since this is a time walk match, we can, back up to whatever point makes the most sense. So Lavinia here really only keeps you from casting like Yawgmoth before you have 4 lands in play, I guess. I guess it's good against Chord.
Yeah, it cuts off Chord of Calling too.
Yeah.
So
okay.
It's pretty decent.
Yeah.
I would not call it like a good or desirable card, but it does have some sort of function in the match.
Yeah, and I think this matchup is pretty bad for Hammer generally. So
yeah, Yawgmoth is just a house.
Yeah, you're reaching for your tools here.
Like the card Yawgmoth.
Yes. Oof. Becomes very difficult to put equipments onto creatures when there's a Yawgmoth on the other side of the table.
So we're reading the backside of Outland Liberator, which I don't even know the name of.
And Seth took a quick read of Lavinia, so hopefully everybody's caught up on what's going on the battlefield.
Yeah, basically you shouldn't cast spells that cost more than the number of lands you have.
Right.
So Yawgmoth is off the table for this one. So Outland Liberator is attacking for 2.
Offering the trade with the Lavinia, so Seth does want that off the table.
Or a trade of Giver. Like a Giver would have to
activate.
Right.
Yeah. And so it looks like Seth wants that to happen, and could be any number of things. Could be just a fatal push in his hand that he wants to take the Lavinia out with.
Doing a clean double block here.
Oh, is the Liberator night side? What?
No, I don't think it's night side. It just got taken out of the sleeve to be read.
Okay.
The backside needed to be read by someone, so they took it out of the sleeve. And I just didn't put it back in.
Oh, sorry. We have Exalted, of course. That is why we need the double block. Yes.
All right, so that is a second. Eldritch Evolution, sacrificing the Ignoble Hierarch, going and grabbing a 3-drop.
And it is Grist. One of the stronger 3-drops we got.
Yeah, a nice little creature in your library for
a huge addition to this deck. Has just gives you so many play patterns, lets you play these games of actual Magic the Gathering where sometimes your deck full of like dopey creatures can't. This thing can keep up on cards and value with a lot of things that
We've got Caterpie tokens. I'm a little disappointed Seth wasn't allowed to put the Caterpies into play, and they have to look for other tokens.
I am also disappointed. Caterpies are perfect for Grist.
Oh, yeah, they're insects.
Yes. Well, is a caterpillar? I guess a caterpillar.
Yeah, they are insects.
That's really weird because caterpillars definitely have more than 6 legs. But I guess butterflies are insects. I guess larvae don't count.
They're just an earlier stage.
Yeah. I don't know what an insect
You got to
is.
get your morphology
Yeah.
correct. But we're
There's a lot of non-insect bugs in Magic the Gathering that have the insect cards.
That is
I
true.
do know that.
Yeah. Like all scorpions.
Yes. Not an insect. That's an arachnid, my friends.
All right, so Urza Saga is the play from Kevin there. That token that's like an eyeball that says token is an insect token from Grist.
Is that better than a Caterpie?
No, it's worse.
Yeah.
But I'm just describing the game state.
Lavinia comes in at the Grist.
Gets taken down. So we're reading Grist. Grist does have a -2 where you can sacrifice a creature to destroy a creature or planeswalker.
Mm-hmm.
So Lavinia hitting that does eliminate that option from Seth.
Well, as long as he wants to keep the Grist.
Yeah, as long as he wants to keep Grist.
Yes.
Stoneforge Mystic, the play here from Kevin, grabbing a Kaldra. So now it's a little more tempting to just kill the Stoneforge Mystic with Grist.
I would agree with that.
Moving on to Seth's turn, we'll see what he has to cobble together. It is a little rough that Lavinia does shut down Court of Calling for like large numbers. So here's a mill and another insect token.
Right.
Just using the backs of tokens now.
That is a lot of the power of the deck. Court of Calling is a really strong card. But here's Yawgmoth.
And that's another good part of this deck.
That's a really strong part of this deck.
So Yawgmoth's on the stack. Kevin is just like kind of thinking about it now. I don't know if he has any interaction for Yawgmoth specifically.
I don't think you can stop the Yawgmoth from entering play via this Hallowed Fountain. But it is very possible that Seth is not able to take this Stoneforge Mystic off the table. I mean, probably Kevin doesn't have Blacksmith skill in post-board against Yawgmoth. But if he does, then it would survive to put Kaldra into play.
Yes, that is true. So reading Yawgmoth, it does have protection from humans, so Lavinia can no longer attack.
Cannot attack anymore. Also, any human equipped with any sort of equipment that doesn't have trample, Yawgmoth can just step in the way of.
Yeah, Pure Soul Paladin is a human.
It is a human.
Not one you often want to equip, but it is a human.
No, but sometimes that happens. All right, looks like we have the path on the creature in response so that Stoneforge Mystic survives to the next turn.
Okay. Just do not want a chance. I wonder if Kevin has another path for Yawgmoth, or just values Kaldra that much highly.
I think he just really wants to get that Kaldra into play. Yeah, I think the trample is so important. It's tough. It's tough to path the non-Yawgmoth creature when Yawgmoth is about to come into play.
Especially since Yawgmoth does so much for this deck.
Yeah, I wonder if Kevin has another path, or hard to see his hand from here. I mean, another path would be spectacular here.
Looks like this may be the one colorless mana Pithing Needle.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay, that's very similar to a removal spell for Yawgmoth.
Anurag, your Discord video looks fine. Like, it is completely workable.
Yeah, we can tell what's going on. We're pros. We're fine.
So in response, Yawgmoth is used to put a counter on Stoneforge Mystic, which will draw a card, and then you're done. You know, Yawgmoth cannot sacrifice himself.
Nope.
He's just not that kind of guy.
No, and I think flavor-wise, Chef's Kiss. Of course, Yawgmoth can't sacrifice himself.
Ooh, we're writing it down. Big shout out to Kevin for writing down the card that's being named.
We really would need slightly higher quality video for that to be helpful, and also, Pithing Needle couldn't possibly name a different card in Magic the Gathering.
I mean, there is a Grist on the table.
There's also a Yawgmoth on the table.
Yeah. All right, so the Germ token coming out from this Kaldra. Kaldra will be jamming in for 5 damage.
Yeah,
here.
this thing can attack the Grist.
Yeah. So Grist is down. Now we'll see if Seth has a hand he can cobble together just like a win with, because he has. Oh, Yawgmoth is That's kind of what the Outland Liberators are trying to do as well. It works with the combo, and it stops this Pithing Needle nonsense.
Yeah, I wonder if Kevin had that Pithing Needle in hand and like knew the value of that Outland Liberator, like, you know, for sure at that point in the game, and that's why he was accepted that trade.
So there's a Wall of Roots into an Ignoble Hierarch.
Honestly, actually, and I do think that that attack with the Outland Liberator has kind of cascaded into a spot where Seth is now in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's rough. It's possible you just need to put some pressure on.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Seth thought just trading for both of his creatures is like actually pretty good.
But that's not what he was able to do on that board.
Right.
Looks like we got Spell Pierced. Is that that's a Force of Vigor that got countered?
I couldn't see what countered it.
I believe it was a Spell Pierce because I think he played his spells, went to Kevin's turn, upkeeped the Force, and Kevin did have the Spell Pierce.
It went very quickly.
Yeah.
Into the graveyard.
And that's going to be really tough. You know, you really needed to disenchant this Pithing Needle to get things going.
There's an Urza Saga token, not to be confused with the Germ token, which looks pretty similar.
Kind of similar.
One of the downsides of Arcade's posts work is it's very detailed, but it's hard to see the detail on the Gorilla coverage camera.
Yeah, especially with the black and white tokens.
Right.
Yeah, so that all happened pretty quickly with the Force, but if the Saga and the Needle had been taken out, then I think Seth would have a shot in this game, and as is, I think he is out of resources and really unable to buy his way back in. Even if he does turn off the Needle on this turn, the Yawgmoth would need to draw very perfectly in order to do anything.
And I think Seth only has 2 cards in hand? 3 cards in hand?
2. Yeah, I think he had 1, because Force costs 2 cards to cast.
I think he just tapped 4 mana for it, though.
Oh, did he do that?
Yeah, because Wall of Roots into Ignoble Hierarch into...
Gotcha, I think you're right. Yeah. That's how you get Spell Pierced.
That is how you get... It's hard to Spell Pierce 0 mana cards.
Yeah.
All right, so Seth is thinking about his turn. Must not have an easy line. He is under quite a bit of pressure with this Construct token and the Cauldron. Even with no hammer, like, kind of involved in this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just lose to Urza Saga and Stoneforge Mystic.
Pithing Needle's doing a lot of work here, too.
Pithing Needle's doing a lot of work. That's correct.
Yeah, protecting it with Spell Pierce was a big gain for Kevin.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
At least 2 mana. We're doing some casting of spells. Got a Eldritch Evolution. Is it on?
So this can get an Outland Liberator, but I don't believe that that's going to be enough.
You'd have to draw well after that, I think, with the Yawgmoth. And that
and you're spending so much mana. Like, if this is, you know, you get the Liberator in play, you pay 1 to naturalize, you
could do a value play. You could block the Liberator on the Construct token, then take out the Pithing Needle, then like maybe block with the Wall of Roots, depending on how Kevin attacks, and sacrifice it to Yawgmoth.
Yeah.
But it's a little segmented. You'd have to see how like the pieces interact, I think.
He may not have a second Liberator. There may not be another disenchant creature in the deck.
That would be really rough. And yeah, that would just be really rough.
Yeah, I definitely don't know how you come back from this. A Jarl's Messenger. I don't think
Jarl's Messenger does it.
Not with no Yawgmoth activation available.
So take 2. Cool.
Yeah. Just took a look through the deck and, you know, realize you're dead. And I think that's what that play was.
I do enjoy not conceding, because if you do, you're over. Like, this is game. You're down a game, so
match is done. But these players are not dead. Oh no, this is the last round, right?
There's round 13.
Oh yes, this is our last round.
Yeah,
1 more shot for Seth to top 12 this tournament.
Yeah, if Seth does die here, I'm not counting him out yet.
Sure.
for whatever reason,
I am.
then he can make top 12 with the 10-3 record.
Yes.
So whoever wins this one, it has a winner in it. They're locked.
Yeah.
And the loser has to play another one. All right, so blocking Wall Roots, taking a big chunk of damage off this Cauldra and Construct attack. And then drawing another Yawgmoth. That's not going to do it. Yep, that's just game. All right, Seth extends the fist, and Kevin picks this one up for making a top 12. Does not have to stress about round 13. Is just clean and in.
Yeah, he's done. Good job. Congrats to Kevin. A tough matchup, but Kevin played that well, and Drew kind of had exactly what he needed at every moment. So looks like
I loved to see Pure Steel Paladin hammer kill you. that
was great. I mean, that's how you win those ones. Just get it. The one stomping ground, not quite what you need in that game one. So
not.
I think that's it for us for today. Looks like we've got REID Duke in chat saying he's ready to go, so we are not going to stand in the way of that. Looks like we're going to take a quick break, and then REID Duke and Jonathan SUKENIK will be your hosts for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, y'all have a lot of fun with them, and thanks for following along with us for these first 4 rounds of today in Syracuse.
Yep, and I'll probably be watching the rest of it, and enjoy.
Hey everybody, Reed Duke here. Welcome back to coverage of SCG Syracuse. I'm here with Jonathan SUKENIK, Watch Wolf 92. Jonathan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I've been watching the stream all weekend, and I'm just really excited to see how this is shaping up. So we have the pleasure of covering the last round, where there's a lot of make or break moments, and we've both been there, and it's heart pounding, but you got to settle the nerves and get down there and try to make this top 12.
Definitely, this is the exciting part. So more or less, all of the rounds we're going to be bringing you from here on in will be, kind of this is it. Like the loser will be the end of their tournament, and the winners advance closer and closer to the final. So round 13 of the Swiss, and I think we're ready to see some magic. So we have Dylan Reed on the left with mono black coffers. I had a chance to watch a little bit of this deck earlier. I loved it. And then Golgari Yawgmoth, of course, is going to be probably a little more familiar if you're a frequent modern player, but I enjoy this deck also.
Yeah, so both players that we've had on camera, and it'll be great seeing how things turn out. So Dylan Reed's deck, just being able to use the kind of the combo of Urborg and coffers to be able to make a lot of mana. We even saw Hardcast Gristlebrand in one of the games earlier today.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I would say this mono black coffers deck is like one of the pure success stories of the Modern Horizons sets, like bringing back a cool beloved card like Cabal Coffers that enables people to succeed with a fringe strategy. I mean, that's just exactly what you want in competitive Magic, and sometimes you don't see it in Modern, since it is a format that's so kind of unforgiving, and the top strategies are so powerful.
One thing that the Coffers deck does have is kind of these Jund-esque starts of being able to play cards like Inquisition of Kozilek, which we see here, and Thoughtseize with Liliana of the Veil to kind of bridge the gap to the larger mana things that you're trying to do later on.
I love that stuff. I mean, I'm not sure who to root for, but I guess we'll just wait and see how the game develops. I do expect this one to maybe change a bit between game 1 and game 2. In particular, one card that I'm curious if Liam has access to will be Veil of Summer. But in the meantime, game 1 should be pretty straightforward, with just the players trying to play their cards and overpower one another.
So Dylan over here from the Inquisition knows that the Birds of Paradise was drawn, and Liam only has lands left in hand after that. So firing off the Fatal Push, kind of trying to reduce the resources that Liam has access to. That way, if something like a Yawgmoth were to come down, just stop some of the shenanigans before that can happen.
Good call. That's exactly what you want to do, in my opinion. The Golgari deck, it can play pretty well off the top. If you're able to establish a board where you have tons of mana and a few creatures, then you have a lot of powerful top decks, including, of course, the namesake Yawgmoth. There you see it. But additionally, killing off the creatures reduces the potency of, say, Court of Calling, Eldritch Evolution, any of these powerful action spells.
Yeah, so in Dylan's hand, it looks like, if I'm looking at it correctly, I think there's a Torok that we might see fired off, but it's kind of difficult from here. So you're kind of trying to toe the line, because you're kind of just one undying creature away from pretty much losing the game if you're not able to answer the Yawgmoth. So some interesting tension here. Even if you're able to fire a removal spell off the Yawgmoth, you're able to activate that a few times. There doesn't have to be another creature in play to be able to get the draw card effect out there.
I agree. If Dylan has to pass this turn with Yawgmoth still on the battlefield, it's going to be very scary.
Looks like they're considering their options. Sometimes there's interesting land sequencing things here between playing cards like Castle Lochthwain, but you have Cabal Coffers in your deck, so Urborg kind of the key that keeps it all together. And I wonder if in this match we'll see Liam try to hold their Urborg in their hand, because sometimes you see the Yawgmoth deck play both Yavimaya and Urborg because of the difficult color requirements.
Yeah, that's funny. A matchup where both players have Urborg, and it's like, well, I don't really want to help out my opponent.
So here we do see that Torok, but Dylan kind of knows that there was lands before from the Inquisition, so we might just see Liam let this go and see what the draw step can bring, because the Yawgmoth is going to be able to stay in play, and there's just so many draws. You could draw any of your Undying creatures, Eldritch Evolution, Court of Calling, just the top deck's very powerful here.
it's an interesting tension here because on the one hand, you're thinking about, okay, do I draw cards in response to manage what I get to keep slash discard to the random effect? But also, do I want to kill off the Torok with Yawgmoth's ability before it picks up those +1/+1 counters? I guess you could do it. You have a lot of options here because you could let the discard resolve and then still respond to the counters being added to Torok if you choose to do so.
Right. Yeah, it just depends on how good the cards are in your hand versus a random card in your deck. And it looks like the cards in hand must have been good if we're seeing the Young Wolf just being pitched away entirely for 2 new cards. One of the cards drawn was Strangleroot Geist, which would be a good follow-up, but we'll see what it ends up being. So how do you feel when Hymn to Torax play? Like, do you get a thrill from it? Is it like, oh my God, we might roll this
Sure.
die a bunch of times?
This, shuffling up the hand and rolling dice, it's just pure magic. I mean, you could have been doing that in 1993, and it's back. I think another success story of Modern Horizons 2, Torok.
Yeah, I kind of miss the Burning Inquiry and Goblin Lord, just like the passing back and forward of the cards to determine what random is. So we do see the Strangleroot guys here, and if you want to get your aggro down, you can kind of just sacrifice it here for another card. That way it's a 3/2 that's attacking in, but it also gives you a look at finding a card like Young Wolf and pretty much just winning the game.
Yeah, it can be so powerful even when you're not comboing off to just draw a bunch of cards with Yawgmoth. One cool thing is that if you have an Undying creature, you get a free draw off the Undying creature. Then if you want to sacrifice, some dork like a Birds of Paradise, you can reset the Undying creature and sacrifice it again. So effectively, this combination of Yawgmoth with one Undying creature allows every creature to result in 2 cards. Really powerful against a grindy deck like the mono black coffers, and in particular, it's relevant that Dylan kind of has a hard time attacking Liam's life total, so that's one aspect that the Yawgmoth player just doesn't have to worry about.
Right, it kind of makes the Yawgmoth into almost like a Yawgmoth's bargain type of effect in just paying a life, getting a card, being able to do that, and maybe being able to kill with a card like Blood Artist, Geralf's Messenger. But here we see Invoke Calamity, so that's a card from, I think it's from Neon Dynasty, if I recall correctly,
Yep.
and one of the reasons to be playing the mono black deck. So Liam's giving it a read, but pretty much the opponent has to sacrifice a creature, enchantment, and planeswalker, and for every one that they don't, the opponent loses 2 life and you draw a card, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so that this will not take the Yawgmoth off the battlefield, but it's a way to kill Strangleroot Geist where Liam doesn't get to sacrifice it in response. So from Dylan's perspective, if Liam just has one bad turn here, you could totally take over the game. So big moment. Let's see what Liam has to rebuild. If there's some creatures, I could see a Chord of Calling shuffled to the front of the hand.
Yeah, it looks like a chord and another land, so just trying to figure out what chord you can kind of maximize. So one thing you could do is you could look for another undying creature, and then see if you can sacrifice that, draw a card like Young Wolf, and then be able to go for it. Um, you could do it for 3 and get a Grist just to start developing your board a little bit. Um,
Yep.
so here it's for 2. I imagine it might be another Strangleroot, guys.
Okay, so even among undying creatures, you can choose from Young Wolf, Strangleroot Geist, or Geralf's Messenger. So that might depend like how much mana you want to have left over, if you want to be attacking with the Yawgmoth itself. But this is a play that can result in 5 damage to the opponent. If you think that that's an important metric in this game, then this is an ideal play to make. Plus, you do get a bit of value from sacrificing the Geist one or more times.
It's also important, even though Liam has his combo kill, it's still important to be able to pressure the life total because of these Castle Lock Dwayne. So if they kind of trade pound for pound for a while, then the Castle Lock Dwayne is able to uh, allow Dylan to pull ahead if their life total is high enough. Here we see a fatal push, and then a Liliana of the Veil was drawn for the turn, so we're going to see a clearer board here.
Yeah, I guess there's no. if you can't get Revolt, then you can't really stop Liam from getting that additional card's worth of value. Hey, this is not one I expected to see today. Profane Tutor suspended. Very cool.
Yeah, it's interesting to be able to play a card like that in your deck in a Teferi Time Rattler sort of metagame. You have to be confident in your ability to be able to answer Planeswalkers. We saw cards like Blood Chief's Thirst earlier from Dylan, along with the Invoke Calamity that are able to answer some Planeswalkers. So the tutor able to maybe pick up that Singleton Gristlebrand. I'm not even sure if it's Singleton, but that could be sweet. But even just another Invoke Calamity could do a lot of damage.
Yep. Also, depending on your hand, you might just want to increase access to your Cabal Coffers or your Urborg that you mentioned earlier.
Hipatra is also a pretty cool combo with Yawgmoth.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite go infinite by itself, and sometimes needs the help of opponent's creatures. But here we're just seeing some good old-fashioned beatdown.
Yeah, so is this going to find a Geist to maybe kill off the Liliana, or maybe you just ignore the Liliana at this point and go straight after the opponent's life total, try to get that game over with before the tutor comes off suspend.
Yeah, Liam has no cards left in hand, so the plus on Liliana not doing much, and the game might just be over next turn, making the minus ineffective. I wonder what Dylan's best draw here is. I know they're playing Damnation, but that actually doesn't work out so well because of the Strangleroot Geist and being at 3 life. So instead, plussing the Liliana, it might have to activate the castle.
Yeah, it's almost like you want a blocker here, but I know this mono black deck doesn't have a ton of those.
Yeah, and even if you activate the castle, you end up going to 2, and there's 2/2 power creatures on the other side. So as long as Liam attacks with both, I don't think there's many cards that Dylan will be playing that would allow them to be able to survive here. It's still good to go through the motions of drawing the card there because you still want Liam to think that you could have had some sort of out. What if a similar situation comes
I
up
think the one
later in
out
the game?
here would be the March of Wretched Sorrow.
Oh,
That's
to
the
gain
one I
life.
think of.
Yeah, they were playing that. Okay, good call. So from the Yawgmoth side, what do you think they're looking to sideboard in?
Well, the one card that I'm just really hoping to find in my sideboard right now would be Veil of Summer. That's amazing against the mono black deck, in particular against the Invoke Calamity or Invoke Despair, excuse me.
Oh, right.
But
Sorry.
pretty much any like value oriented card, you could turn to something like Magus of the Moon if you were just kind of desperate to shut off the Cabal Coffers angle, but you know, I might do minimal sideboarding because I think the Yawgmoth combo sort of just works. Like your plan A game plan is functional, so there's no need to really transform your deck. But I would try to anticipate what Dylan might be sideboarding in. Make sure I have answers to stuff like Pithing Needle or Grafdigger's Cage if those are gonna show up. Veil of Summer, any additional card advantage options that I might have. Anything you would add to that list?
No, I think that pretty much addresses all of that. But one thing that is interesting is when you choose to play a card like Mono Black Coffers, you probably playtest it against a lot of the major players of the metagame, such as Golgari Yawgmoth, but you are also aware to some extent that they might not be aware of all the cards that you could be playing when you're playing a little bit more, a more rogue archetype. So there's some interesting tension for Liam between the cards that they've seen and the cards that they can anticipate post sideboard, like the artifacts that you mentioned. It is interesting that against specifically the Undying creatures, cards like Fatal Push and Blood Chief's Thirst don't necessarily line up that well, but like Liam's able to kind of utilize all their creatures. Like we saw earlier in the game, the answering of cards like Birds of Paradise and Wall of Roots, and those cards are still very important to get off the table.
Yeah. Would you anticipate Graveyard Hate playing a big role after sideboarding? Like, is Dylan going to turn to something like Leyline of the Void?
It's tough because a card like Leyline is great in your opening hand, but man, it feels terrible when you draw it sometimes, especially in your deck that kind of is trying to go a little bit bigger in mana, where the 3 and 4 drop slot might be a little bit stuffed.
Hmm.
But you are playing cards like Liliana of the Veil, so you do have just room for extra cardboard sometimes to discard. So it's tough. Um, I don't feel like I would, but I can see an argument for it.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. It it might be a card I would use, but it doesn't feel great for a number of reasons.
So you mentioned that you've played Golgari Yawgmoth. Is there it has it just fit into the metagame nicely, or is it just a deck that you like a lot of what's going on?
Yeah, well, so I think first and foremost, it's just super fun to play. I like I like the scrappy games, kind of like the one we saw just a moment ago, where you're not necessarily going infinite, but you're just like kind of activating all these cool synergies and getting a bunch of value and finding a way to get over the finish line. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of there's sort of it's sort of a combo deck, but you have this element of every game being slightly different, where you have different threats to work around, different resources to utilize yourself. And then when it comes to metagame, I think it is pretty solid against the field at large, and I particularly like it against the Urza Saga decks like Colossus Hammer. Even though I know Yawgmoth did lose that matchup on camera recently.
Hmm. Yeah, it is interesting that Yawgmoth kind of plays out a little bit like elves, but kind of has this like Splinter Twinny sort of like element to it when the Yawgmoth ends up hitting play. So it's pretty interesting how everything comes together. But yeah, being able to have a scrappy game plan helps around certain types of hate, such as the Leyline of the Void that you mentioned. Like, oh, you're gonna play Leyline of the Void. Well, you're down a card, and my card still attacks for 2.
And my deck's all, creatures and a couple well placed disruptive elements after sideboarding, so I could play that game too. So we do see one sideboard card already from Liam. It's Thoughtseize, which it was not obvious to me whether or not he would reach for that after sideboarding, but he did, and Dylan respects it, taking it away with Inquisition right away on turn one.
Yeah, and valuing that over a card like Yawgmoth. So I wonder if there's just more discard spells to be coming, maybe a Torok or something of the sort.
Right. This one in particular was Inquisition of Kozilek. So
Hmm.
you couldn't take away the Yawgmoth itself, but you could have gone towards Geralf's Messenger, which is a pretty scary card, or one of the mana dorks.
Right. So we might see a Thoughtseize follow-up though. So you would play Inquisition in the early turns to take the lower convert mana costs or mana value cards, and then Thoughtseize to take the later ones.
Dauthi Voidwalker, highly relevant card here. That does represent graveyard hate, which it's difficult to combo or to get value from your undying creatures if that Voidwalker sticks on the battlefield. Also, just attacking the life total can be surprisingly relevant against Yawgmoth. It's a lot easier to combo off when you're at 16 or 17 life than it is if you're at 9 or 11 life. So a couple of nice hits with the Voidwalker can change things.
Yeah. So besides besides Yawgmoth, I feel like the only other removal spell that might be able to get rid of the Voidwalker would be Grist. So kind of just probably staying in play for a while, especially after shredding the hand apart with those 3 discard spells.
Hmm. And now, hey, Dylan has the option to cast a Yawgmoth, to cast a Geralf's Messenger if they decide that that's appropriate.
So Liam with the peat land in play, maybe considering sacrificing it, but just going for a Chord of Calling for 2. Or I didn't see how mechanics were put on the wall roots there. Okay, it was 4. Sorry, I missed that. Um, okay, so you're able to answer the Voidwalker if you want. You can kind of cash in some of your mana creatures. You don't. You might want to get the Voidwalker while it's tapped, if you're worried about any of the other cards being cast off of it.
Yep. Yeah, because if Dylan so much as untaps with the Voidwalker, then you can go to kill it, and Dylan gets to cast something in response, and then it fizzles your Yawgmoth activations, you don't get the card draw. So this, I agree, is an ideal time to go for it.
Also, Dylan playing their third land as Cabal Coffers either means that we're going to see an Urborg in their future, or there's just not another land, because that's not necessarily one you want to play that early. So we'll see if Dylan's able to answer the Yawgmoth here. It's scary letting them untapped. It happened last game, and just being able to draw a few extra cards was kind of what allowed Liam to kind of fall over the finish line towards the end.
This is, say, a really good showing from Liam Carlton and the Golgari Yawgmoth deck. You could say it's fortunate, or you could just say it's a strength and resilience of the deck itself. But in both cases, I mean, Dylan had what he wanted in the early turns: a flurry of discard and removal. This time, even a couple of pieces of graveyard hate. But when that Yawgmoth comes off the top, like, all bets are off. The Golgari Yawgmoth deck can just rebuild from almost any deficit and work towards scoring a win.
Right, and there it happened to be Court of Calling, but you have Court of Calling, Yawgmoth, Eldritch Evolution. You just have so many ways to find the Yawgmoth, even if you don't draw it proper. And just that amount of redundancy really allowing Liam to pull ahead. So making a mana, maybe sacrificing here just to dig a little bit more into the deck. So it's true that with Relic of Progenitus, it would be a little bit harder to combo off here, but still just focusing a little bit more on the fair plan. I mean, your opponent only has one card in hand, might just have to crack the Relic in general, because they might need more lands or just dig for answers to this Yawgmoth. So, but it looks like it's sticking in play for this turn at least.
Yeah, it is tricky because the Relic is your main line of defense, but also you don't want to play this game where you're passing back and forth against a Yawgmoth. Not to mention you're getting hit for 3 points per turn. That's not nothing.
Yeah, so we see Polluted Delta. So it's a mono black Coffers deck. I don't believe they're splashing anything for the sideboard. I think it might just be for Fatal Push.
Cool. And part of the time, if you're stressed out about that 1 point of life loss, you might just have Urborg anyway, and not have to worry about it. So it makes sense to play a couple.
So Dryad Arbor, just being another creature that can help with the beatdown, and also just pay 1 life, draw a card. So kind of just like another sort of nurturing peatland sort of effect.
Right,
Like I'm gonna be able to cycle this land because it just happens to be a creature. In Liam's spot, though, you kind of don't want to give Dylan too much time, but you don't want to be kind of reckless also and just run into, say, like a single removal spell breaking up something, or the Relic being able to get more than it should be able to. So
yeah, I will say that there is this tricky element of piloting the Yawgmoth deck where sometimes you start sacrificing creatures, draw a bunch of cards, but if you don't find what you need, then it's kind of like, oh, now I lost my whole board. I don't have a lot of mana, and I have nothing to show for it. So you want to kind of like weigh all possibilities and not rush things, I guess is the way I would put it.
mhm.
But yeah, finding that balance of digging to more action, but also maintaining a solid board presence that threatens your opponent.
It is true that by doing this on main phase, so we've seen a few times now where Liam will float a mana and then sacrifice the creature. It kind of allows you to kind of, while filtering through your deck in terms of just being able to draw a few more cards, maybe looking for slightly better threats like the Strangleroot Geist, but still being able to utilize the mana from the creature.
Yep, definitely. So now we actually do see an undying creature, and there's an interesting cat and mouse game here where y- the like Dylan wants to line up the relic against the undying creature.
Hmm.
Dylan also wants to draw a card off the relic in a timely fashion. So if you're Liam, you're kind of like you want to make this as inconvenient as possible on the opponent. Also, extra wrinkle is the Castle Lockdwain, so it's like, do I want to put an extra card in my opponent's hand, in a certain window of time? Um, for a relatively simple interaction, it's actually pretty strategically deep.
Hmm. Yeah, and it's hard because Liam's also just winning on board right now. So if Dylan doesn't have the resources in hand, it comes down to like how much do I actually need this relic in play versus being able to draw an extra card to kind of like dig him closer to being able to answer the board. Okay, so using the Cabal Coffers there, so having 2 mana floating, so the Cabal Coffers is kind of mana neutral there. Um, so casting this Inquisition, and I wonder if we'll see a follow-up card like Damnation or something like that, but
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of interesting because you're casting the discard spell here, and then if Liam is going to draw cards later in this turn, you might have been able to nab something that the Inquisition would have hit. So I wonder what the follow-up is here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some action on this turn. It's interesting to start by tapping the Cabal Coffers because you're not netting mana there. You are filtering for additional black, but you're also sort of committing yourself to using all of that 3 mana on your main phase. Man, suspending Profane Tutor, it's going to be I think painful for Dylan Reed if both of these games end with a tutor still on suspend before you're
Mhm.
able to get value out of that card.
Yeah, definitely a card you're looking to suspend a little bit earlier, but it's at least something to work towards. And here, maybe Dylan's just trying to decide if maybe they can exile the graveyard, maybe just getting another swamp in play might be good enough for them. They know Liam's hand just has Yawgmoth and a land, so it's not nothing. And Liam's gonna be able to sacrifice the Strangleroot Geist, and then maybe be able to find a little bit more material from there. So choosing that the card in hand is more important than the land in play from the Boseiju. It is important in paper events versus say Magic Online or MTG Arena of just making sure that you're being very explicit with your timing, how you're activating things, communicating with the opponent. It's all very important.
Yeah. So right now I'm going to tap Relic targeting you. I'm going to respond to that ability by sacrificing Relic. Then Liam responds to everything by sacrificing Strangleroot Geist. That's the way the stack stands here. The Boseiju is going to fizzle.
Yeah, it should probably also be exiled because the channel ability discards it right away.
Correct.
And then Liam's going to be able to untap with this Yawgmoth, it looks like. So 5 damage in play. You could use the proliferate ability to make it 6, but with Dylan at 9, it looks like they might be able to have another turn. I want to see like a Strangleroot Geist off the top, sacrifice it, use the proliferate ability from Yawgmoth, and attack for lethal.
Yeah, that'd be cool. The Jural's Messenger is gone. That's usually just a one of card.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, I think it would probably be Strangleroot Geist or Blood Artist needed to get the extra points of damage here.
Oh wow, it looks like there is a Strangleroot Geist in hand, so that should be lethal if Liam's able to see it and Dylan doesn't have a card like Fatal Push.
All right, Jonathan, let's see if he takes your line.
Yeah.
Alternatively, I mean, you have the pseudo infinite combo here. So if you're watching, you haven't seen this in action before, the idea is that you sacrifice one undying creature to neutralize the counter on the other undying creature, and you can repeat that process, to draw as many cards as your life total allows. But that's it. That's Liam Carlton winning 2-0 with Golgari Yawgmoth. We believe advancing to the top 12. Good stuff.
Yeah, and for those who are not familiar with the sort of newer structure of the top 12, the way you can kind of think about it is it's sort of like a top eight, except the top four players seated after the Swiss kind of get buys, and then the bottom eight people of the 12 will play elimination matches to then produce what is the traditional top eight. And I really like that because it encourages people to play out the last rounds. You're not seeing as many intentional draws, but also a lot of people just like getting to elimination matches. Like that is an achievement for a lot of people, myself included. So just feeling like you made it there, why not extend that to four more players?
I think it's cool because, if you go 10-3 and you make it to the elimination rounds, that's awesome. You're happy. But if you go 12-1 or 13-0, that's even better because you get the nice seeding and guarantee yourself to sort of bypass that first elimination round.
And I feel like it's kind of been a gradual effort to make those things a little bit different. So at first, it used to be that in the top eight, you would still maybe roll a die or use random methods to determine who goes first. Then we had the player seeding. So some people are like, oh, okay, well, my deck really wants to be on the play and I'm locked anyway, so I guess I'll play. Or maybe I have to risk it here. And now this is kind of like the next evolution of that. It's like, okay, not only are you going to play first, but you also get a buy into the top eight. So we've seen Steven on camera earlier playing Amulet Titan. On the other side, we see Yori on Companion, so that typically only means one thing.
Means you got Omnaths, right?
Yeah. So I guess we'll see here if we see a land that produces three different colors of mana to kind of tip it off. And it looks like that's a Katria Triumph. So
You've got better eyes than me. I mean, I definitely makes sense that it's a triome, but I would be hard pressed to see exactly which one it is.
it's okay. We'll combo this. I don't know all the names of the newer ones. I just forget if it's like a headquarters or some other place, but
Mm-hmm.
I got the triomes.
All right, very good. So together we know all 10.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
the Amulet Titan deck. This seems like a strategy that would match up well against Omnath. Sort of like they're playing this paced out mid-range value deck that's going to hit its stride around turn 4 or 5, and you can just go way over the top of that.
Hmm.
Not to say that the Yorion player has no weapons in the matchup, but it seems like just from the way things start out, this might be one of the relative strengths of the Titan deck.
Right, and it is interesting. So, if Yi Chang was able to deduce that the opponent was playing Titan, which was likely true due to the Teleria West that was played on turn two, playing the Boseiju on turn two, Boseiju is serviceable in the matchup in that it can prevent from, say, Titans being a little bit more hasty or being able to hit a Teleria West before Bounce Lane's able to pick it up. So, I feel like one of the basic plans is okay, I guess the first Titan might happen. Hopefully, I have counterspell for it, but I'm gonna have to Solitude that, and then how do I stop the extra part? And Boseiju like plays a little bit into that. But there's
Mm-hmm.
also the Dried of the Illusion Grove plan, and there's kind of like all these different angles. There's a Saga, which we saw being able to get Expedition map there, so it'll be interesting to see what direction this goes in. But I feel like Steven is kind of playing the pace or setting the pace for the overall match in terms of what Yi Chang has to react to.
So Urza's Saga finding Expedition map is a nice sort of long-term strategy because that can find you whatever land you really need, maybe a bounce land, but also Cavern of Souls is one that we should probably have our eye on since that can bypass one of the big weapons that Yi Chang is going to have in the matchup in Counterspell.
Yeah, a lot of the players have been adopting a lot of these newer bordered cards. So we see the Simic Growth Chamber there from the recently printed Double Masters too, picking up the Cavern of Souls there.
Okay, so that makes sense. And then that's a basic forest on the top side of the screen. What was the creature that was answered by Solitude there?
I believe that was a Dryad of the Legion Grove.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I only know that because I watched coverage earlier and just trying to also look up the cards and all these new arts, but despite how new the art is, it still has the same function, and it's cool that players are allowed to express themselves in this game through the different arts and even foiling that they like.
Yeah, I'm impressed by these players. They have some nice collections here.
Yeah, I'm always trying to play with the versions of the cards I grew up with, and I feel like you're pretty similar in that sort of regard.
Yeah, you're not buying in for the stylized watch wolves. Maybe still waiting for those to be printed.
Yeah, yeah. Fun fact: I've actually never cast a Watch Wolf in my life, and despite playing a lot
Really?
of and I've played a lot of Momir Vig, and I've never rolled one. I've lost to it at like regionals before, but yeah, I've never cast one.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Um, but yeah, like my legacy decks are just like the brainstorms I grew up with. So I just have one Mercadian Mass one, and then the other ones are just the ones I picked up along the way, and they're all just like mismatching or not like
Nice, nice.
completely the same. Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of like that when a card like has a story behind it. Like, oh, I remember when I got this one, or like you said, the one mismatch brainstorm that you always remember.
Yeah, I remember reading an article you wrote about the deflection that you opened with Ian and just
Yeah, that
getting the
was my
card case.
first, well, what I consider at the time to be a chase rare. It when I was 5 or 6 years old, I opened Deflection from Ice Age. Turns out that's not even a very good card, but I just was really excited about it at the time, and that's what counts.
Yeah, it was pretty similar for me where I started playing with Portal, so they didn't have foils then, and then I played an Odyssey draft and saw a foil card for the first time, and I just thought it had to be worth so much money, but it was actually just I forget what it's called. It's like Nomadic Stadium, the white barbarian, right?
Yeah.
Uh, and it's just like, okay, this card's like nothing, but I thought it was the coolest thing.
So meanwhile, we've had a little bit of action. We are sort of getting that well-paced mid-range game that I think Yicheng likes to play, but connecting with Ragavan a few times, while Steven just seems to work slowly and steadily up to Titan mana.
Yeah, so just trying to apply enough pressure, and you know that your counter spell's not going to do much. So yeah, countering the Amulet of Vigor is really important in terms of stymieing some of the speed that Steven can produce. And then we are assuming that the Cavern's probably on Giant, but because I think it was probably used to be able to play the Dryad earlier, and then it was picked up with the Semi-Growth Chamber, so probably naming Giant here.
So this is an instant speed Summoner's Pact, which that's a little bit of a double-edged sword. You get to flash in the endurance to block the Ragavan, but it does mean your mana is going to be tied up the following turn.
Right, so Yi Chang can kind of just plan out the turn accordingly. Maybe this is a good spot to add Yori onto the hand and develop the board a little bit more. But Steven's kind of saying, like, enough is enough. This monkey's getting in too many hits. I'm going to try to eat it.
I happen to see a Solitude in hand for
Hmm.
Yi Chang.
Yeah, and with the next turn being locked up from the pact, you might be able to just cast the Solitude, but it looks like just holding on to it here. Maybe bigger plans for this turn. And it looks like they're just trying to verify the life totals. Sometimes just going through the graveyard, replaying the game out a little. Sometimes there's life from solitudes and enough like 1 and 2 points. No fetch lands on Steven's side yet, but and then we're seeing. Let's see.
guessing that was just lightning bolt to finish off
Yeah.
the endurance.
Okay, and that makes a little more sense. So there's no brainstorm type of effects here. So the extra Ragavan in hand's not necessarily doing that much. So and Lightning Bolt with cards like Endurance, Stride of Legion Grove, and Primeval Titan, it doesn't really find very many targets. So kind of cashing in, a redundant card along with a dead card for your semi-useful Endurance.
Right, and crucially saving that Solitude in hand because that can answer a Titan or a 4 toughness creature at a later time.
Yep, and now we have Yorion in the hand too. So if we want, we could draw a bunch of cards here. We do have quite a few treasures, so we're one shy of being able to play Yorion and then also be able to hard cast the Solitude if we wanted to. So we might just see a pass here, but it's always hard to pass up, a 5 mana draw too because of Abundant Growth and Icefang Coatl, but depends on what Yi Chang has in their hand.
Oh boy.
Is that Emrakul?
Wow. And not a moment too soon either, because this was going to be a turn where Steven had access to uncounterable Titan.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder if what Yi Chang is able to do is to, yeah. So I think part of the reason why we see the concession there is because what Yi Chang can do with the Teleria West in play is by floating a mana with the Teleria West and using the Sima Growth Chamber. That's enough mana to be able to transmute Teleria West. So any bounce land in hand for Steven allows them to get a pact and then just play the pact, look for nothing, but then just tap out the turn where Steven's able to control what's going on.
So in other words, the 13/13 has a clear path to connecting with the opponent's life total.
Yeah, and Steven sees the writing on the wall, so we're straight into game two, kind of the magic of technology, and we're seeing can't really make out many cards in the opening hand, but Yi Chang kind of able to apply enough pressure there while having kind of able to line up the cards appropriately. So using Lightning Bolt and Ragavan to be able to take out the Endurance, but really it was all just a big ploy for this Emrakul to take over the game.
And notably, that is main deck Emrakul. I feel like a couple of months ago, you started to see that card only in people's sideboards. But now these mid-range slogs have become a big enough part of the format that people just want to have the secret weapon to go way over the top of whatever else is going on in the game.
Yeah, and we've seen some people move off of Eladamri's call and instead choose Traverse, so kind of going a little bit more in terms of the Delirium package. So if you're going to be playing cards like Mishra's Bauble, and Traverse also helps you hit your land drops, makes your channel cards a little bit better because you're able to more reliably find them. It allows you to play a card as big as Emrakul a little bit more consistently. So from Steven, we see an opening of it was kind of quick there, but it was Land Rule Turf off of the Boreal Grazer, so kind of doing a Mox Diamond impression in terms of getting out ahead. And the O3 body doesn't do much against everything, but definitely stops Ragavan. So kind of just chilling there, but the main use of the card is to be able to accelerate.
Looking good here.
And then Catcher Triome, the pickup again. I wonder if we'll see a turn 2 Renin 6 to pick up the fetch land. That's kind of the basic combo that you can assemble here. We see a shock. And considering that it was Temple Garden as opposed to one that produces blue mana for a card like Counterspell, I was suspecting this to be Renin 6, so that makes sense. And Scalding Tarn back to the hand.
Kind of cool how you can reset Cavern of Souls any number of times in a game to facilitate casting like different creature types while still having it to make your uncounterable Titan at the key moment.
Yeah, so back in the day on the larger Star City circuit, I played quite a bit of Jeskai Control, and there was one person, I never even found out their name, but I just referred to them as Zakama guy. I just knew that they had Zakama in their deck, but I didn't know who it was. I just knew who didn't have Zakama in their deck. So if anyone ever played Cavern and named, I don't even remember the creature type, but It was probably
Elder
Dinosaur.
Dinosaur, probably,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah,
something
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And I would just play so much differently if I knew that I might have to deal with the Zakama in my future. But luckily, no, not too many people. Like I kept this group of people very small. That way, I wouldn't be taken advantage of by random people naming Dinosaur against me. Okay, so we actually see Eladamer's Call. So not necessarily one of these traverse builds, just going straight for the creature that you want, independent of how your graveyard's looking, and getting Magus of the Moon. So that's something we don't always see, but and it's kind of interesting. Your four color deck is with a lot of non-basics is choosing to play a Moon effect. So there's a few good synergies here where you're able to use cards like Abundant Growth to still be able to produce any color mana, but pretty much the theory behind having a card like Magus of the Moon is just it's way worse for you than it is for me. Like right now, Steven's board is just going to be 4 mountains. Let's see, I need to remember this. So Dryad of the Elysian Grove against Magus of the Moon.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. Thankfully,
Yeah,
we won't have to worry about it because it's just a bit of fury. But that is one of those interesting interactions that I feel the need to double check every time it comes up.
right. I'll let chat tell us what's supposed to happen just in case it comes up again. Wow, a forest off the top though. So maybe with another force able to play 6/6. That would be nice. And so one property of Magus of the Moon that's kind of more of a feature here than a bug in terms of being a creature. So sometimes some decks are able to play cards like Dismember, where even though everything is a mountain, you're able to kill it. But if it was, say, Blood Moon instead, that single force could allow Boseiju to be able to kill it. And since Magus of the Moon was a creature, it's able to be looked for with Eldamer's Call too. So it's kind of interesting how that all plays out.
Yeah, sort of a metagame consideration. Like in so many decks throughout the years in Modern, Magus of the Moon would have been easier to kill than Blood Moon. You think about just Lightning Bolt, but these days with Boseiju being so prevalent, it may have the pendulum may have swung so that Magus is actually the more desirable effect.
Yeah, it is hard to cast the Omnath in your hand if you just have, I don't know, a bunch of mountains in play. But Steven's kind of just doing nothing also though. And you know, you're the one that's attacking with a 2/2. You're gonna have this Ren and 6 ult if you want to. I guess in theory, you can wait a while, ult your Ren and 6, and then just start casting like expressive iteration every turn.
Casting the Titan through the Magus, and Yichen has no double blue available because of the Magus.
Yeah, instead cycling, you're gonna have to help me with that one. I think that's the headquarters.
Aura's headquarters, perhaps.
Uh, yeah, they're really testing us as commentators in terms of having so many different arts nowadays.
Yeah, hard mode.
But yeah, so Primeval Titan probably just looking for a few more forest, just to make cards like you see in play that there's a Turn Timber Symbiosis. Um, so it could be possible that there's I think I've seen some decks play 2 of them, so being able to cast the second one could be nice. And if you're ever able to get this Magus off of the board, then you can also use a bounce land to pick up the I forget what the other side of the symbiosis is called, but and just be able to look for another Titan, hopefully.
Yeah, good point. Weird dynamic here where also like in with both players totally hamstrung by the Magus of the Moon, like 6/6 trample is the scariest thing going on. However, there's always the additional wrinkle that Yicheng could just block with the Magus of the Moon and sort of reset the game to a much different state. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes down over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, well, one thing that's a little bit interesting to me is I think Yi Chang has 7 cards in hand, but still choosing to not put Yorion in the hand kind of implies that all the cards in hand are better than potential lines that involve Yorion. Um,
Okay.
So that might imply a lack of solitude in the hand, and like we see the Primeval Titan attacking here, but if you had Solitude, Yorion could be a good pitch here as well. So I wonder what the plan is here. So still choosing to leave the mags in play, which I feel like you might be a little bit priced into doing. Like Steven just has, now Teleria West to go with the Symbiosis, just so many things lock and loaded. And using Odawara to bounce the Magus on end step, and then cracking all these fetches. Okay, that's a plan.
Okay, yeah, wow, that's super cool. Looks like at face value, there's nothing Steven can do in this short window of time to take advantage of the Magus being off the battlefield. Assuming it's going to be recast for the
Right.
following turn.
So you're kind of able to do whatever you want as long as you leave 3 mana available. Then with the last 3 mana, you play the Magus.
Mm-hmm. The Ren and 6 can pick up the Otawara if it seems to be an important play. Like for instance, if you had enough mana to return Otawara, bounce the Titan, and now hold up 2 islands for counterspell, that could be something. But that's I don't think that's what's going to happen. But just variety of small techniques like that you could turn to.
Right. It's a little bit harder with a Cavern in play on the other side. I think it might still be naming Giant, but in terms of just this almost reminds me of some, I don't know, like Icy Manipulator, Winter Orb sort of thing. I'm just like, okay, you kind of can't do things in your turn. I'm going to do this interaction that I can do things on my turn. And I feel like we've assembled that here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
So,
guess you could just repeat that technique again if you for some reason wanted to do that by returning the Otawara, playing the Magus, and bouncing it again later. But you can't do that forever because the 6/6 trample just by itself is highly relevant.
I
Um,
mean, with all these fetch lands though, so the Omnath is pretty much free, and actually will discount the Otawara by now having a legend in play. So we might be able to set up at least a little part of that, and then you gain 4 life from the Omnath. So it might just be starting here.
yeah, this is super cool to watch. So if you can sort of reset the game in the same state it was a moment ago, except that you now have Omnath and all these additional basic lands, your position is so dramatically improved. Plus, I mean, there might even be something better that's going to happen this turn.
Th- This is also just like a super creative thing. Like I don't even know if people that have been playing the Money Pile or 4-color Yorion deck, whatever you want to call it, have created this sort of lock themselves before, but we're really just putting on display, whether or not it's on the fly or if it was kind of premeditated for the matchup.
Yeah, I love it. An 80 card deck with a bunch of one ofs, you get some interesting corner case scenarios like this. And somebody who's been playing the deck for a long time, as I think it's safe to deduce that Yi Cheng has been, can really learn like some cool tricks and techniques.
I guess in theory, depending on what's in hand, you might also just be able to use the Omnath to kill or yeah, to I always forget what Omnath hits. Sorry.
It hits planeswalkers and
Okay,
players,
thank you.
if memory serves.
Yeah. I tend to not play with as many good cards, so I haven't actually cast an Omnath before. I'm usually just playing against it, and I just accept whatever happens to me. Okay, so using the 4 dice to kind of enumerate or lay out the 4 different colors of mana that Omnath is using. So it's not as clear for us, the commentators, but I'm sure to the players this is helping to kind of verify the board state, kind of making almost Magic Online-esque, where you see the little pips of mana next to you, or even on Arena as well.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan,
Okay.
if you had decided to compete at SCG Syracuse, what deck would you have picked?
I probably would play some version of the Is It Murktide deck. I just feel
Mhm.
like the overall decision-making process and pacing is one that I'm used to. I feel like it utilizes some of my legacy chops. So,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, for sure.
how about you? Would it be the Yawgmoth deck?
Um, Yeah, I would consider Is It Murktide also, because I think it's really, really strong, and I like how sort of simple and direct and it is with super high individual card quality. But Yawgmoth's the deck I've been playing the most, and it's really fun as well. So probably if push came to shove, I would have played Yawgmoth.
So in these sorts of board states and situations, like Yi Chang set up this really interesting line and is just going through a lot of motions, and Steven is kind of just replaying Titan after Titan. How do you kind of keep yourself focused during times like this when you're playing for such high stakes? Once again, winner's going to make the top 12 and loser's probably not going to.
Good question, because it is an exceptionally complicated board state. You can see how many permanents and one-ofs both players have on the battlefield. I find it helpful to just sort of like compartmentalize and boil things down to like what do I have control over. That's an easy one when you're talking about Steven's side, because he's limited by not being able to cast things at instant speed, not being able to use his non-basic lands in the face of the Magus of the Moon. And then from Yi Cheng's side, which possibly is a little more complicated right now, you start to think like, what are the most important things that I need to keep track of? Like, what is going to determine the outcome of this game? And even if I don't do everything perfectly, let's make sure that I don't lose sight of those couple of most important components. Like, let's not accidentally let the Magus of the Moon die, things like that.
Mm-hmm. I feel like sometimes there's shortcuts for players too. So some players I've seen, and we see that here, of activate all my planeswalkers in the beginning, maybe make my land drop as early as possible, sans like maybe some Omnath stuff. And then there's some players that kind of do the opposite. Like I'm gonna save all the planeswalkers on my land drop for last, and so just your overall play pattern as a player. So we see here Fury with Ephemerate able to take out one of the Titans.
It's impressive.
Yeah, I don't even know what Steven's hoping for, and I can only imagine that we're kind of at the point where even answering the Max of the Moon isn't enough.
Yeah, so let's consider the fantasy land where Steven draws a removal spell for the Magus and there's no counter spell.
Hmm.
What happens then? I mean, like, do you get to unlock some synergies, some powerful plays that are on the board with these lands, or do you still need to be attacking with Titan in order to win?
Yeah, I mean Steven's on empty right now. We saw Summoner's Pact getting encountered there, just kind of cutting off all the options. Like if there was gonna be out, is probably gonna be some oh maybe you have I don't know 15 mana Emrakul in your deck or something like that. So
Hey,
I'm just gonna counter
that would
spell
be
it.
cool.
Or sorry, you can't get that with Summoner's Pact, but just maybe there's something that they're not thinking of. I guess Gaia's Revenge wouldn't even do it. I can't even think of a green creature that would be cool enough here. Okay, so we're seeing Otawara bounce, and this is kind of just putting the finishing touches.
Yeah, the Ottawara bounce makes me think there's probably another counter spell ready to go.
Hmm.
When Chris and Lee were on right before us, they covered a game that had gotten to a similar point, and they said something I like, hey, you're down a game. This is your last potentially game of the tournament. Like, there's no reason to concede. Just play it out to the bitter end, and that's what we saw there. But that is Yi Cheng with the 4-color Yorion deck winning, and we think advancing to the top 12.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that that'll be it for this round, and there might be a bit of a break or so. So always a good time to stretch the legs, grab a beverage, and so just as a reminder, so it's that the top 4 seeded players will get a bye through to the top 8, and then the bottom 8 players will be fighting it out to see who can round out the top 8. So just elimination matches from here.
Yeah, so I think we are going to take a break, and we'll be setting up the top 12 for you.
All right, test, 1, 2. All right, I'm back. So right now, thanks everyone for being patient. The last round of Swiss just finished. There was one round that was hanging out in particular that has been settled. The top 12 has now been announced, and to no one's surprise, many of the players that you've been seeing today, they are, in the top 12. We had a lot of playoff matches, and a number of these players also, made it into the top 4 as well. So I do want to give congratulations to, I don't have all the names with me, so if I have, let me see, I think there's like the standings command, maybe I can use that, standings, to find out, standing, singular? Yeah, okay, cool. So, let's see, MTG Melee. And then we can together try to figure out who's playing what, and then we'll have a general idea of what the next few matches have to hold for us. So, looking at the standings after 11-2, so that's 13. Okay, you're right. So Damien Del Nero was playing Eldrazi-tron and was undefeated. Matt Tumovich was playing Blue-Red. Is it Murktide? What's up?
Oh, it's fine. I was just going to say that.
Oh, yeah. And then let's see, what else? Daniel Walton. Daniel was definitely on stream earlier. I just don't remember what Daniel was playing. I think it may have been Yawgmoth.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, but if someone can let me know. And then yes, Gonki, you're right. Kevin Thanikit was playing Hammer. Azorius Hammer. I don't know what Francisco Vargas was playing. Maybe I can actually figure it out. Let's see. Francisco Vargas. Oh, no, Drew with Kevin Thanikit in the last round. So Drew into 5th place. Okay, so no bye there, but that's fine. Andrew.
They were probably playing Living End.
Living End, okay.
Francisco Vargas was probably playing Living End.
Living End, okay. Andrew Mathis, I don't really know.
So they have so what I'm looking up is they have all the deck lists from the trials posted, and so I'm just searching their names in MTG Goldfield.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's cool. Oh, that's a really good thing too to think about.
So Amulet Titan is what Andrew Mathis is likely playing.
Mm-hmm. Quinn Tonole.
Nobody vetoed coverage. So review coverage. Which matches do you have a bracket?
I don't have a bracket. So, this is a hot mic. Should I mute?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to mute 1 second. Sorry.
I didn't realize you were hot.
I could talk to Chad or something.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that. I'll be right back. Just finish round out the top 12, and I'll talk to John Bryan. Okay.
So Quinn Tonole is likely playing Burn. You're not muted here, Anu. Oh, okay, I see how it works. Okay. So let's see. After Quinn is Liam, who was playing the Yawgmoth deck. Yi Chang was playing the 4-color Yorion deck. After that, in 10th place, we have Jeffrey. I don't want to pronounce the last name wrong, but yeah, I'm not sure what Jeffrey's playing. And then Harley Smalley is in 11th, and Seth Clark in 12th. Yeah, we know that Anu's muted on Twitch. He's just talking mechanics with people, and I'm just trying to get what we can about the top 12. So it looks like Harley Smalley is playing the Indomitable Creativity deck with Archon of Cruelty, which is pretty sweet. And then Seth we had on camera earlier.
Sounds like one way or another, it's going to shape up to be a pretty interesting, diverse top 12.
I'm back.
Yeah, definitely few different. Oh, there's Anurag.
Hi. Okay, so I'll give you guys a heads up. So the head judge, John Bryan, came by. I had to mute real quick. Sorry about that. And the ultimate decision was to pick 2 matches. I kind of just I don't know, got flustered in the moment, and I picked 2 players whose names we have not seen on the screen yet. So I don't know if it'll be a different matchup necessarily, but it will be new players, and I think that'll be a good experience in and of itself. So we do have the top 12 lined up. That is the one thing that I will say. That the magic will be happening. We will be seeing in the next 4 rounds the conclusion of this tournament, and that alone is enough to be happy about. Now, what we get, we'll find out. We'll see how it goes.
Translation is that Honorog picked what's behind secret door number 3.
Yeah.
Definitely get behind.
Yeah. So yeah, that'll be pretty exciting. And I don't know. I think they just finished their photo op as well, and now players are. Maybe are you?
I'm Francisco Vargas.
Oh, nice to meet you. Cool. And then Seth. Okay, right. Okay, so this is one. Okay, so we have Francisco Vargas against Seth Clark. I'll go ahead and update that, and then yeah. So I guess why don't we do this right now? I'm going to cut to a quick break. I'm going to fill out the information, and it looks like since we have players coming up here, we'll have a match very shortly. So stick around. I think within the next 5 minutes or so, we might be good to go. I'm going to cut to break, and we'll be back with Reed and Jonathan doing coverage of the top 12. Live.
Hey everybody, we're back, and we have more Magic to bring you. We're on to the round of 12. I'm Reed Duke. I'm here with Jonathan SUKENIK. Jonathan, how are you?
Doing well. So, it doesn't matter how you finish in the Swiss now. Like everything's laid out, and we're just getting to the elimination round. So pretty high stakes here. So top 12. So the bottom 8 players of the 12 are gonna fight it out to see who gets to join the others in the top 8. So here we're seeing Living End on the right side by Francisco Vargas against Seth Clark on Golgari Yawgmoth.
So Francisco had quite an impressive performance in the Swiss rounds with 10, 2, and 1. Unfortunately, he was the one player with that record who didn't get a bye. The top 4 going straight into the next round. But he is the 5th seed, Seth Clark, with one of many players with a 10 and 3 record. He's playing Golgari Yawgmoth, and you see actually turn 1 Stomping Ground, which is not a ubiquitous inclusion in this archetype, but maybe indicates presence of a sideboard red creature like Magus of the Moon.
Yeah, well, one thing also worth noting for these elimination rounds is in the Swiss, it was closed deck list. Like maybe you sat next to the player and maybe you were able to scout, but here everything's all face up on the table in terms of deck lists. So the players exchange deck lists beforehand, and then they're proceeding with the match knowing that. So Seth Clark didn't lead on an Ignoble Hierarch or a Birds of Paradise, and maybe just being aware that since their opponent's playing Living End, their creatures aren't necessarily as good as they normally would be. And we actually see Seth choosing to aggressively put a counter on Wall of Roots, and one reason to do that is you can have it end up in the graveyard in response to a Living End if it has 4 counters on it.
I find this to be a really cool matchup, and the adding a counter purposely to your Wall of Roots just illustrates that. It's a matchup where you really have to pay close attention to all of the zones at once. The battlefield, the graveyard, even the cards in library can matter when it comes to tutor effects. And I generally find it difficult to win from the Golgari Yawgmoth side, but you have a lot of like interesting weapons and ways that you can approach the matchup. So I'm hoping that we get some interesting games. The single biggest factor, I would say, is that the card Living End, at least the first copy of it, wipes the board. So it's kind of like, in addition to this combo element, it's just 3 mana Wrath of God, which is quite powerful against a deck with as many creatures as Golgari Yawgmoth. But yeah, just suffice to say that there's a lot of weird things that can happen, and I think we're going to be in for some good Magic.
What's the bottom card in the hand that was taken with the grief?
It might be Court of Calling.
Okay.
But
that one I don't know, but sounds good to me. So yeah, when you're Seth and you see that one of the Living Ends was in the graveyard, and another one was exiled to grief, there's the faintest of hope that maybe all of the Living Ends were drawn. But alas, a Shardless Agent's able to cascade into a Living End, bringing back grief, probably taking the Grist this time.
Yeah, and nice sequencing here, because Grist actually is a creature when it's in the graveyard, so that can return to the battlefield via Living End. Not sure if a single Grist would be would be quite enough to beat this army that Francisco has made on turn 3 on the play, but it is something. The quarter cases do matter.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me between the Living End deck and the Rhinos deck. They're both kind of doing the similar. I'm not going to play anything small. That way I could play this suspend card off of Cascade. But it's interesting how Living End kind of just clears the board, whereas Rhinos is just like, I think my 4/4s are just good enough. But regardless, we see Francisco able to take down game 1.
Yeah, in relatively impressive fashion. Also, something that you mentioned earlier, Jonathan, is the seeding of the players and the higher seed getting to go first. And I mean, Francisco won that game in quite a landslide, but getting to go first and just put all those creatures onto the battlefield before Seth Clark has really had a chance to play the game is that's what you want. That's what you want as your decisive game 1 win when you're playing Living End.
So as the Yawgmoth player, what sorts of tools are you looking for in your sideboard? I'm seeing quite a large number of cards coming out, so I'm guessing there's going to be quite a number coming in as well.
Sure. So probably the single most important card is going to be Endurance, which some Yawgmoth players go up to a full 4 copies. You can evoke Endurance in response to a Living End and sort of flip the script on them, get rid of all the creatures that would have come back, and instead get back your own Endurance. But you might see all of just the sort of general anti-combo cards come in, stuff like Thoughtseize. And then there's some fringe options, like how do you want to approach the matchup? Do you want to try to mana screw them with Magus of the Moon? Do you want to try to purposely get creatures into your own graveyard? Do you want to just combo as fast as possible? I think, yeah, definitely Endurance and Thoughtseize are coming in, and then there's a lot of flexibility in terms of the way Seth Clark wants to approach the matchup.
And one thing I really like about the open deck list is you can see the tools that your opponent has at their disposal, but there's kind of this what level are you on sort of mentality of just like, okay, well, maybe I don't want to bring in this card because maybe Francisco is going to sideboard slightly differently or play around it anyway, so it makes it so ineffectual that it's actually better for me to focus on my core game plan. And Yawgmoth's kind of a deck that's, has this combo element to it and has certain pieces that it doesn't necessarily want to side out. And when you're choosing to play more interaction like Endurance and Thoughtseize, you only have so many spots that you can give up to your to have specific forms of interaction.
That's a great point. One thing that I do expect in these sideboarded games is that the games are going to be scrappier. So game 1 was just Living End, did its thing, comboed on turn 3, no resistance. I think that that's not going to be as likely to happen in the sideboarded games. I think it's going to be more like they're attacking one another's graveyards, and maybe Francisco's forced to Living End to wipe Seth's board, but he doesn't get enough creatures back, and then the game's going to continue. So things like that. Instead of a game resulting in a concession on turn 3, we might see one that goes to turn 7, 8, 9 if under the right circumstances.
Yeah, and scrappy games are some of my favorite. Like, give me the hardcast, like Striped Riverwinder. Like, let's see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I lost a game, just playing on Magic Online in this matchup recently, where my opponent Living Ended and brought back like 3 or 4 creatures, and then the following turn hard cast an additional Curator of Mysteries, and we played out the game for like several more turns, and I eventually lost, and I was like, wow, like I actually would have won if they hadn't hard cast the Curator of Mysteries. Like I could have beaten 4 creatures, but not 5.
Wow.
That's an idea of how these games can sometimes go after sideboarding.
I hope we get to see a game like that. So wow, just ley lines out of the gate.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's something we could have touched on or could still touch on during sideboarding, is the sort of threat of these ley lines, because Living End can have Leyline of Sanctity, it can have Leyline of the Void. It's not crystal clear how many of each you would want in the matchup, because they both do something, but it's not like a clean lights out as it would be against something like Burn or whatever it might be. So did Seth Clark come prepared with Force of Vigor, even though it's not good against the main game plan of Living End? But anyway, what does Leyline of Sanctity do in the matchup? Post sideboard, it's going to stop Thoughtseize, it's going to stop Blood Artist, it's going to stop Endurance, and it's going to stop potentially Geralf's Messenger. So those are all very relevant things, but not necessarily game over all on its own.
Right, and there are a lot of interesting things that happen from the open deck list. So Seth could have deduced that something like this would happen, that the ley lines would be boarded in, given how their interaction looks like. But Outland Liberator, which we see there, is likely, if it's not main deck, sideboarded in, kind of for situations like this. So Francisco Vargas's deck has a lot of cycling, but that doesn't actually count as playing a spell. So you can actually see the Outland Liberator potentially blow up both Leyline of Sanctities.
Wow, that's awesome. So you're telling me that we're searching up the Outland Liberator for the werewolf ability for the night and day
yeah.
idea?
Yeah, exactly. So for those who don't know, on the day side, it's kind of like Wasali Pride Mage. You're able to just pay 1, sacrifice the Liberator to destroy 1 artifact or enchantment. But since Francisco Vargas is probably not going to play a spell on their turn, maybe a Grief, but If they're not able to do anything, it'll flip, and the other side's a 3/3 that when it attacks, it gets to destroy an artifact enchantment and still has the pay 1 mana to sacrifice kill something as well. So can kind of just go, okay, attack, kill one of your ley lines. If you're going to go for it, I can pay 1, kill the other ley line, and then still endurance you.
Working.
Yeah, exactly as planned.
Chat added Necromentia is a possible sideboard card that the leyline could shut off.
But yeah, and Seth went through a lot of effort to get this Outland Liberator now flipped onto the battlefield, sacrificing the turn 1 Birds of Paradise to the Eldritch Evolution. So, 2 for 1-ing, or I guess not really 2 for 1-ing, but kind of going down in card quantity, but able to kind of recoup that card advantage. But more important than card advantage is just actually the avenues that you're allowed to fight on now.
Yeah, this is awesome. It was a bold gambit, sort of, to put all your eggs in the basket of the Outland Liberator. But I think it's a great play, and it's seeming to work out. So now if Francisco was to go for a Living End, Seth could blow up the ley line, potentially free up endurance. We don't know necessarily if he has one in hand. Also, the Outland Liberator just goes to the graveyard as a creature that will come back post Living End. So we talked about scrappy games, and you're seeing it. This is going to be much different from the way Game 1 looked.
So Chad's having quite a bit of discussion about if there's 2 different Leyline of Sanctity, kind of the original art and the new one, which one would you want to kill? And how do you feel about this read? Or do you not even think about it when you're playing a match of Magic?
Oh, I definitely think about it. In fact, if I said blow up your Leyline of Sanctity and Francisco put the wrong one in the graveyard, I'd say, wait, I targeted that one. Let's have a proper game state here. But no, in all seriousness, I don't have a strong preference towards one or the other. What do you think?
I would destroy the art that I wouldn't use, so I would destroy the newer one here. But sometimes I do prefer the newer arts.
Okay, we've got fireworks here. So here comes Living End. Here comes Outland Liberator blowing up the ley line, and he has it. He has the endurance. This is amazing.
Exactly how Seth drew it up from turn 1 onwards. So endurance is going to target Francisco, and then as you mentioned, Reed, the Living End still resolves and brings back endurance.
Yup, endurance, Outland Liberator, the Birds of Paradise that was sacrificed on turn 1, the Young Wolf undies. So now Francisco just did Seth Clark a favor. Look at this board state.
Yeah, and so one thing that is going to happen is due to Violent Outburst cascading, that's 2 spells, so the Outland Liberator is going to go back to the day side. But, kind of just, grew up the Young Wolf, and you got to get this endurance into play, kind of just a massive reversal, but it's usually supposed to be in the other direction. So let's see what the follow-up is. So one thing that can happen is, as you mentioned, Living End still plays the sort of like Wrath of God role. So you can still see Francisco choose to, I don't know, cycle and then play Shardless Agent next turn. So if you're Seth, you kind of want to prepare for the worst, hope for the best sort of thing. So what do I do if my opponent is going to play another Living End next turn?
Oh, how about add an Undying Creature and a Blood Artist to the battlefield?
Oh, wow. So it's very difficult for Francisco to be able to answer the Blood Artist without playing Living End, but that would just cause all the triggers to go in the stack. And with Francisco at 5, that would be a lethal spell.
Wow, super great game. Seth just did everything he needed to do to win, including that bold gambit, with the werewolf needing to flip. But I mean, that's a way to beat double Leyline of Sanctity when you haven't drawn Force of Vigor, and I'm just thoroughly impressed with the way that game played out.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I've never actually seen the night side of Outland Liberator attack before, so that was just a treat to watch. So You mentioned how in game one Francisco was on the play, and there Seth was able to set up this whole Outland Liberator line before Francisco was able to deploy a lot of threats due to be on the play. Do you think there's any dynamics that might change, especially after seeing Leyline of Sanctity post board?
So if I'm Seth, I might have been like, oh, I'm not sure how many copies of the various ley lines Francisco is going to board in, but after seeing that, I'm probably just going to have the maximum amount of enchantment removal, including possibly Force of Vigor. But you did make a great point, Jonathan, that the play draw being different will change this dynamic. Like Seth had exactly the amount of time to do exactly what he needed to do in order to beat Francisco's draw. And this time he may have one less turn. So there's really not a lot you can do in 2 turns, whereas that third turn sometimes is the difference between winning and losing. And we'll see if Francisco is able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, it is overall pretty interesting in Magic. There's a lot of different philosophies that go into sideboarding and deck building, but one of them is that if you're going to win a match, you're always going to play one sideboarded game on the draw, at least because of just, the nature of how the best two out of three and the winner deciding. So I wonder what Seth's plan is going to be here.
Yeah, and that's actually a sort of hidden strength of a deck like Living End, where you say, okay, I'm usually going to win game one in most matchups, and then even if my opponent gets to bring in their 8 sideboard cards, all I have to do is steal one of the 2 sideboarded games, one of which I get to go first.
Right. It's kind of like the Dredge effect is what I think of it as, where Dredge would have a lot of really good game ones historically, and then you just need to fade one of the post board games where maybe the opponent mulligans to Oblivion looking for something like Leyline of the Void, and you might just have the answer for it.
Exactly. So
So,
checking back in with this game,
mhm.
we have, I think, both players pretty happy with their start. Francisco just quickly kept 7 on the play, started with Leyline of Sanctity. But Scavenging Ooze is unique in its ability to fight the graveyard through the Leyline of Sanctity. So that's going to make it a little bit inconvenient for Francisco to just cycle creatures at a 1 per turn basis. But he's got the Colossal Sky Turtle here.
So one thing that happens with the Sky Turtle, it's a little bit hard when you play in paper, but I'm pretty sure the way Channel works is that the discard is a part of the cost, which means that Seth actually did have a window to exile it with the Scavenging Ooze, the 1 mana up.
Wow, that's a great point, Jonathan.
But it is hard from like a communication standpoint and such because you're kind of saying I am trying to bounce your thing, so it is traditional that you put it on the stack like that, but maybe something that would have been a little bit different on Magic Online or Magic Arena.
Right. Yep. I totally agree with everything you said. That if it visually you'd been helped out by Magic Arena or Magic Online and seen the card in the graveyard, you probably noticed that play right away. But it's not obvious until you've seen that exact corner case come up that you have an opportunity to eat the creature.
And I do feel like lately, so due to the pandemic and such, we have a lot more people that either got a lot better or even got their start in Magic through the online formats. So it is important to, figure out how you're going to transition to paper after that. I know poker also has a lot of parallels of people that would be really good online, but then, how you handle even just chips physically is just like very different. So some dynamic, but getting back to the match, we're seeing a Living End here.
And yeah, I mean, this would actually be a substantially different board state if that Colossal Sky Turtle was not in the graveyard. But here, Seth Clark gets to choose which of these creatures he would like to not have to deal with.
And the fact that the third land drop was a Dryad Arbor was kind of brutal for Seth.
Oh, is there an endurance also?
Yep, yeah. So with the Living End on the stack, Francisco also cast an Endurance from hand. I'm not sure. Oh, yes, okay.
So in theory, you could fight through this. You could use, say, a grist to kill the Waker of Waves and just, I don't know, deploy some creatures to fight the endurance in combat. But this is a lot to deal with very early with a very small amount of mana to work with. So I'm not optimistic about Seth's prospects here. And this is just the brutality of Living End when it has that good draw on the play, especially.
Just to address chat, so the endurance is brought back by Living End, which means Living End finished resolving, causing the endurance trigger ability to go on the stack, and Francisco target themselves to put the Living End back in. One thing you mentioned, Reed, was that the Yawgmoth deck kind of needs some life total to be able to do the really unfair things with Yawgmoth, and this clock is kind of big and might not allow Seth enough time nor life resource to be able to produce a win here.
The endurance, there's actually 2 endurance triggers, so there was the opportunity to endurance both players, kind of just as however Francisco wanted to manage that.
Mm-hmm. It is cool with the Cascade cards being able to play endurance in your deck, though, because you sometimes worry about running out of the Cascade card, be it Crashing Footfalls or Living End, but endurance kind of helps with that.
Mm-hmm.
So Seth is just first figuring out, okay, how do I live, and then how does the board state look, a turn from now, and what resources am I going to have, and how do I claw out of this one? And especially in even in timed rounds, but especially in untimed rounds, it's important to just pause, take your time. Like you don't have like the match right has so much pressure, and you're already so far behind that the most likely case is that you're going to lose. So why not just spend a little bit more time figuring out how you're going to win?
It's interesting. So Grist being cast, you can't force of negation it, but you can subtlety it, which is what Francisco did. Seth concedes the game, and that is our 5th seed, Francisco Vargas, just executing that game plan of I'm gonna win game 1, and then I'm gonna win one of the 2 sideboard games, especially when I get to have a good draw on the play.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the fist bump at the end, so the players wearing masks, being cautious and stuff. So you love to see that as well. So we'll
Hopefully
see if
it's
we can uh, bring another match. I think we have a backup match as well.
great.
Yeah, so this one is Quintonoli on Burn. I believe they have a previous Star City Games success deep run with Burn previously in Baltimore against Jeffrey. I'm not gonna pronounce their last name correctly, but playing Tamashi combo. So for those who might not know, how does the combo work?
Geez, actually, I might need you to give me a little head start on that one. This is a deck that I've heard legends of and maybe seen deck lists, but I actually have not played with or against it yet.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm in the same camp, but
Okay, well, we'll all learn together then. How's
yeah,
that?
I'm gonna see if I can bring up a quick deck list first. Okay, so it plays cards like Lotus Bloom and Wargate and Finale of Devastation.
So Tameshi can return Lotus Bloom from the graveyard repeatedly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
exactly. And
the idea
then
is to use Lotus Bloom to get enough mana to cast Cultivator Colossus, which can replay all the lands that you've bounced to your hand. And then
the
the coup de
finale for the
grace
kill.
is Finale of Devastation.
Mm-hmm. And it's cool because the finale can also just tutor for whatever missing piece you need, or you can have random things like Goblin Engineer, which can put the Lotus Bloom in the graveyard. Okay, yeah, pretty sweet deck. I'm excited. I don't have any favorites in the match, but I want to see it go off once.
Yeah, I think so too. It seems like type of matchup where Burn might actually be somewhat strong
Mhm.
because you have a fast clock. Eidolon of the Great Revel is annoying, and then you can also just kill Tameshi, right? Three toughness creature, lightning bolt, lightning helix do well against that.
Yeah, so it might be something that needs a little bit of help from the sideboard from a card maybe like Burnt and Forged Tender to be able to help just make sure that the Tameshi can live. And then we see Wargate there for the Lotus Bloom. Eidolon dealing a lot of damage, and in order to go off, the Eidolon can't be on the table either, because if you're just going to play Infinite Lotus Blooms.
So the good news is that Tameshi returns Lotus Bloom directly to the
Oh,
battle.
yes. Thank you.
So it's not like a infinite repeating triggers of Eidolon. It's just the first handful can add up pretty quickly when you're talking about a deck like Burn.
But it is notable that you can only use Tameshi at sorcery speed, so you can't just like if something is being pointed at it, you can't just like make infinite mana in response then.
Okay, that could definitely come up. And wow, there you see a quick win from Quinn, the Burn player.
Okay, so I didn't get my wish for game one, so I guess I'm hoping for for the Tameshi deck to be able to win game two.
So hey, let me take a minute to just say that I think this is really cool and special that we're able to bring coverage of this event. And there's a lot of people who had to do a lot of work to make this possible. Thanks to Honorog, of course, for spearheading the whole thing and putting in the most work. But all the people who worked behind the scenes, the contributors, the sponsors, as well as the individuals who subscribe and uh, donate to the Patreon. And also thanks to Star City Games and the players that we're covering, because if they were not good sports about this, we wouldn't be able to make this project happen. Um, so really special thanks to all the players and great job this weekend. And then of course thanks to everyone who's just hanging out watching, because it wouldn't be possible if there wasn't interest and dedication and love of the game.
Yeah, and then we just got a bomb of 5 gifted tier 1 subs from Marcus, so thank you for that. And yeah, we almost have 1,600 people on this Sunday, so it's pretty awesome to see.
It is really cool.
So we see a turn 1 Forge Tender, which is pretty good. So typically the way the burn deck works is that, of course you want to point burn spells at the opponent due to the deck's name, but where a lot of the damage is dealt is actually in the creatures. So Burnt and Forge Tender can stop cards like Goblin Guide, Monster, Swift Spear from being able to deal repeated damage over time.
Yeah, for sure. Just the pro red body is huge. Takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of the burn deck.
So one thing that's interesting when you're playing so many colors with fetches against a deck like Burn is you need to think, okay, like, can I just fetch basics? Do I need to get Shock Lance to make everything work? But can I wait a turn? That way I'm not taking the 2 damage. There's a lot of things going on there.
Okay, this is Roiling Vortex. So that does some cool stuff, including has an ability when things are cast for 0 mana, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Roiling Vortex, beginning of each player's upkeep, they take 1 damage. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast that spell, Roiling Vortex deals 5 damage to that player. So that's gonna, I think, come up mostly as it regards Lotus Bloom coming off suspend. It can also stop life gain if that comes up.
Yeah, so we see Eladamri's call picking up the Goblin Engineer, which can then tutor for the Lotus Bloom. So starting to just get the cogs into place. The repeated damage is also pretty appreciated for Quinn. So in burn, you're kind of trying to reach a critical mass of damage, and the times you have to board in cards like say Path to Exile or Relic of Progenitus or what have you, that's not actually dealing damage. It's kind of rough. So this kind of does a little bit of both, where okay, if there's a Lotus Bloom coming off of suspend, I can deal you 5, and maybe stopping the life gain could be relevant. Like it provides different dynamics while still pinging the opponent for 1 every upkeep.
Right. If you've played burn yourself, you probably know that it's quite easy to get up to like 14, 16 points of damage. And then sometimes what's tricky is just getting that little extra bit to get all the way over the finish line. And the reason I bring that up is just that the small things do matter here. These 1 point per turn from the Roiling Vortex, the 3 points you see Quinn picking up with the Searing Blaze. This is what it's all about for burn.
Yeah, and Jeffrey actually putting a premium there on the Burton for Tender. It could be sacrificed at any point, but the Goblin Engineer's ability to kind of have that pseudo welder effect is not as prominent in a deck like this. So the actual body of the engineer doesn't matter, and just valuing being able to protect a card like Tameshi.
Right. So the Goblin Engineer, if you don't have an artifact on the battlefield, you can't really get anything going, right?
Yep.
But it does stack the graveyard with a Lotus Bloom for when you do get Tameshi. But man, after that flurry of action, look at Jeffrey at 4 life.
Yeah, and here we go. All right, it looks like I'm getting my wish.
So remember, not casting the Lotus Bloom, so that's not triggering the Roiling Vortex, just coming directly onto the battlefield. That's going to make 3 mana again, bounce another land, repeat the process.
Right, so you kind of profit 2 mana every time because you have to pay a white, and X is going to equal 0. But then you can start to make other colors. So the first one can make white, and then that gives you 3 white. Then the next time you bring back the Lotus Bloom, you can make other colors, and then hopefully be able to play a card like Cultivator Colossus.
Yeah, so it's not, we're seeing Jeffrey start to do his thing, but it's not a foregone conclusion because you actually have to do something with all of this mana. But here's Eldamri's Call. So if I understand correctly, that we'll find Cultivator Colossus. There it is. And even if that doesn't win the game immediately, you get to put all your lands back onto the battlefield, draw a million more cards, then continue the process. So eventually you figure Jeffrey's going to get to sort of a critical point where he can access every card in his library and find a way to win. Just don't accidentally cast a 0 mana spell.
So we see some shortcutting here.
There's also, I guess, the Otawara, if need be, can repeatedly return the Cultivator Colossus. So I think we are getting at a point where perhaps infinite is not the right term, but
Oh wow! So it must have been the case that Jeffrey might have had just exactly enough mana, like so no mana floating for the Lotus Bloom.
oh, is that right? So just exactly enough for Eladamri's Call and Cultivator Colossus, but nothing left over.
Yeah, but with this Birch and Forge Tender in play, able to protect the life total, maybe Tameshi once, it's interesting to see what Quinn's going to do from here. But you know, when I'm in Quinn's seat and I see the opponent comboing, I kind of just maybe take a drink of water and just hope everything's fine. Follow along, make sure everything's going properly. But here we go. So Skullcrack on upkeep, but Skullcrack says that damage can't be prevented, so the Forge Tender not going to be that effective. And then there's the Roiling Vortex for the last point of damage.
Wow, what a finish. that was a game that ran on some pretty thin margins. Like if I understand correctly, which that's not a given, I could definitely be misunderstanding. But it seemed like one extra mana from Jeffrey's side would have enabled a much bigger turn, the previous turn. If the Skullcrack had been able to be countered by the Burrington Forge Tender, who knows what happens? It makes me think, would the game have been different if the Forge Tender had countered, say, the Searing Blaze on a previous turn?
Yeah. It's really tough to say because if you counter the Searing Blaze and the Quinn just leaves up 1 mana, are you just not going to go for it with your Tameshi? And you're kind of just on a clock between both the burn deck having very redundant top decks and the Roiling Vortex just dealing 1 damage every turn.
Well, we got, if you ask me, 2 just amazing matches there with some really fun outcomes and some really fun, like, unusual situations that came up. We are, I think, going to go to a break. The last match still playing. There is 1 match still playing, but we don't have coverage set up for that just yet. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be back possibly with the next round or whatever we can bring you in a few minutes. Hey folks, we're back. Thanks for your patience. Reed Duke and Jonathan SUKENIK here, and we are ready to move to the round of 8.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. So, just seeing how the top 8, kind of fills out from here. So we get to see a lot of the players that did really well throughout the Swiss portion that had buys in the top 12. So people like Damien, who was on the tear with the Eldrazi Tron deck, and Matt Tumovich with the Is It Murktide deck. So I'll be looking forward to the first match that we get to cover. Right now, the players are just looking over each other's deck list, but then shortly after, we'll be able to cut down to the match.
That's right. So the players who had performed best and had buys, they're now in the mix, and everything is more or less an even playing field. We just have 8 players left. A loss sends you home, and a win advances you closer and closer to the finals.
So Reed, if you were one of the top 4 seeded players here, what would you do with your round off? Would you be watching some of the matches to maybe gain a little more insight into how people might be sideboarding? Would you just go read a book or walk around, grab some food?
At a Magic tournament is to create an environment where I can be comfortable and perform my best. Focus, energy, whatever you want to call it. So some of that is just sort of like listening to your body, and you'll know if you need food. You'll know if you need to get out of the convention center and clear your head a little bit. And maybe you'll know if you want to just hang out and watch a prospective opponent play. But I imagine if I was in the position that these players are in, having played 13 rounds of Swiss over the course of 2 days, I would probably value that time off.
So as I discussed earlier, the top seeded player Damien with a record in the Swiss of 11-1, so an absolute domination. Just first seed, going to be on the play every match that they remain in the elimination rounds against Yu Chang, who we saw on camera being able to generate some really interesting board states with their 4-color Yorion deck.
Yeah, this is awesome. If you asked me at the start of the weekend, Eldrazi Tron wouldn't have been one of the top 10 or even the top 15 decks I would have expected to be in first seed, but it's clearly Del Nero is doing something right, and we'll see if it can continue.
So I don't know how much coverage you got to check out this weekend, but I'll warn you ahead of time that the Tron lands that Daniel plays with are, let's just say, varietied. So we're gonna have to, put on our glasses and make sure we get the right ones.
All right, thanks for the warning.
Pretty quick mulligan. So if you are going to be this successful with the Eldrazi Tron, you can either be really lucky and just have the really good opening hands, but it really comes down to understanding your percentages in terms of mulliganing. So you kind of, like, sure, if you get the perfect 7, that's great for you. You're probably a huge favorite to win those games. But due to the London Mulligan rule, just even your 5-card hands that have a few Eldrazi Temples or maybe just Tron rolled up, like that, like the quantity of cards don't matter at some point when the cards you're playing are so powerful.
Right. So another way to put that is like a 5 or 6 card hand that has Urzatron is going to be better than a 7-card hand where you're just making 1 mana per turn. Similarly, Eldrazi Temple can just be absolutely busted in certain draws. So I like this deck in the sense that it has a lot of different powerful things going for it that you can tap into based on what your opening hand lends itself to.
One question that also is the case is if you're Yi Chang and you see that your opponent mulligans, do you maybe keep certain hands differently based on the fact that you knew that they mulligan? But it seemed like with the turn 1 Ragavan, just trying to get out there, but answer with the turn 1 Dismember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good question about if your opponent mulligans ahead of you, does it change things? I think it can move the needle a tiny bit if in certain like weird borderline hands, but for the most part, I would encourage folks at home to just uh, make the best decision that they can. And I think one thing that we get in trouble with when we're making mulligan decisions is when you start doing these like mental somersaults to justify a keep or justify a mulligan. sometimes you could trip yourself up in that way, and really just focus on like your bread and butter, like this is what I want to see in my opening hand, and am I seeing it or not?
Yeah, and that's kind of true in general. Like you might hear things called like fancy play syndrome or something like that, where you don't want to be cute for the sake of being cute, and like just because you're justified in a certain way doesn't necessarily make it right. But yeah, so we see. I think that's a March of the Otherworldly answering the Urza Saga, and followed
Which
by a Dash Ragavan.
that's exceptionally powerful. If you've ever been stifled, had your fetch land stifled in Legacy, then you know that the opponent getting to trade 1 mana for your land drop can be devastating. And
Yeah,
especially in the case of Urza Saga, the March can respond to the Chapter 1 triggered ability, so you never get to generate mana even in the first place.
well, one thing notable though is that Yi Chang actually missed their third land drop there. So just dashing a Ragavan every turn, and this one also meeting a dismember. A little bit telegraphed from the meta reshaper choosing to attack. You would expect with Damien missing a land drop that if Ragavan didn't have an answer, that the meta reshaper would have stayed on defense. So I wonder if Yi Chang just has nothing else going on in their hand. Maybe they just have cards like Renin 6, which aren't really doing much with no fetch lands in the graveyard.
So there's Chalice of the Void on one. Jonathan, what do you make of Chalice of the Void in this matchup?
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's a little bit harder with Ragavan, like two of them already in the graveyard. But the problem is a lot of the mana costs are just pretty varied. Like there's abundant growth that you might be able to hit. So some of the ways that Yi Chang might be able to smooth out their draws, the Chalice on one might be able to do some work. But it seems like Yi Chang is trying to kind of go over the top a bit. But we're kind of in this weird like stage one part of the game. Like we haven't really left stage one with both players just having two lands in play.
Yeah, modern is funny in this way where some games are just so explosive and decisive, and other games it's like, oh, okay, we're we're missing land drops, we're both not doing much. This
Yeah,
is certainly one of the latter.
we even seen Eladamri's call there for an Omnath instead of say another Ragavan to try to produce more mana, and it's not a. Oh, okay. So here we have steam vents. So interesting. I wonder if shocking there kind of telegraphs that there's a counterspell in hand for Yi Chang.
Right, to pair with the treasure, the steam vents plus the treasure. And you nailed it.
Yeah, so Yi Chang really just hoping for a fetch lane more than anything, but beggars can't be choosers. And
Oh,
wow,
you got
okay,
it.
fetch lane off the top.
So
Commentator's curse, I guess.
Omnath can hit the battlefield. Ren can pick up the Misty Rainforest for a future turn, and suddenly Del Nero, who was off to a pretty good start earlier, now needs to have a huge turn if he's going to stay in the game.
Yeah, geez, and I haven't been able to see the lands that well, but it looks like only one Tron piece, along with the Waste, and I think it might be Ghost Quarter or something. We'll try to figure that out. But oh no, it's an Eldrazi Temple because Thana's here was cast last turn. Yeah, so like you have maybe enough mana to be able to play your Eldrazi's, but not necessarily quite enough mana to be able to play the larger Haymakers.
Notably, Omnath was not deployed there and still is not deployed.
Yeah. What do you make of that?
Potentially wanting to hold up counterspell or just not leave yourself vulnerable to. I think Reality Smasher might be one of the scary cards here with such a low life total,
Hmm.
or
Yeah,
just general conservative play.
and Run and Sex allows you to hit a land drop every turn, so you can kind of just wait until you could play Omnath and then play a land such that you have counterspell mana up.
I do worry about being a little bit too conservative here. Like if you play too slow of a game, you allow your opponent more shots to find something like Cavern of Souls or Assemble Tron. It could be counterproductive, but in the meantime, you gotta love Yi Cheng's position, having um, gotten out of the mana screw with the Ren and 6, and now sort of taking over the game with counter spells and Omnath.
Yeah, and it's almost a shame that each of the dismembers had to hit Ragavan because now there's likely no answer to the Omnath, barring a few timely draw steps in terms of mana or the specific Tron pieces. So Omnath with a fetch land, making the card virtually 0 mana to cast, and that you're kind of given the rebate of 4 colors here. And I think I wasn't sure if that was just a pass afterwards, but
I think it was indicating the triggered abilities.
oh, okay.
So we have the generation of mana, which is huge. Also, the life gain is huge because now it's not one hit from Reality Smasher that can steal the game. That should be countered by the Chalice.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just gotta check though. I mean, if you don't plan on getting rid of the chalice and you have absolutely no use for the cards in your hand, maybe they forget.
Sure. Yeah, that is a feature of a live tournament. Is Chalice of the Void it generates a triggered ability that the controller of the chalice has to remember and acknowledge, or else it can be skipped. So that is one thing that's different about playing a paper tournament compared to playing on Magic Online, maybe compared to playing on the kitchen table, depending on the house rules that you're used to going by.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. I think I've actually lost more matches trying to like hope that my opponent forgets and then happening to be in a spot where I can actually answer the chalice and I could use the card that I cast than the other way around, which is like them forgetting. So it's always a risk you have to evaluate. But the players here, like it is true that there might be some fatigue, but Damien doesn't get to be 11-1-1 without remembering their chalice triggers more than likely.
It's conceivable that Damien could actually be hurt by their own chalice here. Something that can happen is that you deploy the chalice, and then the game goes long. Maybe you drew a copy of Expedition map that you can't play.
Yeah, and with cards like Prismatic Ending that are kind of like pseudo 1 mana cards, but don't have to be 1 mana, it doesn't chalice on one. Like, yes, it's in your deck, you're going to cast it and stop that abundant growth, but it's not going to have the most finds.
Would you expect that to be sideboarded out after game one?
I think so. I think it's like maybe on the play it's fine, but they still get to play their 1-drop before you play your chalice. It's not like you're playing cards like Simian Spirit Guide aren't legal in Modern anymore. So I think we probably won't see it, but it just depends on. So I believe Damien's playing with Karn the Great Creator, so you might not have enough cards to board in potentially.
Okay, so in other words, there's a bunch of one-ofs in the sideboard that maybe want to stay in the sideboard rather than coming into the main deck.
Yeah, but I do think you could probably find yourself in a spot where they might do more than Chalice does in the matchup, and then your cards, even if they can only find, say, 2 or 3 cards instead of the full utility, I don't know, 7 or 9 cards, might just make your overall card draw density and your 60 better.
That was an unusual game with both players suffering from some mana troubles early on. In the end, it was Yi Cheng who was able to get out of it quicker. In particular, that Misty Rainforest draw with the red and 6 ready to go was so clutch.
Yeah, so what do you think about sideboarding from the 4-color Yorion side?
Well, I would expect any sort of non-basic land hate that exists to come in. I think that Yi Cheng has the Mags of the Moon in the main deck, if memory serves.
Mhm.
But sometimes folks have extra copies of Boseiju, maybe the Obsidian Charma, if you really expected to
Oh
face a lot of
yeah.
Eldrazi Um, you're going to want to tailor your removal suite to line up well against Thought Not Seer and Reality Smasher, since Lightning Bolt fails to kill those, and Prismatic Ending is a bit of a tough ask as well.
Mhm. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. So even though the Yorion deck is an 80-card deck, by playing so many cards that replace themselves or even produce card advantage in, say, Abundant Growth and Expressive Iteration, along with having tutors uh, like Aladamri's call, you make it so that way there's kind of just like your core engine of cantrips and such, and then you kind of play around with the flexible numbers, but you can actually just see your sideboard cards way more frequently than you would expect in a normal 80 card deck with that much velocity.
Good points.
And then from Damien's side, we discussed the Chalice of the Voids, but and along with the Karn sideboard, but there is also just the aspect of you're being on the play, so you can kind of time things a little bit differently. I wonder what sort of tools we might see in the sideboard there, though, because four-color Yorion is kind of a very popular deck, so I'm sure Damien already knew they were playing once they saw the matchup of what they're going to be sideboarding.
Yeah, I wonder what is the best or most reliable path to victory from the Eldrazi-Tron side? Are you trying to do Eldrazi's with Cavern of Souls? Are you trying to out mana them by assembling Tron quickly? Do your Planeswalkers pull a lot of weight? So I'm really eager to see how these next couple of games play out and what approach Damien decides to take.
Yeah, I feel like with
Not even just
card...
decides to take. Sorry to cut you off, but it's also just what sometimes the cards that you draw with this Eldrazi Tron deck point you in the direction that you're forced to go.
Right. It's kind of like a beggars can't be choosers. It is kind of true that on the play, your creature plan might be a little bit better just by nature of being able to deploy them a little bit earlier. Maybe Icefang Coatl's not able to get Death Touch quite as quickly. But I think if Damien was given a choice between, say, Tron or an Eldrazi Temple hand, probably would just prefer Tron because the Planeswalkers are a lot harder for Yi Cheng to be able to address. But on the play, I think either might be serviceable, and on the draw, you might have to be maybe a little bit more picky. So Reed, have you had the pleasure of shuffling up an 80 card deck yet in person?
It's a good question. I have not played a Yorion deck yet, but you get the experience when you have to shuffle your opponent's deck, or Commander, Battle of Wits, whatever it might be.
Battle of Wits requires really large hands.
Yeah.
Yeah,
last time I was on coverage for one of these events, I told the story, or maybe I should call it a legend. But there's a legend of I think it's Patrick Chapin picks up the opponent's library before even counting or shuffling or doing anything. He's like, "Oh, you have 61 cards. You better check your deck." And he was right. And just the idea that tournament players get so ingrained and so used to the exact feel of a 60 card deck or a 40 card deck that it can be really jarring and throw you off when things don't fit in that comfortable, familiar mold.
Yeah, I love that story. It reminds me of another one where there was an East Coast Grand Prix where this one Magic Online grinder, Jayway, was playing a 64 card Scapeshift list because they determined that they needed the extra mountains along with playing 4 Manamorphoses as well. And it's I wonder how many people asked Jayway in that tournament, how many cards are you playing? Because you know that there's certain archetypes you wouldn't play 64 cards for.
Right. It's a good point. I mean, I think that is technically knowledge that you are allowed to have at your disposal before the game starts, but no one ever really asks to think, and it would be kind of impractical to go around, counting every single one of your opponent's decks before every single game. But you can learn. I mean, sometimes it comes up on Magic Online or Arena where you see a deck that's above the minimum, and you can get some hints about what's going on there.
Yeah, one of my other favorite things that I got to experience from traveling and playing Magic internationally is that in different regions of the world, so I think of Southeast Asia, where they actually tend to present their sideboards before every game just to like show that there's 15 there and just like to be very clean about the whole process. And it's something that, you know, I've kind of thought about like adopting more on even in the United States.
Call. And it's also, you know, not exactly the same thing, but earlier you highlighted the players like doing the fist bump at the end of the game rather than the handshake. And it's just kind of interesting how the table etiquette can evolve with the changing times and just, you know, trying to create systems where both players feel comfortable and communicate well and be respectful of your opponent.
So it looks like here there's two Tron pieces in play, but judging by how this expedition map wasn't just cracked right away or something larger was played, I'm assuming that Tron isn't online yet. But if Yi Cheng doesn't have a card like the Obsidian Fire Maul or like Boseiju, that we're going to see Tron next turn.
Well, it's possible I'll get my answer about what is the most direct route to victory here, because
Ooh.
you see a 7 or 8 mana spell resolving, which we may not now see it resolving unless there's a dismember.
Yeah, so Damien had two dismembers game one. Definitely needs one of them here, and that's a hard one to play around. I mean, Yi Chang played turn 2 Ren and 6, didn't play Eladamar's Call, and then all of a sudden you're facing down Mags of the Moon. You play one in your deck to draw them, right? Not to tutor for them.
That's right.
It's got to sting a little too. Like maybe in the Swiss you could be like maybe they play multiple, but I'm sure, you know, if it's a one of and you know you look at the deck list, that emotional damage of like, oh my god, you drew the one of. And there it is. Remember.
So now all the mana freed up, shields down on a counter spell. What do you have, Damien? What's it gonna be?
Yeah. Whatever it is going to be the best card to play because there's no counter spell. And it turns out it's Reality Smasher, which can answer this Ren and 6 if there's no Solitude.
Even if there is Solitude, costs a whopping 3 cards out of the hand, which I suppose is better than nothing, but
Oh, is Reality Smasher only spells?
it is. Good point.
But even so from needing to play the Dismember, kind of prevented Damien from having their full amount of mana available to them. So we might see larger fireworks next turn. Like it could be possible that Reality Smasher was just the best you had available with say 5 or 6 mana, but there could still be like Ugin the Spirit Dragon or something bigger. And Counterspell's still offline, so there's just Brooding Pool and Naya colored lands in play.
Yeah, so that to me maybe indicates that Yichen doesn't have counterspell in hand at all, because fetching for the tapped land on the main phase, you could choose a different route if it was important to have double blue available.
Okay, so it looks like Solitude Prismatic ending. I think that's a March. Along with Rogrin Triome, Snow-Covered Island, and Wooded Foothills.
Very nice.
So lots of removal. It does mean that if Damien's trying to set up a Planeswalker, they can probably just get it, but choosing to take the Solitude, that one will come with a body next turn if they wanted to.
Is every card on both sides of the battlefield foil? Not quite, I guess. some of these not lands are non-foil on the left side, but
well, I think if you know, depending on how much Yi Chang is missing, I'm sure with the spoils of this tournament can start to fill that
there
out
you
if
go.
they wanted to.
Oh, level up.
Okay, so we see the Prismatic ending on 4, able to answer the Thought-Knot Seer. And then, so much mana for Damien, but just nothing to do with it. They must have 11 mana by now, maybe more.
It is tough. Like there's a lot of moving pieces for the Eldrazi Tron deck. Sort of the two decks that we're seeing in this match are the two extremes of the spectrum, where the 4-color Yorion deck is, kind of the definition of consistency. You almost never see it without a powerful play to make on each turn. Whereas the Eldrazi Tron deck, it's super high highs, but also low lows, because sometimes you're missing Tron, sometimes you have an awkward mana curve, sometimes you have lots of mana and nothing to cast, and there's not a ton of options for smoothing your draws.
So the emblem just it's going to be very difficult for Damien to get through, given that they're not able to interact with the emblem. So, for instance, could just prismatic ending every turn to answer the slower threats like Matter Reshaper or Thought Seer.
Is there any other instant or sorcery available just yet?
Let's see. It was turn 2 Red and 6, turn 3 Magus of the Moon. I don't think so.
Okay. So we're awaiting something like an expressive iteration to really, or a counter spell to really get the game over with.
Yeah, I guess we could just draw a card along the way with this Omnath. So one convention that happens in Paper Magic is to kind of keep the cards revealed, kind of like what Arena does, but with only one card left, it's a lot more comfortable to be holding all your cards. So Yi-Chang kind of saying, okay, do you have this March written down? Okay, great, I'm going to pick it up then.
So March of Otherworldly Light that can be retraced indefinitely and can be cast for a tremendous amount of mana. Exiles artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. So that means any of the Eldrazi, Urza Saga, or anything that comes from Urza Saga. But there's one way back into this for Damien. It's probably one of those big planeswalkers that you mentioned: Karn Liberated, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, the 6-mana Ugin, whose name is escaping me.
Ugin the Ineffable.
That's right. Because those get around both March and Prismatic Ending.
Probably Yi-Chang likely wants to, when they have the time, exile the Matter Reshaper because it's a dice trigger to pseudo draw a card or put onto the battlefield. So kind of preventing Damien from being one draw closer to one of those planeswalkers. So from Yi-Chang's point of view, you kind of just want to close the game out as quickly as possible. Just wants to kind of push their advantage and make sure that Damien's not able to draw one of these haymakers.
Yeah, that amount of mana is always scary. So just cutting the number of draw steps to as small a number as possible is a good idea. Potentially one more draw step for Damien.
Probably don't wait this long if the card's not, if the card is really good, I think we'd see it on the table already. But maybe just, collecting themselves first. And oh, wow. Okay, that one could actually be very good.
Yeah, like roughly 42 Walking Ballista, or 42 mana Walking Ballista, I should say.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet.
Walking Ballista is one of the creatures that's extremely vulnerable to March of Otherworldly Light, but at least you could use the counters. Maybe take out the Omnath.
Oh, wow. Mystic Forge.
Okay. That's not going to be super effective against the March, though, right?
Right.
You get one, it gives you one extra shot to find a planeswalker off the top, and it actually he does.
Yeah, and you can still look at the next card with the Ugin on the stack, even if the March is going to be played on the Mystic Forge. So we see a Coatl, just seeing if they're able to draw a card like Counterspell.
I feel like you really want to kill that Mystic Forge before Damien gets priority again, right?
Yep. Yeah,
So if
it's
you're not
a
familiar with this, the way it works is Damien can, like, if there's nothing going on, he can just cast cards from the top of his library off the Mystic Forge, and there's not really an opportunity for Yi Cheng to respond or stop that. However, if you did something like in response to a planeswalker being cast, exile the Mystic Forge, then you can like sort of put your foot in the gears and stop things before they happen. But right now, it's off to the races for Damien.
Force of Vigor. So the Mystic Forge was still activated. It's because if Damien's going to use Ugin to minus, or sorry, to plus to pseudo manifest a card, but when the card dies, it goes to your hand. So kind of being able to pull out a better card. But I think we're more likely to see a minus here. So we see an abundant growth here as the follow-up from Yi Chang, and they have enough power on the board to just answer both planeswalkers. Oh wow, and the Fury instead just answers both planeswalkers, so now the 5 points of damage can go face and just threaten the kill next turn.
Yeah, even better. So again, resetting the game in this position where Damien has one draw step. It's got to be something really special.
Oh,
Or
is that fancy lightning bolt?
fancy lightning bolt, the best way to end a game.
Yeah. And just like that, our top seed of the event is taken down by 4-color Yorion. So condolences to Damien, but congrats to Yi Chang and advancing to our top 4.
Yeah, most definitely upsetting the number one seeds. Got to feel good. We covered Yi Cheng for the last round of Swiss, and even then it was like any misstep, one loss and your tournament's over. But he's still fighting. He's trucking along, and now is all the way to the top 4.
It looks like we're ready for the backup match, so we're gonna head down to that our time shifted match for the top 8. I wonder what's gonna be. I'm excited.
Yeah, so we saw Living End win in the round of 12. We saw Burn win in the round of 12. And then we know that we had an Is It Murktide, a Colossus Hammer, and one more among our top 4 players.
Yawgmoth would be the last one. Daniel Walton, or sorry, oh, it's Food. Sorry,
Oh,
my
wow,
bad.
this is a cool one.
Yeah, so for people that I guess the deck has come and gone, but what's the? I'm not gonna pronounce the card's name, but the Food deck trying to accomplish.
Okay, so the Food deck there's a lot going on. It's like it has graveyard synergies, it has artifact synergies, but the core cards, I would say, Urza Saga, of course, and one of the cards you can find is the Underworld Cookbook, which
Mhm.
pairs well with Asmo, the Underworld Cook themselves, which can be cast for 1 mana on any turn that you've discarded a card. And I know that Daniel Walton's particular take on this archetype also goes into the sort of more classic food synergies: Gilded Goose, Trail of Crumbs, Witch's Oven. but this is one of these decks that has a lot of built-in synergies, and sort of each piece, each building block that you add to the battlefield increases the power of everything that's going on, so that you're going to wind up with a battlefield where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, definitely a very synergistic deck, but very powerful as well. We see Finale of Devastation in the deck too, so able to provide some tutoring elements to the deck. I like the playmat on the left though. It looks like a Studio Ghibli sort of playmat.
Yeah, that is way cool.
So it looks like it's a mulligan to 5 with 2 cards going to the bottom for Daniel. So not how you want to kick off the top 8, but a Gilded Goose start is a nice way to just put a bunch of material on the board.
So it's not necessarily intuitive for me which deck's going to be favored, but some folks in the chat are talking about that the food deck has actually a surprising amount of game against Amulet Titan.
I hope we get to see it. So here is a great interaction. So because Asmo's name is so long, they couldn't put a mana cost on it. So it doesn't have a mana cost, but for the sake of cards like Finale of Devastation, it costs 0, and you're able to put it into play.
Hey, so as interesting as this is shaping up to be, we're gonna fast forward the match a little bit so that we can catch up with where the players are live. That'll put us in a good position to give you some exciting action, and then get right into the top 4 when that's ready to go.
Yeah, so there is a lot of interesting interaction that can happen post sideboard, depending on what tools they brought to be able to interact. So
All right, so get ready for a time warp.
yeah, first we time shift into the past, then we're gonna come back to the present. It's like we're going back to Tarkir again. Okay, so it looks like Amulet was able to win game 1. So maybe Daniel wasn't able to do that much off of their mulligan to 5, but in this game too, we just see an unlicensed hearse, and I'm seeing a bunch of Gilded Geese and Trail of Crumbs. I think Daniel, probably has this one, or at least has the advantage.
Interesting. Looks like the unlicensed hearse just came down because it hasn't been able to really wreak havoc on the graveyard yet. Andrew has lots of mana, but has not been able to put a Titan onto the battlefield, or at
Mhm.
least if he has, it's been dealt with.
Yeah, so here, the way the Oval Chase Dragster works is you're able to kind of just tap the cookbook and then discard the Dragster that puts in a food and then return to the hand. The hearse is trying to remove it in response to the food activate ability on the stack, but in response, Daniel chose to use Gilded Goose to make another food to put another trigger for the Oval Chase Dragster on the stack, therefore having the Oval Chase Dragster still end up in their hand.
That's cool. This it feels like the sort of heir apparent to the ancient strategy of Squee Goblin Nabob plus Survival of the Fittest, or whatever discard value engine it would have been, but just like it's not exactly an infinite combo, but you just start to generate so much value by having this free discard of card every single time you want to do something.
Yeah, and you're able to find it with a card like Trail of Crumbs due to it being a permanent, even though I guess you could cast it for 4 mana, but that's kind of not the primary plan. And wow, so Street Wraith there, also being a permanent card that you could get off of Trail of Crumbs, but then just turns into any other card. So it's kind of cool how you can still play some like creatures that act as spells in the sort of deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Street Wraith also just super good with Asmo to enable the easy discard.
I'm ready to see some hard casts, Oval Chase Dragsters and Street Wraiths though.
Hey, I mean that could happen,
With
especially if somebody's overdoing it on Graveyard Hate. You just say, okay, I'll beat you with normal creatures.
yeah, if Living End can do it, I'm sure the deck with Gilded Goose can do it. And one way we might see this all develop is that the Urza Saga is able to make the construct tokens, and with all the food in play, that could present a very quick clock.
The constructs can be absolutely nuts in this deck. Like, even if you think about something like Affinity or Colossus Hammer, where the deck's all based on artifacts and you can get these 5/5, 6/6 constructs, this deck sometimes just has like double digit number of food tokens on the battlefield. Not to mention
Oh, wow.
books, the constructs, the shadow spear. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like a 15/15 trampling lifelinking construct come in at some point in this game.
Yeah, and speaking of food, we have, I always forget the name. It's like Feasting Troll or something like that.
Feasting Troll King, that's right.
Yeah, yeah. So with that one, you're able to use your food, make more food. Just a delight to see it in the deck.
Yeah, this deck looks like such a blast to pilot. Daniel Walton's had surely a great weekend in terms of winning a lot, but also just a ton of fun playing with these wacky cards and bringing in a off the beaten path strategy all the way to the top 8 here.
Okay, so we got to see about this timing, but it looks like the activated ability of the Feasting Troll King was put on the stack due to Unlicensed Hearse trying to exile it, and then Andrew's able to play Endurance to shuffle Daniel's graveyard in. So that's going to prevent the Troll King from coming back. There's going to be less artifacts in play for the Urza Saga. So, it'll be interesting to see if that is able to be enough for Andrew to claw back into this one, but at least kind of puts
Yeah, it's a
pause
great
on
play, a tactical success from Andrew's perspective. But if you think Daniel's out of it, don't forget that he just generated 6, count them, 6 Trail of Chrome triggers by attempting to bring back the Troll King. So
and
down but not out.
and the cookbooks are back in the deck, so the Asmo can actually find them.
Nice.
So still leaving 2 mana up, likely wanting to make a construct, as that's going to be the fastest clock that they could put on the game. Really just not wanting a Titan to come down. That counter of mana though, that looks pretty Titan-esque to me. Oh wow, the other Titan. Instead it's Cultivator Colossus.
Wow, cool.
Oh, I like that. It says giant on it. It looks like a bottle cap or a pog or something.
It's almost like somebody predicted that Cavern of Souls was going to name Giant a lot.
All right, it looks like the baby hearse is getting in there. It's pretty tiny and might even be gobbled up by this construct, but able to connect for 3 points as a result. But the Shadow Spear swing back will undo a lot of that life.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we can even get to lethal somehow. Right now, the construct is only, by my count, a 3/3, but I think that can pretty dramatically increase.
Yeah, so a 4/4 with the activation in response to the third chapter, able to get another artifact, so that brings it up to a 5/5 already. If it's a cookbook, the cookbooks can activate, and and then that would make them 7. And then the Gilded Geese can also make 2 more food, so then that would be 9, so not quite enough from what we count there. Okay, so then you can Asmo for another cookbook, then play the cookbook. That cookbook can discard the Oval Chase, and then the other cookbook can discard an Oval Chase. And then you have 2 mana left to still activate a Goose. I think that's only 10, though. Yeah, I think it's 10 if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah, that's what I've got as well.
But even so, I think Andrew's kind of hard pressed to even find, like, even if you find a Titan, which is typically one of the best draws, I don't know if it's going to be enough against this board. So choosing to equip Shadow Spear, so saying, okay, if I'm going to lose this game, it's probably going to be due to life total, so I'm going to equip the Shadow Spear, and then I can still just activate my 2 other cookbooks to produce 2 more food using Oval Chase Dragster.
It'd be fun to to see the food deck take on Burn in the top 4. Because if you had time to actually start sacrificing these food tokens, get your life total to some pretty impressive numbers.
Yeah, I remember playing a Team Star City Games event in like Indiana. No, it was Columbus, where I chose to play Burn, and it was when Oko was around, and let's just say there was a lot of food that was cracked. That was not in my favor.
Oh.
So I definitely know how that feels.
You didn't get the memo about Oko in advance.
Sometimes I'm stubborn to a fault. I was also pretty much the only person playing Jeskai Control at Pro Tour Hogak, so lost all those matches too. So sometimes I think I play Magic for different reasons at times, but that's what's great about our game. Okay, so with Andrew at 1, and Shadow Spear gives trample, but with the second Cultivator Colossus in play, okay, the cat kill.
It is funny to have a board state where there's multiple Cultivator Colossuses, and it's like not even close to enough. Like those are dramatically outclassed in size by other creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, so it looks like I could see why Anurag wanted to speed up a little, because now we get to watch a game 3, the decider between these 2 players in our last match for top 8, or in the top 8. So we actually see Daniel changing some sideboarding decisions. I wonder if that's a play draw sort of consideration, or seeing that Andrew might have sideboarded in a certain way, maybe after seeing the unlicensed hearse or something, just wanting to change some of the numbers.
Yeah, Andrew was going pretty heavy with the graveyard hate there. We saw Unlicensed Hearse, we saw Endurance. Chat brought up a good point that this Golgari food deck seems like it does not want to play against Karn the Great Creator due to the shutting off, the passive ability shut off artifacts. And Amulet Titan is an archetype that sometimes does and sometimes does not use Karn the Great Creator. So that could be a huge factor here, one way or another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always an interesting decision, especially a card like Karn, the Great Creator. The fact that its deck building cost isn't just 4 cards in your main deck, the fact that it costs you sideboard slots in Modern, where there's just so many different archetypes. Like if you look at our top 12, there are like 9 or 10 different archetypes, and so to be able to dedicate so many sideboard slots to the Karn package isn't trivial, but sometimes it also allows you in game 1s where you have some incidental graveyard hate or just some really wacky card that you would never play in your main deck. But since you have Karn, you have in your sideboard, and you're able to get it at the appropriate time. So an interesting decision there.
Yeah, well said.
Okay, so some pretty quick shuffling there. I'm excited to get back down to the game. I just want to see how many permanents are going to be in play on, like, I don't know, turn 4 on both sides. But both decks are capable of pretty explosive starts.
Sub Magic decks, like sometimes the ones you gravitate towards, Jonathan, are very much spell based, where a lot of the action is subtle and it's going on in the player's hands. But this Golgari food deck is nice from a commentary perspective because it just everything is right there on the table. Almost everything in the deck generates 1 or more permanents, and you can kind of tell how well they're doing based on how large the battlefield is.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of coverage of my old matches, and the amount of times where it's like, oh wow, like SUKENIK did this really cool thing where they passed the turn. I'm just like, okay, that does not feel flashy at all. But yeah, I definitely have a lot of respect for just all the different archetypes of Magic. And even though I'm known in paper for playing certain things, I feel like one thing that's really helped me level up my game throughout the years growing up was having access to Magic Online and, nowadays Magic Arena, where you don't have to worry about, your persona or even acquiring cards in a similar way, and you can just play whatever. So I remember I played a lot of Burn on Magic Online, where I might not have played in person, or I tried like certain combo decks or pretty much like the types of decks you're mentioning, but for some reason in paper it just doesn't jive as well for me sometimes.
Hmm. There is value in going outside your comfort zone and just getting experience with new archetypes.
Okay, so we see a Verdant Catacombs being cracked to play the Underworld Cookbook. Um, it's always a wonder to me that it's the Underworld Cookbook, but it's not legendary, so you can have so many the Underworld Cookbooks. I guess they just made many copies of it. Meanwhile, Andrew got an Arboreal Grazer start. So the Arboreal Grazer body isn't as good in this matchup as it is against, say, the ones like the decks that have Ragavan in it. But you have to remember that people in formats like Legacy play Mox Diamond, and Arboreal Grazer is actually kind of similar, where you get to deploy the extra land, and instead of being able to have faster mana that turn, it's effectively like has a similar ramp effect.
Good comparison. Yeah, it's particularly good with the bounce lands like Simic Growth Chamber. My normal gripe with a card like Arboreal Grazer is sometimes you have it and you just don't have enough lands in your hand to really take full advantage of the acceleration. But with the bounce lands, it's like you're definitely limited more by your number of available land drops and less by the number of lands that you actually have in your hand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Which is part of why you tend to see a Boreal Grazer in decks that are more like Titan, or if you see Lotus Field decks in certain formats, then you'll see the Grazer. But in larger ramp decks, so say Bring to Light, Scape Shift sort of things, you're not going to see a Boreal Grazer because it doesn't actually produce mana on its own. It's just speeding up the pace of the game if you have the appropriate cards to go with it.
So again, if you haven't seen this before, Daniel Walton is discarding Oval Chase Daredevil over and over again to Underworld Cookbook, and this card says if it's in your graveyard and an artifact enters the battlefield, you return it to your hand. So just a way to basically get extra resources and make sure that you always have something to discard every single turn to generate more food. That's pretty sick too. Finale of Devastation for 0 gets Asmo. I was like, what's going on here? You're gonna get a Dryad Arbor because my Elves Golgari Mind State. That's the only thing you can ever get. But Asmo is definitely a notch more powerful than Dryad Arbor.
Oh wow. So, the same thing that makes it a feature provides the bug here in that it has no mana cost as similarly to the foods. Therefore, Andrew Mathis is able to play Engineer Explosives on 0, and that's going to clean up all those cards.
Yeah, that is cool.
All right, so just cashing the Grazer for 3 life. And then I wonder what we're going to see for the follow-up. It was really cool to see Yavi Maya able to allow the finale to be cast on turn 2.
Damping Sphere seems to me the biggest impact of Damping Sphere will be to um, weaken the bounce lands. So Simic Growth Chamber goes from activated from tapping for green and blue to tapping for just one colorless, or since there is Yavimaya on the battlefield, just one green. It seems to me like the multiple spells in the same turn clause of Damping Sphere is probably more likely to hurt Daniel than it is to hurt Andrew. But for right now, that is, I would just say, not the most important thing.
Yeah, it is true that Daniel ends up using a lot of activated abilities. So these cookbooks, Trail of Crumbs, Gild a Goose. But for Andrew, I think the only time it might matter is for a pack turn. So implicitly causing the Primeval Titan or whatever you're looking to cast cost effectively one more mana because you're playing the pact in the same turn.
Right, and you definitely can't, or it's very difficult to preemptively set up the pact. It's just not what pacts really lend themselves to.
Mm-hmm. So we see just more food being generated, and those cookbooks are just gonna like. There's the food doesn't amount to anything yet, but we're really just one Urza Saga away from the beatdown being brought, or just more cookbooks. All right, so we see a little shortcutting here, which is pretty important in paper magic. Like even if you're playing elimination matches, you might as well just, if you're gonna search your deck that many times, just make sure you do it in one fell swoop. And so another thing that's pretty good is by having Asmo in play is that, if I recall correctly, you're able to sacrifice 2 foods to have a creature deal 6 damage to itself, so that can answer a card like Primeval Titan.
That's really important here. It makes it tough for Andrew to really get any traction. Maybe that's why the Cultivator Colossuses are potentially a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Although sometimes there's enough food that you can afford to kill a creature of virtually any size.
We need the one of Stuffy Doll, that way you can kill them with your food.
That's pretty slick.
2 mana, maybe a Trail of Crumbs. I feel like that's where this really starts to turn into an advantage.
Yep. Now, so the easiest way to sacrifice food, I guess, is to that Asmo ability. For example, taking down the Grazer. Grazer actually a bit of a liability there in that it lets Daniel sacrifice the food at a discounted rate.
And seeing Trail of Crumbs go off is just kind of sweet here. Yeah, gotta get those points of damage in. Yeah, so one thing that's hard with how the bounce lands work is that you kind of need to make land drops to develop, but if you don't have non-bounce lands, when you play the bounce land, you're actually not progressing because of the dampening sphere. So your just quantity of lands has just stayed at 4 this whole time because Andrew has played a bounce land for the last 2 turns.
Yeah, so I think if you're Andrew, you're really looking for a way to get out from underneath this damping sphere, like for instance, Force of Vigor. Um, but even at this point, the colored mana situation is getting dire. Remember, the Yavimaya on the battlefield is a big deal in allowing Andrew to tap for green mana, but that Boros Garrison cannot produce red or white, for example.
So if you're Daniel, you do like you kind of have this advantage with Asmo in play and being able to answer a Titan if it comes down because you can use the food to have it shoot itself for 6. Um, but you kind of just need to think, how do I lose? And I do feel like it does come from, as you mentioned, the dampening sphere, and if that leaves the battlefield, what the plan is afterwards.
Okay, so the Dryad is going to fix the colored mana situation.
Okay, then we see Cavern Souls come down, and this one's going to be on. Does that say Beast?
Transmute
So,
Hilarious West. Okay, so I was wondering what Andrew was going to do that's so important because the Dryad is just going to die immediately, right? And in the same sense as the Dryad Arbor, it's actually a liability because Daniel wants to sacrifice food at a discounted rate and didn't have any valid target before this.
mhm.
But fixing for the blue mana to transmute Teleria West makes sense. Grab that pact, set up for a Titan, but it's just not great just yet. Okay, actually gonna find Boseiju, which can answer the damping sphere.
So one thing you could do if you really just want to draw a bunch of cards here, though, is you could actually sacrifice 4 food, so you can use Asmo in response, use Asmo again, and you don't really care about one of the abilities being countered. You can just get rid of 4 food and then draw 4 cards, presumably.
You could even choose. You can even like use the first 2 Trail of Crumbs activations before deciding if you want to sacrifice 2 more food
Mhm.
because the Trail of Crumbs triggers resolve before the actual damage ability resolves.
Yeah, exactly. So, but we do only see 2 of them, 2 of them there, and then just more Oval Chase Daredevils producing more food with the cookbook, and then we have the Saga. So that's where things start getting big. So starting next turn, going to be able to make some constructs. And once again, you just gotta ask yourself, how am I gonna lose this game? So I know you have Boseiju. I know your plan is to blow up this dampening sphere. What next? Like what do I do after that?
Yeah, so the Asmo can check a Titan, but you want to worry about what lands can that Titan get. It's difficult for this deck to win with Valakuts if Dryad of the Elysian Grove can't stick on the battlefield. Cultivator Colossus is a little bit more of a standalone scary card, but even sacrificing 4 food to kill that doesn't seem like much of a hardship right now. So I think for Andrew, it's got to involve killing Damping Sphere and killing Asmo before you can really get any traction here.
A pretty tall order for the Amulet deck. Doesn't have that many removal spells that would just be able to kill a 3/3. Starting off with the Boseiju, though, so Daniel's going to be able to look for a land that has a basic land type on it and put into play. I still think it's funny that Boseiju doesn't let you find wastes um, because,
That is
because it
funny.
doesn't have a type.
So what does Eldrazi do? They just get bodied.
Maybe some might play a Swamp for Dismember or something of the sort. Okay, so Summoner's Pact here. So I wonder if it's going to be the Colossus or Primeval Titan. That looks like a Primeval Titan. A pretty nice one. Okay, so we see Teleria West moving towards the front of the hand, so that kind of, does the pseudo Squadron Hawk or whatever you want to call it, where your Primeval Titan can find you Teleria West bounce land, where you use the Teleria West to be able to get Summoner's Pact, to be able to get another Primeval Titan, so a little bit more roundabout, but
Mhm.
just providing some more utility later on.
I do wonder how many copies of Engineered Explosives Andrew has access to because that's a way to kill Asmo. But boy, you got to think like every turn that passes, Daniel just gets to totally sculpt his hand and set up for to rebuild after potential removal spell or board sweeper.
Yeah, it's just really tough Daniel kind of just has so much material in play and cards in hand, permanents in play, mana, just kind of every advantage you could think of. Okay, so another Urza Saga. So that will allow Daniel to produce another construct next turn. And if Andrew's not able to present something meaningful, just the construct should be good enough. Andrew still has to pay for the pact that was cast last turn to be able to cast the Primeval Titan. So I feel like even though we have a few more lands in play, we kind of have similar resources as we did at the start of the turn last turn.
And if you have to reset everything, starting with transmuting Teleria West for another pact, then how are you ever getting ahead?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough ask, but I'm sure Andrew will show us what they got. Trying to figure out what the discard is here, Daniel. All right, so ping the pact using the Teleria West with 1 mana floating. Oh, it looks like there is a second engineer explosive, so you call that one.
So I suppose the idea is to play it and then wait until a construct gets made.
So if you play it on 1, the constructs have convert mana 0, as do the food. So I think the cookbooks are able to just make a bunch of food, and then you have the construct that you're making, along with being able to find another artifact with the saga that I think that's still just lethal.
Yeah, playing it for 1 is not what I expected to happen. Granted, like there's no right way to do this for Andrew because the situation is just so dire.
Mm.
But I guess the logic of needing to stop the engine of the Underworld cookbooks.
And just like that, so Daniel Walton able to advance Andrew on Amulet Titan. So pretty exciting stuff. I'm excited to see that deck do more work. We're gonna
definitely.
Oh, you go.
It was our number 1 seed, the Eldrazi Tron player, was sort of upset and eliminated in that round. But the other, arguably even more unexpected deck was this Golgari, or at least from my perspective, this Golgari food deck, and Daniel seems unstoppable with that. From 3rd seed all the way to a decisive win there and advancing to the top 4.
Yeah, so we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. So, you use the restroom, facilities, grab water, but, stay tuned for more awesome Magic coverage. right, and we're back. So just setting up some things for the top four, and it looks like it will be four color Yorion, Murktide, Living End, and the green black food deck that we've seen. And the match we're going to cover first is the food deck against Is It Murktide? So that should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Just the basically the more we get to see this Golgari food deck, the better, and especially having it be thrown into a wider range of matchups and situations and see what it can really do.
Yeah, right now we're having the players look over the deck list. So once again, all the elimination matches are with the open deck list. So there's no secrets to hide there. So any cool sideboard tech has to be able to hold up to your opponents knowing about them. And yeah, so the Is It Murktide deck is, I feel like, one of the maybe two or three boogeymen of the format. So it's the money pile deck and some of the Cascade decks. But yeah, just seeing the food deck is kind of a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, for sure. A format that has such a wide card pool of modern, you I think, well, at least for me, I like to think of it as like this sort of infinite sandbox type format where you can just play the cards that you like and come up with these cool off the wall strategies. And when you see a couple of decks dominating too much, it sort of like breaks that illusion. But I'm really happy with the tournament that we've been able to show, and that the diversity of decks that are being successful. I mean, Golgari Food's a great example. We also had Eldrazi Tron, and Mono Black Cabal Coffers was one win away from making the elimination round. So I think it's just great stuff, and I can't wait to see what these players have in store for us.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really cool things. So if you have, say, mana traders or the ability to build the decks on Magic Online, just being able to try out some of the decks from these tournaments. So I'm sure they'll be posted later, and then you hop in the leagues yourself, and for relatively low cost, just be able to see if how you would have fared similarly in these player seats.
Okay, so we are here with our top four match, and it's the number 2 seed Matt Tumovich, Is It Murktide, against the number 3 seed Daniel Walton with that Golgari food deck we saw win the previous round. So this is the first time these players have been able to meet in the elimination round since they both had the first round bye. But it is Matt's prerogative to play or draw first as he likes.
Yeah, and that's going to be true for the finals too, as we saw our first seed, the Eldrazi Tron deck, exit last round. So pretty good situation for Matt being able to be on the play both this round and potentially the next round if they're able to win. So one thing that's going to be pretty interesting from my perspective is just the overall threats that Matt is able to bring to the table. So the flyers could be reasonably difficult for Daniel to defeat, but something like Shadow Spear on a construct can also be disrupted with a card like Archmage's Charm. So I feel like it's on Matt to kind of just line up having enough threats and making sure that the specific cards that cause them trouble would have appropriate answers.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So after a mulligan, players are good to start, and Matt Tumovich taking great advantage of this ability to go first with the turn 1 Ragavan.
Yes, so both of them going to be able to generate some resources here. Matt's likely going to be able to connect with his Ragavan and then can make their decision afterwards. All right.
Hey, that's a good hit.
Yeah, so if Matt wanted to, can use the treasure to play the Gilded Goose. And then the Gilded Goose is kind of like a treasure in itself in that you can tap it and sacrifice the food to be able to make another color of mana. So it's kind of just and if the goose dies, then it's effectively like them killing the treasure, but you still have this food left behind. So it's kind of just a little bit up on material, but it kind of just depends on what Matt wants to hold up.
It is interesting because I don't know how much value the 0/2 body would wind up having, and then since you don't have green producing lands, you can't continue to activate the Gilded Goose. So it's kind of just like a fancy way to, like you said, eventually break even on mana. But Matt decides to just not even bother.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that's pretty interesting from Daniel's perspective is there's a lot of spots where Matt actually has to trade down in mana. So the cookbook was already threatening enough from Matt's point of view that they had to counterspell that, leading Daniel to be able to play Finale for 0 and get another cookbook. So overall, in this exchange, it greatly favors Daniel, despite the mulligan. So Matt's really hoping for a card like Lightning Bolt, some sort of answer to Asmo. That way they can connect again with the Ragavan. I suppose they have an Archmage's Charm in hand, so if they wanted, they could just steal it.
It's not bad.
I don't know, if we played the Gilded Goose, then we would have one food, and we're halfway to activating the
Yeah, I
Asmo.
mean, you
So.
could have basically taken Daniel Walton's whole strategy, just
Yeah, because
commandeered it onto your side.
yeah, you can like keep on getting treasures to keep on using the Gilded Goose to make food, and then sacrifice those food to the Asmo. That's so funny. I'm sure that's what they were planning with all these Modern Horizon and Modern Horizon 2 cards. Like, oh, what if the Archmage's Charm does this? Okay, so the Urza Saga is able to get up to Chapter 2, so can't make a construct unless we make a land drop here, but has the cookbook from the Asmo. We already saw Matt counterspell once, so the problem is the Saga is gonna go off and be able to just get another cookbook if that's the piece that Daniel really wants him to play. So it depends on if Matt thinks that Daniel has an Oval Chase Daredevil in their hand.
Hypothetical question, Jonathan.
But
Presuming that you don't have a ton of experience against exactly this Golgari food deck, if you were kind of thrown into the frying pan, pun intended, against this food deck playing Is It Murktide, like what would be your strategy? What are you trying to line up your counter spells against? How are you trying to get over the finish line? What would you be thinking about?
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to win either by using the constructs and just having a lot of material in play. So just being able to use cards like Trail of Crumbs or the cookbook with Oval Chase Daredevil. So I feel like you end up in spots where it's the flyers that really matter. So specifically Ledger Shredder and Murktide region, where you need to chunk them for so much that you kind of tax them in all aspects. So I don't know if I would necessarily go after the cookbooks proper. I think the Trail of Crumbs and uh, like the problem is the Murktide deck doesn't have many answers to the saga, but I feel like of the spells I can counter, Trail of Crumbs is the one I'm the most afraid of. But it's true that the Trail does do less if the cookbooks aren't in play. So maybe it's just Trail and Asmo that I'm looking to counter.
Okay. Well, at any rate, this is shaping up in a pretty fascinating way as Daniel is able to assemble Gilded Goose plus Trail of Crumbs. No cookbook, thanks to Matt prioritizing those with his counter spells. And notably, Gilded Goose is relatively easy for the Is It Murktide deck to deal with. That's just one Lightning Bolt or one Unholy Heat. We also have to think about what this Urza Saga is going to do next turn. That could find an uncounterable version of the cookbook.
I mean, what we have here is kind of the recipe, though. I really like this Murktide region being thrown out there this early into the game because I feel like Daniel doesn't have super great responses to it, so they don't have enough food such that they can create a construct and use Shadow Spear. So and it's currently out of Asmo range if they can even make 2 foods. So kind of an interesting situation. I suppose you can try chump blocking with your Gilded Goose once against the Murktide Regent, but Daniel is under quite the clock here. So maybe Matt being able to counter all of those cookbooks can prove to be pretty good, but we'll find out here if the Daredevil's in hand, because we'll see a free food being able to be created there.
And do you anticipate Gilded Goose jump blocking Murktide being kind of a relevant dynamic in this game?
Okay, so it looks like choosing to discard a land and then following up with another Asmo. So, as noted earlier, so the Murktide region is a 7/7, and Asmo is only able to deal 6 damage. So Matt's kind of just trying to evaluate. So knowing that, the game is tantalizingly close to being over in Matt's favor, and just trying to figure out, okay, what's like the safest way I can go to win? Do I have lethal this turn? But there's definitely a lot of options. So just kind of thinking through them. It could be possible if you're able to crack the Fiery Eyelet and hit a card like Lightning Bolt or Unholy Heat, maybe that helps a decent amount.
For sure. I mean, the difference between getting to connect with the Murktide and not is, I mean, you're pretty much there if you can connect with the Murktide. But if you can't, then Daniel Walton gets to sort of slowly and steadily assemble these synergies, have more opportunities to assemble an answer to the Murktide. I would say find more copies of Gilded Goose, although I think a lot of those have been exiled to Ragavan.
Now you can kind of take a peek at if Ragavan connects at what the next card's going to be. But in general, you also know that that's the card that Daniel's going to draw. And sure, Daniel can maybe draw more cards through Trail of Crumbs, but more information is definitely useful in terms of making your decisions.
So why would you hold back with Asmo if you're in Matt's position there?
The construct's a 4/4.
Oh, okay, yeah. That construct token was throwing me off. Good call.
Yeah, I also don't necessarily use the most traditional cards for tokens. I collect cards from a bunch of other card games, and I try to find one that looks very thematically similar but doesn't say construct on them. So it's also kind of messy sometimes for a situation like this, but it makes me happy when I play Magic.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. But I'm providing some expert level commentary here with why would you not attack your 3/3 into a 4/4 ground creature?
It's all good. Daniel's just keeping us on our feet. I mean, those are like some really cute tokens, though.
It's cool to
So,
see a player playing a deck like Golgari Food come with like all the specialized, tokens and stuff like that.
mhm.
You
Yeah,
highlighted the what was it, the counter for the Cavern of Souls with all the likely names.
yeah, exactly. It's really just love for the game. Like some people care about the different versions of the cards they play, whether or not they're foiled. Then some people care more about tokens. Earlier in the stream, we saw some people using their deck divider as the token instead. So I definitely prefer this token over that. So kind of doing some digging with the Trail of Crumbs, but ultimately not coming up with much. But able to take down the Ledger Shredder, but the Murktide Regent having that one extra point of toughness, making it very hard for Daniel to be able to interact with. So now the construct is a 3/3 though, so if you wanted to, you could attack with the Murktide and the Asmo. But the problem is, if the construct blocks, then the cookbook could be used to just produce more artifacts. So it looks like it's going to be the Murktide region by itself coming back in. Could be possible that Matt's thinking about lines that involve stealing, or okay. So drawing here, drew an Unholy Heat. So I feel like one of the ways Daniel gets back into this one involves Shadow Spear, but being able to Unholy Heat, say the construct on end step, should be able to help with that, assuming that there's Delirium.
Yeah, so if you kill one of the blockers and attack with everything, you force Daniel to act. Like basically the only way to survive there would be to double activate the cookbooks and use Asmo to kill one of the two ground creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like you said, this is all presuming that there's delirium, which I actually can't tell you for certain. Though it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it should be Bauble, Archmage's Charm, Ledger Shredder. I think the other cards might be instants though. But
So at minimum, if you could sacrifice the fiery islet, you would have delirium.
right, but looks like might not have the extra mana after that. With just the treasure and islet here. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's a good alternative.
yep.
That also
So
pumps up the existing Murktide.
right, so that should just be oh. Oh, there's only one. So just Archmage's Charm was the only instant or sorcery in the graveyard, so bring Daniel down to 1, presumably.
Feasting Troll King hits the graveyard.
Yeah, not having a Daredevil on hand, causing the cookbooks to have a real cost associated with them.
It's funny too because if we were talking about some wind drakes connecting in the air, then Daniel, it's like, oh, I could kill one with the asthma ability. I can gain some life with the food. But the fact that this thing is just an 8/8 is like you can't really. That's an unmanageable size. You can't nickel and dime that. You just have to kill it or block it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when when 6 damage just isn't enough to kill a creature. Like the region's just so big. So finding the Shadow Spear there, but not having enough mana to equip it to the construct and try to connect to gain back enough life. So I think unless if a Gildagoose is found with the draw step, it's going to be pretty difficult here for Daniel to stop this Murktide from winning the game. So this is kind of a last ditch effort. Didn't make a land drop yet this turn, so still have that.
Yeah, Bone Shards is a card you sometimes play, but nope, nothing doing this time.
Yeah, going out on their own terms by cycling the street raid. So I had to gain the life first to be able to do that.
That is a legal play if you're at exactly 2.
Okay, so game 1 goes to Matt. So being able to break up enough of those synergies, very aggressively countering the cookbooks, and just kind of riding the Murktide region to victory after a while. But Daniel will be on the play this time, so the turn 1 Ragavan might not be as potent now that Asmo can come down a lot easier beforehand. I wonder what cards the food deck has for the Murktide matchup.
Would guess it's probably just additional ways to kill Murktide Regent for all the reasons that you outlined. Like the food deck is good at playing the value game. It's good at fighting the ground creatures, clogging up the board. If you can just take the massive dragons out of the equation, then you get to play exactly the game that you want to play.
Hmm. So what sort of removal for the Murktide region do you think the food deck might have available to them?
So you could do any combination of bone shards, run afoul, assassin's trophy, something like murderous cut, or even just doomblade effect,
Hmm.
maelstrom pulse.
Really digging into like the Reduke Jun box
Yeah,
of just
that's the
answers.
that's the best question anyone has ever asked me. Reed, could you please list the black and green removal spells that kill XYZ? This is the job I was. This is the job I was hired for.
Yeah, I hear you. I actually have even to this day, it's still assembled my modern Jeskai box and my Grixis Delver box, where I just have all these off the wall strategies that like I have Pyromancer Ascension is in my Jeskai box, for instance,
Nice.
or my Grixis Delver box has like Dead Drop because I thought if people played like Gurmag Angler and True Name Nemesis, I need to dead drop them. That way they sacrifice 2 creatures.
That would do it.
So yeah, that's pretty sweet. Murderous cuts in that box too. So I hear you on that. So from Matt's side, maybe an archetype they're not necessarily as familiar for or might not have prepared for as much. What are you going to be looking to minimally remove from your deck as the Murktide player?
So I would be thinking along the lines of the question that I asked you, which is like, what do I need to do in order for this game to end as in my favor?
Hmm.
And it probably, like you said, involves flying creatures. It involves neutralizing opposing threats. It involves maybe getting ahead on cards. And especially when I'm on the draw, it probably doesn't really involve attacking on the ground. So I might be like taking out the Ragavans for game two with the intent to reconsider for game three.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's
Yes.
not. It's this Murktide deck is sort of by design. There's never any card that's outright bad, so that
Hmm.
means it's generally pretty tough to make cuts. I think Matt. I just caught a glimpse that maybe he trimmed Mishra's baubles, which is a totally fine thing to do, though I probably wouldn't go down to 0.
Hmm. Yeah, they do help with Delirium, but the Ledger Shredder plus Bobble combo is not necessarily like it's still powerful, but it's not necessarily as important against a deck that might have Lightning Bolt in it. Like if all the removal is just dealing 6 damage with Asmo, or these unconditional removal spells in the ones that you listed that would also kill Murktide Regent, maybe the Bobble's just not necessarily as timely.
Mhm. What do you think of a card like Counterspell?
I think the problem is that it trades down on mana, but I think you can fall behind cards like Trail of Crumbs and Asmo. The problem is you are on the draw, but I think you have to keep it in. Minimally, you're gonna have them on the play. I could see like the problem is you're already carrying Ragavan on the draw, so I'm not really sure if you have enough cards to board in where you would also board out Counterspell.
Hey, so we have a live look in here for our other top four match, and unintuitively, the four-color Yorion player has actually won game one against Living End. So
Oh wow.
that's if you're the Living End player, that's kind of a disaster for you because game one is the one where you're supposed to have your greatest advantage. Now we're not gonna call that one before it's actually over, but certainly a good start for Yichang and the four-color Yorion deck.
Yeah, it could have involved maybe some timely counter spells or main deck endurance or something of the sort. So, but back to the match here. So we're seeing kind of just everything firing on all cylinders right here.
That's you know, potentially 7 permanents on in the first 2 turns of the game.
As you noted earlier in the broadcast, I'm much more used to being on Matt Tumovich's side of, yep, here's my second land and my first spell. Let's go.
Yeah. I got a 1/3.
Man, I did say that the baubles with the connive wouldn't matter as much, but without the connive, now you can't block Asmo, and maybe your life total becomes under duress a lot earlier. Okay, so discarding Force of Vigor there. So what was the Force of Vigor looking to hit?
Blood Moon, maybe?
Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
unlicensed hearse.
I do recall seeing Matt Borden Blood Moon, so that makes a lot of sense. But just maybe given the way that the game is shaping up, the fact that they can still activate Urza Saga to make a construct, even if Blood Moon came out in turn 3, and with Matt leading on 2 Spire Bluff Canals and not really presenting much, just feeling all right about discarding the Force of Vigor there.
This game just looking super good for Daniel. Is it Murktide? I think struggles a little bit against the card Urza Saga. The Is It colors, you don't have something like a Force of Vigor that you can board in that just totally, you know, covers all your bases against the Urza Saga. So I want to see what Matt has in mind for a game like this where he falls quickly behind against Urza Saga. Did he board in something like Dress Down, or is he going to try to steal a construct with Archmage's Charm? Like, what's the plan here?
I do find some sort of irony that the construct hits you so hard, but if you steal it, it's just a baby construct.
Definitely, definitely.
So we're seeing the second construct made, and then maybe getting another cookbook, or maybe just a witch's oven. Probably Shadow Spear, actually. Yeah, I changed my mind. I choose Shadow Spear. Maybe Relic of Progenitus, though. Okay. Yeah, Relic's, cousin.
Hmm.
Nihil Spellbomb. So even if a Murktide comes down next turn, it would only be a 4/4, and with the cookbooks, being able to make enough food to kill the Murktide or even just attack back with the construct, it looks like Matt's gonna need a different plan. I think the aforementioned Dress Down would be pretty good here, just for cleaning up the constructs now that the Urza Saga's over, but pretty tall.
Wow. That was a
Yeah.
decisive game in favor of Daniel Walton.
Yeah, so bring it to game 3, we might see some of the Ragamans brought back in, maybe some counter spells, just really depending on what's boarded out. But I feel like what's interesting for me is that it almost seems like on the play, just all cards are better when you go first, or maybe not literally all, but maybe not like Gemstone Cavern, but most cards are better when you go first. And it's just like, well, then what's bad when you go first?
Right, right. That's the tricky
It's kind
thing.
Yeah, it's kind of about thinking about your deck from a more holistic stance, like exactly what you asked me earlier and talked about of just, well, what's my plan? Like, how am I trying to win the game, and how do I keep pace? And that can, like, sometimes you see it for multiple reasons, but a lot of players will shuffle their whole sideboard into their deck and then remove cards. One reason is because, especially in open deck lists, you might not want to reveal to your opponent, oh yeah, I board in 5 cards, but if my sideboard has a bunch of, say, like 4-4-3-2 or something, then maybe now you actually know how I sideboarded exactly. So that's one reason. But the second reason is some people can actually look at their deck more holistically that way and just say, I'm going to subtract cards until I have my best 60.
Hmm. Is that what you like to do?
I do. Even in limited, I sideboard literally every game. I usually keep 2 to 3 basic lands in my sideboard, and I'll swap out the same basic lands for themselves. That way I don't lose any edge between games.
Okay, so in other words, you never want your opponent to know that you changed nothing.
Right. Yeah, it's something I'm pretty adamant about because I don't think it costs you very much time, and that's like a very real edge. And at the level of competition that both these players and we have played at, there are people that will pick up on things.
I like how it forces you into the habit of like reevaluating every game too, because there's a tendency, sometimes if I'm playing like a long session of Arena or Magic Online where you just get lazy and it's like, oh yeah, like whatever, I already know, what my deck configuration is going to be, and you just click submit.
Mhm.
But it's much better to just develop the habit of like between every game you're reevaluating, checking if anything's changed, if you can improve on your configuration, and the habits that you mentioned lend themselves to that.
Sometimes you have some happy accidents. I remember there's an old Sam Black story with the sudden spoiling that shouldn't have been in their deck, and then they realize it actively like might have been good, and it won them one of the games at U.S. Nationals a long time ago.
Yeah, it's so good. It's like if you ever watched the old Yu-Gi-Oh cartoon, I used to love the scenes where he was like, "Oh no, I can't win this game," and then he draws his card and be like, "Oh, I forgot I had this card in my deck." Like, and there's always some story about why he's got it and why it's the perfect card for this situation. It's like, why can't that happen to me when I play the Magic? Draw some card that's not even supposed to be in my deck and gets me out of the unwinnable situation.
There are some friends I've had over the years that would be like, all right, Jonathan, just submit my deck for me and like write my name on the deck list. And I want to be surprised when I draw my opening hand. Like they just want to live a little, kind of have that Yu-Gi-Oh experience that
That's
you were
cool.
explaining there.
That's fun.
But yeah, I make way too many Yu-Gi-Oh references in my own time, so I'll spare the chat this time. But yeah, that's great.
So this is our backup match here, and we are deep into game number 2, and this is probably going to be a key moment if this living end resolves versus if it gets countered. Could easily determine the outcome of the game.
We do see the counterspell here, and it looks like our main table's also back underway, so we might switch back to that. But Yi Chang kind of in a pretty commanding board state. It really depends on if they're able to play another Cascade card here, because there's not double blue up for Yi Chang currently. Cycling a free Wraith. Oof.
Potentially trying to overload the permission with the end of turn threat, untap, play another threat.
And we'll never find out what happened.
Yeah. Well, in one sense, we'll find out what happened. We just won't get to see it live. But in the meantime, it's good to see this match reach its fair conclusion. It was really impressive how Daniel just got ahead and stayed ahead in game number 2. But this is going to be a different dynamic because again, Matt is on the play this game, and no turn 1 Ragavan, no turn 2 Ledger Shredder. So we're settling in for some good, honest Magic here.
Yeah, and a pretty quick engineer explosives on 1. So sometimes you might wait for your opponent to develop the board a little bit more before deploying a card like engineer explosives. That way, A, they don't know that there's a board clear or a semi-board clear coming in, but also maybe you want to adjust the number to say 0. I guess 0 and 1 are going to be the most common ones here, but Matt's mana isn't necessarily free, even though there's counter spells there, and consider there's not the most things to do at instant speed for your 2 mana here, but on 3 mana you might leave up a card like Archmage's Charm, but then like when are you going to be able to play the finale? So some interesting tension there.
I love about this Golgari food deck how consistently it can access its best cards. The finale for Alice is super awesome, and then Urza's Saga for Cookbook. Just like everything kind of fits together in this neat little package where whatever path he takes, Daniel Walton is always working towards that same winning game state that he can get to around turn 3, turn 4, turn 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in some ways, even though they're different decks, it kind of reminds me of Amulet a little, where it feels like there's all these different angles that come together to have this deck exist. Where in Amulet, let's say you have like Amulet Vigor, Titan, but you also have Valakut with Dry of the Legion Grove, but I want to play more lands anyways. And then here it's with Food and Trail of Crumbs and Asmo, just all these different things going on that come together nicely.
This is the same play we saw in game number 1 of Archmage's Charm stealing Asmo.
I mean, so one thing that is nice about stealing Asmo is there's many ways to find the cookbooks. So, for instance, the Urza Saga going off, and just more Asmos. But if you take the Asmo and Daniel's not able to find another one, you can have cards like Ledger Shredder or Baby Murktide be able to live a lot longer. Once again, I don't anticipate Daniel having that many answers to the flyers, and Asmo is kind of one of the more premier ones. And then by taking the Asmo, you have this Engineer Explosives that Matt Tumovich deployed a little bit earlier to clean up the other half, the Asmo, along with the Gilded Goose. So just trying to keep the board state very condensed.
It's true, sort of using the right tool against the right threat there. So as you said, the EE cleans up a lot of the chaff, while the Archmage's Charm, you know, surgically targets the thing that the Engineer Explosives wouldn't answer.
Yeah, and we see this Endurance able to maybe try to clean up the graveyard a little.
So if the Endurance responded to the Engineer Explosives, chat is correct that the explosives should go to the bottom of the library.
Yep.
But I'm not. I didn't notice exactly what the sequencing was there.
Yeah, it seems like it might be similar to the Colossal Sky Turtle against the Scavenging Ooze that we saw earlier in the day. That is just a little bit more difficult when you're building the stack with actual cards in paper, whereas Arena and Magic Online will kind of put like the ability on the stack and put cards in the correct zones right away.
And this could matter here for either an extra card for Delve or an extra card for Delirium. But you know, of course, from our seats, we don't have any ability to clarify or fix it. So life goes on.
I mean, the board state having close to nothing here definitely favors Matt, where Daniel's a little bit more of a combination deck, like not combo deck, but kind of just a bunch of synergies, and with nothing in play, there's kind of just nothing going on.
Yeah, so the dynamic of the individual card quality of the Is It Murktide deck versus the synergy of the Golgari food deck. So in a one-on-one battle, the 8/8 Murktide region is going to beat any card in the food deck. But in the 20-on-20 battle, once you know Asmo's activated all the synergies and the constructs are enormous and everything like that, then the food deck is ahead. So Matt's goal then becomes to keep the game state nice and pared down, sparse, and not allow Daniel to engage those synergies.
Kind of an interesting sequence there. So Matt chose to exile Endurance and attempt to exile Cauldron Familiar, forcing Daniel, or Daniel choosing to save the Cauldron Familiar by sacrificing the food, and then following up with an Engineer Explosives on 0. So maybe you're just looking to address the construct, or if Daniel wanted to make 2 constructs. It's kind of interesting because that kind of implies that you expect to crack the Engineer Explosives here. Um, Or maybe you think just by playing the Engineer Explosives, Daniel won't make another construct, and then if that's the case, then you also don't have to use your mana. Maybe you can save it for a counterspell or something, but I don't know, just kind of there's a lot of implications going on with that play.
Engineer Explosives is definitely a cool card, because I would go as far as to say that it's one of Matt's best, most important cards in the matchup. But it's not as though Daniel Walton has no counterplay. Um, like he can time things in certain ways. He can diversify his mana costs. He can take different approaches to the game. So I agree with you that the presence of this Engineer Explosives does make things especially interesting.
So one thing that's interesting is if you don't have a land drop, do you want to crack the Nihil Spellbomb this turn to prevent a Murktide from coming down? But the Murktide wouldn't even be that big.
We saw Force of Vigor sideboarded in. The only thing it actually did in the previous game was get discarded to Underworld Cookbook, but it is a card that Daniel has access to, and we now see that Unlicensed Hearse might be the single best target for Force of Vigor, but you can also hedge your bets against a Blood Moon. You can tag an Engineered Explosives that might be sitting on the battlefield waiting for the right moment. Um, but this little song and dance of Unlicensed Hearse against Cat Oven is going to be pretty tricky for both players to navigate.
Yeah, tapping 2 mana that quickly, I've seen that. Yeah, it's definitely expressive iteration. There was some consideration from Daniel's side as to yeah, so it is kind of hard because if the iteration resolves and say they're able to just play an untapped land, then there's 5 cards in the graveyard. But the problem is like the expressive iteration's on the stack, and then eventually, once it finishes resolving, it's in the graveyard and can be used for the Murktide Regent right away. So even if you want to use the Nihil Spellbomb to get the expressive iteration, unless if Matt needs to do something like crack a fetch land or something, the Murktide's able to just gobble it up. So Matt's trying to decide between Dress Down and Bobble, already putting a card into their hand, so you kind of can't take that one. But the Dress Down doesn't look to be doing that much this turn, so I like the Bobble play here. And then recognizing that they want to play the Murktide right away, as I mentioned, to prevent the Nihil Spellbomb from being able to get the Engineer Explosives and everything else.
Again, one of those funny interactions regarding who has priority first. So once Matt declares that he's casting Murktide Regent, that's it. The graveyard's exiled. It's too late for Daniel to use the Spellbomb or take any other actions. However, if Matt, did things in a different order and he was like, oh, maybe I'm going to cast this Mishra's Bauble, then Daniel could actually, get the light bulb to turn on and be like, oh, I want to use the Spellbomb now to prevent Murktide from ever being cast. Not to say that Daniel made any errors, but Matt just was, I think, pretty keenly aware of that and wanted to make sure that there was no possibility of the Murktide being stranded in hand.
Well, one thing that's also interesting is with this Murktide in play, with Unlicensed Hearse, you're able to grow the Murktide the same way you would grow, use one Murktide to grow the other Murktide. So that if Matt's able to get this Murktide up to a 7/7, similar to what we saw last game, putting out of Asmo range is kind of the goal, if Daniel's not dead before then. So we see another food being made here. I wonder to what end.
Could be Asmo. Yeah, that is interesting.
Let's see. There's not many things that would deal 4 damage. Matt's just thinking about the overall deck list just to make sure, but really it's just the trying to get another food out there, get the Cauldron familiar back. Kind of just a free attack if you think you're going to activate the oven 100% of the time. But the problem is you're like forced to use on your main phase, whereas you might have preferred to use at a different point in time.
That's why the feasting troll king. That's why we needed all those foods. So there we have a 7/6 reach. I want to say that the troll king has reach.
But yeah, something that's able to actually tussle and or erase the Murktide region. Yeah, you know, with my 2 lands in play, I expected to get, you know, the Feasting Troll King into play.
7/6 vigilance trample, no reach.
Okay.
Stand corrected.
Okay, so it's pretty much Feasting Troll King versus the world at this point. But it's able to block the Unlicensed Hearse if Matt were able to crew it. Guessing we're gonna see the Murktide rumble in though. I mean, maybe not. With Daniel not having that much removal, you can threaten the double block, and then if you get the board to parity, you're probably just fine. So maybe the only way Matt loses is in chunks of 7.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be hard for Matt to lose here because Daniel really doesn't have anything going on besides that feasting troll king, and either the unlicensed hearse or the Murktide plus the Ragavan can both threaten to trade for it. Plus, we know how strong this Isn't Murktide deck can be. Any Archmage's Charm or Expressive Iteration or another Murktide Regent can just start the engines whirring again.
Yeah, but Daniel, without feeling like they have any other options, choosing to attack here. I wonder if Matt's just gonna line up the double block, and then it's really just is Daniel able to make 3 more food, or sorry, 2 more food with the 1 in play.
So if Daniel does start the turn by attacking and you're in Matt's spot, what would you do
I feel like I double block it.
with Curse and Murktide?
That's the hard part. I think so. It depends on what Matt's last card is, but I feel like if, say, it's a land, just to make it easy, I think the fact that Ragavan can actually produce cards that cantrip or provide some utility on Daniel's side. So say if I just hit, I don't know, a Trail of Crumbs, like a cast that, I could crack the food, I can start looking for my next Murktide Regent. Whereas if you leave the hearse, it's like you're not able to actually pull ahead. Like even if you clear out the graveyard, you're kind of just giving Daniel a lot of time. And even if you have a better average draw, I feel like a lot more things can go wrong if you're left with the hearse. But instead, just taking the damage.
Okay. Yeah, I think your play makes total sense. A couple of additional things Matt might have been thinking about. For one, like what if there's an instant speed removal spell, you know, a Boseiju during combat, and then I lose both my threats and don't kill the Troll King. Could also be thinking about maybe I just want to get the unlicensed hearse even bigger. Could be thinking I want to kill the Troll King and still have the hearse on the battlefield so I can eat it. I think Matt can afford to take the 7 points because there's not really a lot of ways to get bled out from 7, especially not with no Witch's Oven currently on the battlefield.
Yeah, I guess my question was just, what is your plan the next turn then?
Right. That's the that's the great question.
Well, so last turn, because even last turn the hearse was a 3/3, right? So if you block with the hearse and the Murktide, the Feasting Troll King would have only killed one of the creatures, being a 7/6.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not like things actually changed that much this turn. So here it looks like Matt's trying to line up just a trade straight up with the hearse. So what you could do is you could crew the hearse, block, and then activate it.
Yes. So this is a precarious situation for Matt. He would love to have, say, Counterspell or Otawara in hand to as a backup in case something goes wrong. But if Daniel just has a removal spell, Boseiju or anything that can kill the hearse outright, he could win the game.
This is a fairly heads up play, but of if you really want to deal the one extra damage. But the problem is this can allow Ragavan to attack back, which might not actually be where you want to end up. So it's like it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you think the life totals all that matters, this is good, but you're kind of allowing Matt to draw a card off of your deck if you don't have a follow up.
I would definitely say that Matt's ahead, but it's somewhat precarious. 5 is getting to be low enough where maybe there's a world Daniel can steal this with some cats and ovens.
Wow. That goose is actually kind of huge.
Yeah, that's great because now with all this extra mana, you could just sack the food and go up to 8. Just as using the food tokens in their normal use.
If I know these alt arts as well as I hope I do sometimes, I think Matt's non-land card in hand is a Spell Pierce, which you wouldn't expect to be still turned on turn 10 plus, but could still come through to matter here.
Yeah, this game has looked strange because Daniel has had to invest so many resources from his hand into making foods off the cookbook. This would be much different if he had been able to assemble the Oval Chase Daredevil combo.
Okay, so not much time left for Daniel. You just gotta feel like you're so close though, but gaining life with the food, not where you want to be, but you gotta do what you gotta do. If an Oval Chase Daredevil is drawn, that can start to kind of start to buy a little bit of time where you can just make a food every turn. Okay, a goose of their own. So that's able to provide a chump blocker for the Murktide.
It buys time. You got to figure if Matt ever draws like any relevant card, this game's going to be over. As it stands, Daniel can block and sack more foods to get like a couple of more turns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're gonna see the block here. I wonder if we're gonna see a cracking of the food on the end step for Daniel as well. Looks like Matt has dressed down. It's funny. I thought a long time ago that knowing how humility works would just need to stay in Legacy for a while, and then they printed dress down. It's like, all right, gotta brush up on all this stuff.
Yeah. So, what do you think is being asked here, or what kind of corner cases could come up?
It could be a lot of different things. Like maybe it's just confirming that if the Cauldron Familiar comes back, that it wouldn't have the lose life trigger. If you did in response to activation, I'm not completely sure. But no matter for what reason, in situations like this, everyone's allowed to call over a judge. You're able to better understand what your options are. Just be very clear with your intention, what you're trying to do, be as articulate as possible, and then usually the judge can inform if what you think to be the case is right or wrong. So Daniel just evaluating their options here. It is true that at this life total, you can actually discard your card to cookbook, and then you have 3 food, so you could get back the Feasting Troll King. Instead, maybe it's Trail of Crumbs then. Trail of Crumbs meets the Spell Pierce then.
Oh, the turn 15 Spell Pierce.
A classic, really.
Probably more like turn 9 or something.
It never feels that way though. Just so many game actions have been taken, all these really tight plays being made.
All right, we could be moments away here.
All right, yeah, draw a card off the bauble. It's a Ledger Shredder. What's it for Daniel? So let's see, what's the best card? I guess the best card is just a card that answers Murktide Regent. Looks like it's a Shadow Spear. Maybe just make the Feasting Troll King to say that we did, and then that's it. I mean, really, even just gaining 3 life doesn't do it with you at 2 life. Murktide's a 5/5.
Well, I'll say this much. I assumed the Feasting Troll King had reach until I looked it up. Matt did not attack with the Murktide Regent the first time the Feasting Troll King was played. So okay, we'll scratch that theory as Daniel One concedes and Matt Timovich advances. But that was quite a match. I liked it.
Yeah, there were just a lot of different decisions, some of which were sideboarding decisions, some of them in the match, and just a lot of interactions. And I definitely encourage people that want to try, something new. This breath of fresh air in the food deck, I think it's pretty cool. But is it Murktide? Is it Murktide, one of the boogeymans of the format, advancing through to the finals to play against, I guess, the other boogeyman of the format, the 4-color Yorion deck that was able to dispatch the living end deck?
That's true. If the weekend started and you had forced me to try to predict a finals matchup, it probably would have been these two decks facing off. Is it Murktide against 4-color, 4-color mid range or 4-color Omnath? I think it's going to be a close matchup. We had a great tournament leading up to this point, but it's somewhat fitting that it boils down to just 2 seemingly really strong players with really strong decks.
Yeah, so we're gonna cut to a quick commercial break. So, grab your popcorn, do some stretching, and we'll be back soon.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Reed Duke and Jonathan SUKENIK here. We're ready to bring you the finals, the very last match of SCG Syracuse. We're going to see what Jonathan called the two boogeymen of the modern format. Is it Murktide against Four Color Omnath? Jonathan, you want to set us up for this match?
Yeah. So pretty much they're both players that we've seen throughout the weekend. So Matt Tumovich playing the Is It Murktide deck, kind of just being able to make all the different decisions with cards like Ragavan, whether or not to cast spells, and Expressive Iteration, and just being able to put on the clock with Murktide Regent. And on the other side, we have Yi Cheng that fought through, the top 12 and then the top 8 and just assembling some really creative lines, showing a lot of discipline and just being able to put the deck on full display, firing on all cylinders. So I'm excited to cut down to the match when we get a chance.
Yeah, it's been a great road to get here. You have any takeaways, favorite decks, favorite moments?
uh, I'm pretty sure just seeing the food deck exist was really nice. And seeing the Tameshi deck kind of like go off and the interesting tension that happened after that was a really interesting moment for me.
Yeah, that was awesome. The Tameshi deck comboing off, doing some cool stuff, but in the end, being I think one mana short of actually, you know, fully winning the game.
Yeah, so we see players shuffling up, and you know, I feel like in sports and Magic, there's a lot of things where there's almost like a ritual aspect. So you'll see, say, like in tennis, where people, bounce the ball a few times, or in Magic, you'll see people have certain shuffling routines, and I feel like it's a calming ritual, just very important. It's important to count your library, make sure you're presenting an appropriate deck. But whether it's the first round or the last round, it's important that you're trying to bring your A game. And one thing that you can take some solace in is once this match is over, win or lose, you don't have to think anymore today. Like you don't have to work this hard.
Yeah, there's no need to leave anything in the tank at this point.
Yeah, so I hope we can see a great match of just both players still, giving it their all, kind of the final dash to the finish line.
Could be
All right.
Matt Tumovich on the play, leads on Polluted Delta.
Yep, so Captain opening hand without Ragavan. It is true that on the player, Ragavans are a little bit better, where you can cast them, they might not get lightning bolted, or if they get lightning bolted, it might be at the cost of Yi Chang's kind of development of their mana base, because they like getting, basics for Coatl that we can interact with Murktide region a little bit better, or maybe getting the Triomes or the new Triomes, I guess, in terms of just being able to get out the colors online. But a lot of it ends up being dictated by whether or not you have abundant growth in your hand. So kicking off with the steam vents on Yi Chang's side, I'm guessing that just means that it's a Ragavan.
Yeah,
And
and this is a sort of piece of technology that Yi Cheng is utilizing. Not every four color player uses Ragavan or not in the main deck, but it is a cool and effective option that seems to have served him well over the course of the weekend.
one thing I do like about choosing to play Ragavan in your deck is, unlike some other one drops, say like Goblin Guide, Ragavan's the type of card that is good both on turn 1 and maybe like turn 18, where you're able to just use all your extra mana and dash, and maybe that's dodging cards like Supreme Verdict or Prismatic Ending, and you would have dashed it anyways. So not all one drops have that kind of flexibility and scalability to them.
Yeah, definitely.
So from Matt's side, we saw an Archmage's Charm. I wonder if they're going to try stealing the Ragavan, but it's starting to get a little bit scary because Yi Chang can also just let this happen if they want to, play a fourth land and just play an Omnath. That's definitely going to resolve. But instead, choosing a crack here, maybe looking to play a counterspell and knowing that so many cards in Matt's deck, Yi Chang's actually fine with hitting off of Ragavan, say a card like Consider.
It's very surprising opening for this game. I feel that Yi Cheng was sort of able to hijack the tempo advantage. Matt got to go first and generally has the faster, lower to the ground deck, but that's just not the way the draws panned out. Like Yi Cheng able to get out with the turn one drop, get extra mana from a treasure connecting, counter spell the Archmage's Charm, Lightning Bolt, the Ledger Shredder, and Matt seemingly with no efficient one mana way to get rid of the Ragavan. Suddenly he's behind the eight ball here.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting to me in that it seems like Yi Chang kind of, or sorry, like Matt gave Yi Chang the opportunity to allow this to happen because Matt could have main phased the Archmage's Charm if they wanted to instead. Um, or just
So
in terms of how you want the mana to be used in the turn cycle.
if memory serves, was it an untapped land plus a treasure available?
Yeah, actually, yep. I guess it's getting late for me and the players, but yeah. So in which case you do want to use up the mana that way. Thank you.
I was thinking along the same lines as you, and I was thinking like how valuable is it to force the treasure to be used? The timing there, I think, is it's not obvious what the best timing would have been.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Time Raveler coming down, adding yet one more advantage or one more dynamic to the game. Matt's best response to that would just be a deliriumed unholy heat, but if he has to play the game without using any instants or counter spells, that's really bad. B, fight through one or more bounces of the Teferi by casting Murktide Regents. This is also not great, having to double Lightning Bolt. I mean, it's a way to get the Planeswalker off the battlefield, but this is the kind of game Matt really did not want to play. He wanted to get ahead and stay ahead, and instead he's falling behind with every exchange, going to the late game against a deck that's more powerful with more value. Not going to call it until it's over, but this is I would say a very very favorable start for Yi Cheng.
The Ragavan taking Archmage's Charm is just kind of awesome. So what's Matt gonna do here? So if you look at the board, you wouldn't know that that Yi Chang has kind of like dictated the pace in the game, but a single Murktide could be enough to turn it around. So Omnath, the play here. If you don't counter the Omnath and then there's a fetch land, it's effectively a 0 mana cantripping 4/4. So it'll be interesting to see what what options Matt even has available here.
Yeah. Now, if the opponent was at 7, where you're like, all I have to do is get the Murktide to hit once, then maybe I could see an argument for being judicious with the permission spells and saving it for only Solitude. But I think the game is just still too close and competitive to let a card as powerful as Omnath resolve.
Expressive iteration. So I think that's getting a little bit closer to a sign of desperation. Or maybe just hoping that things would have lined up a little bit better in terms of Omnath resolving, but maybe looking for Solitude there. But choosing to play Otawara instead of adding it to the hand kind of implies that there might be another answer, because you could have instead used the Otawara to bounce the Murktide Regent.
That's a good point. And it's uncounterable too. So yeah, it's a little bit of a sign of strength there. But what would the answer be? If it was a Solitude, it could have been used already.
It could be the white card for Solitude.
Okay. Could be another copy of Teferi Time Raveler.
Yeah, one reason to play the Expressive Iteration, though, is if you just feel like your mana's gonna be jammed up. Like, imagine if your hand's just 3 Expressive Iterations here, then okay, you don't want to die with those in your hand.
Yeah, for sure.
It is nice that the floor of Expressive Iteration is draw, kind of like anticipate, like draw one of the top 3.
Okay, well, big turn here. I think I caught a glimpse of a Teferi Time Raveler.
Starting off with the Abundant Growth. So if it is a Teferi Time Raveler, you want to start off with the Abundant Growth to see if maybe you draw a card like Counterspell to be able to protect your Time Raveler.
It resolves.
All right, that's a start. Might as well get the monkey hit in.
Oh, okay. I guess if there's a land drop, the Ledger Shredder can be cast. And that was a significant swing. Granted, the Murktide's going to come back down, and it will demand another answer. But you gotta think you're breathing a sigh of relief if you're the 4-color player.
Yeah, you just have so many cantrips that just buying any amount of time is really good, but it could be possible that Matt's able to find a card like like Lightning Bolt or something here from Yi Chang. But oh wow. So using the pitch modem, March of Otherworldly Light to be able to get rid of the Ragavan.
I do like Matt's boldness in going after the player there rather than the planeswalker. I think that's really good focus on what needs to happen in order to win the game.
Right. Especially if you have no counters in your hand, but due to the Teferi still being in play, being able to play Solitude, and I think the pendulum swinging back in Yi Chang's favor.
Yeah, I think this is getting close. I mean, there's always whenever you're dealing with these expressive iteration decks, there's always like I could draw expressive iteration into my 2 best cards to get things back in my favor, but you're looking at a very dominant game state.
But with a bunch of lands in hand, Yi Chang's able to take down the first game. So from Matt Tumovich's side, what are you looking to bring in for the matchup?
You know, there's a dynamic in constructed magic where the more extreme your strategy is, the more able people are to sideboard against you, and the more balanced and mid-rangey your strategy is, the more difficult it is to have a single card that really blows you out. I think that's the case for both of these decks. There's not really any single card that either player can turn to that's going to dramatically swing the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, I think they're just looking for incremental upgrades and trying to make their threats and answers line up as well as possible against the opponent. I'm actually not sure what Matt would be sideboarding in here. Perhaps some additional counter spells. Like if either player has access to Mystical Dispute, that would be a card I'd be interested in. I don't know. Anything you have to add to that?
I wonder if we'll see a card like Subtlety. Subtlety is interesting because it can help a little bit more with a flash plan that you might want to play in terms of having cards like Counterspell, Spell Pierce, and Archmage's Charm up. It can kind of complete the suite of just things that you could do. And it can set up some spots where if Yi Chang just feels like they have to go for something, and you are able to subtlety it and then dash a Ragavan to be able to play that card off the top if they keep it on top, can just be a pretty backbreaking series of events.
Okay, I like that idea. What about some additional card advantage options or diversifying your threats? Would you be interested in like a Planeswalker, a Jace the Mind Sculptor?
Hmm. Jace is probably good. Narset can also be pretty good if that exists in the sideboard. Yeah, I think just having a healthy diversification of things, especially on the play, would be nice. And then from Yi Chang's side, it's kind of hard. It really just depends on the construction of the deck.
I could see one or two copies of Veil of Summer being a nice weapon here for the counterspell battles.
Mm-hmm.
Any additional answers to Murktide Regent, although those are not necessarily easy to come by.
Yeah, the Solitudes definitely feel like they have to put in a lot of work along with the counter spells to be able to keep Murktide off the board. But we saw there even just a Teferi Time Raveler was able to buy enough time.
Ragavan in this matchup, do you like it from both sides? Is it a play or a draw thing? You think it's an important card?
I think Matt's allowed to board it out on the draw because of Ren and Six, and
Okay.
um, and just you don't really have as many opportunities to dash if you have to hold up your other counter spells also. But if you're on the play, you could just put them to the test right away and maybe make them fetch badly or even expend a Solitude to be able to deal with it. From Yi Chang, I think you might just be able to keep them in both situations, but that one's a little bit tougher for me.
Now, on the flip side, would you be interested in a card like Supreme Verdict, like to play a little bit more of a pure control game from the 4-color Yorion side?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure just having clean answers to Murktide Regent, even if it's just a single Murktide on the board, just being able to play a spell that can't be countered to be able to interact with it would be really nice.
Okay. Well, players are ready, so we'll see if anything changes dramatically between game one, game two. Oh, I actually did see a Jace the Mind Sculptor for Matt Tumovich.
All right. Yeah, on the play, you kind of just want to present your threats, really utilize the fact that you're kind of half a step ahead at the cost of maybe half a card if you want to use the metric of play draw there. So leading on only blue sources, though, might have kept a hand that just has a little bit more permission and just hoping to be able to play the red cards later. But if you boarded out a decent amount of lightning bolts, but kept in the holy heats for the planeswalkers, you're not as reliant on the red mana. It's really just expressive iteration. And we also saw subtlety in hand there, so kind of transitioning into that sort of plan that I was describing before, being a little bit more controlling while presenting threats.
So that was end of turn fetch basic forest. I think that's a lot of respect for possible Blood Moon.
Yeah, this abundant growth is saying very similar. I mean, with let's see, it could be possible that if your next land doesn't line up correctly, you might not be able to play a card like Teferi Time Raveler.
No, Matt cantrip to dress down during the opponent's turn, but then still missed third land drop. And
Right.
It looks like this is not the start he wanted. If game one was any indication, that the Murktide deck really wants to get ahead early and try to push or preserve that advantage, but having to fight back from being behind is much trickier.
Yeah, one thing that's kind of interesting is I'm not saying this is the right spot to do it, but if cards like Ragavan and whether or not cards like Lightning Bolt and other removal spells are going to be in Yi Chang's deck, um, you could have some consideration of sideboarding and then choosing to be on the draw after you both present your decks, and line up in a way where Yi Chang might not have expected to be equipped for that sort of thing. But it's hard to say in matchups like these if that's right.
So Matt fetched main phase, but didn't do anything. Is that what happened?
Yeah, so it's pretty
Oh,
interesting.
actually, we might have. Is this endurance possibly in response to the fetch, which would make sense against a prospective Murktide Regent?
Yeah, it's weird.
Um,
The land wouldn't be in play then though, but maybe the players are just shortcutting something, or like the communication can always be a little bit weird in terms of timing.
it looks like that was just plain old end of turn. So
Okay, so Yi Chang has free reign to do whatever they're able to play this turn. So a card like Omnath could be really good. Ren 6 producing a lot of card advantage here potentially.
so much respect for a possible Blood Moon tapping the breeding pool, leaving the forest untapped. So kind of like putting the shields down on a prospective counter spell, but holding up the basic. Could definitely still have Ice Fang Quaddle.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I wonder what sequence they're trying to play around exactly there. But um, one thing you can also do is say maybe there isn't a card that I want to counterspell, and I don't want you to think I have counterspell because I could have tapped differently.
Yeah, like purposely putting the shields down.
Mhm. Like Matt is stuck on mana, so they're kind of just put to the test here. So if you already have, say, Teferi Time Raveler wrapped up, you might just want to goad your opponent into playing Murktide Regent, thinking that there's no like if like as an act of desperation, they might just run it out there.
So that was main phase draw two with Archmage's Charm, but continuing to miss land drops. Just really tough game for Matt.
Yeah, it's really a tough way to go. I mean, the deck doesn't have as many cards that literally say draw a card as Yi Chang says, but it's still, you kept your 2 land hand with Consider and Dress Down and skipped your 3rd land drop. It's not how you want to go out.
So that was Solitude, the sideboard card that you talked about, but that is not an exciting use of Solitude.
Or Subtlety, yeah.
So yeah, excuse me, Subtlety. Thank you.
It's okay. I got them both wrong earlier today. We're even now. Yeah, so Ledger Shredder at least able to maybe try to start cobble together something. We've seen Yi Chang able to ultimate their Ren and 6 a few times today, actually, and that emblem has a really good way of just shutting out the game.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to connive with the Ledger Shredder here, but it's like the Ledger Shredder being met by Subtlety right away, and the Ragavan just a sitting duck against the Red and Six ping. Really, just hard to get any traction from this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Ragavan in play will likely just fall to a minus from Ren 6 at the best. Like if it's not that, then it's probably even worse for Matt. Oh wow, and even upgrading the die here, just firing on all cylinders. Impressive iteration. So this is the part where you kind of, put the finishing touches. You just want to make sure that you're able to put Matt out of the game. But this is an Ice Fang Quaddle that has Death Touch, and Life Toll is not an issue. Cards in hand is not an issue, and Matt calls it a day. And Yi Chang is our Star City Games Syracuse champion.
Yeah, awesome performance. Thinking back to when we, or when I saw him for the first time a handful of matches ago, and he just kind of dismantled every opponent in his way, took down a wide variety of matchups, played crisply with a really, really nice, well-rounded deck, and I think a deserving champion.
Yeah, and Matt's also likely, it stinks to be one game away or one match away from being the champion, but a second place finish, like if I'm going to a tournament in a given weekend and you tell me that, I'm gonna come in second, like it'll sting a little, but definitely above average. So congrats to him as well.
But yeah, having been there before, I can tell you that it's usually doesn't feel good in the moment, but then if you can just reset yourself and be like, okay, big picture, like that was an awesome tournament and a great weekend, and I think that's true for all of our players that made deep runs this weekend. At least I hope so. Well, Jonathan, I have to say it was a great pleasure working with you, especially after we hadn't gotten to see each other in a handful of years. But this was fun, and I'm going to leave it to you and I think Tan and Grace coming in to cover the finals of the Legacy tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for joining us, and yeah, it was great catching up with you as well, Reed. Yeah, we'll be back in maybe around 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less. We're just gonna get set up, and then yeah, we'll get you the Legacy finals.
All right, sounds great. Well, thanks everyone for watching. This is Reed signing off, and feel free to hang out and watch some Legacy after this.
All right, and we're back. So, this is kind of the Syracuse after party where we're going to get the finals of the Legacy. So, being that it's Legacy, we decided to Reed had prior engagements and stuff, so we're bringing TANNON to the booth. So we got some, Delver experts here, and we're actually covering a match between Tess and Delver. So TANNON, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Now, when you say we have some Delver experts here, are you counting yourself twice? Is that what's going on? Or
No, I'm counting you once and me however many
sure,
times we want to.
1.5 experts. We'll go that far.
Sure.
It's it's been a little while for myself of actually picking the deck up in paper, but
Oh,
I'm super
nice.
excited about this because not only is it a premier matchup in the finals where we have the Epic Storm versus Delver, it's a premier matchup of players as
Mhm.
well.
Yeah,
Did you want to tell the players, the people at home, a little bit about the two guys we've got in the finals? Because they're pretty known for doing what we've got in these finals.
yeah. So one of them is Brian's Cook. So self-proclaimed my biggest fan.
Okay.
He literally just anytime gets the chance. So I'm sure he'll be happy to watch the VODs. But if you haven't seen the Epic Storm website, and Brian's pretty much the creator of the deck,
Mhm.
and is always putting out content and has really cool tokens and even like hoodies and all this random stuff. And their deck is beautiful. And then on the other side we have Alex Rubin, who has from the Maryland area. I've known him since, geez, he was very young.
Yeah, I've known
And
of him for a long time, man.
yeah, and he's been known to handle these classics pretty well as well. So both would be fitting as I guess they're not called classics technically, but
That's what we know them as, sure. Yeah. And we keep
the
calling
legacy
these
champions.
opens. We keep calling these opens. They're not technically opens, but
Yeah, so let's get down to the match.
absolutely. And I'm a big fan of this as well. I actually talk to Bryant probably weekly. Now we're in the same fantasy baseball league, and our favorite teams are direct rivals of each other. So we give each other a lot of smack talk, and our
Oh
decks that
yeah.
we play in the premier format that is Legacy are direct rivals of each other. So we get a lot of smack talk there. But when it comes to actual bona fides of that, I always like to mention the fact that I'm up lifetime on him. So yeah, I get the tiebreaker there. And
Wow,
also,
geez.
my team's been better than his in baseball lately too. So I get to twist the knife a little bit as well. But I'm
Oh,
super excited to watch this matchup. Um, I don't know who's on the play yet, but it does look like it's going to be Alex Rubin. It seems like he was the third
mhm.
seed going into the finals, and that could be quite important in this matchup, right? If Delver's going first, especially in game one.
Right. I think I'm 1-1 lifetime against Brian, so not as
Well, look,
great
hey,
there. But
the booth has got a winning record versus him. Okay, that's what really matters.
yeah, so the Delver player able to kind of deploy the threats and then able to kind of have maybe that small step ahead in terms of being able to daze and spell pierce. Use cantrips a little bit more proactively to sculpt the hand. What am I missing? Do I need to deploy the extra threat that way, cut off a turn that way, or do I need to find another, say, force of will?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also the slight difference here. I mean, let's be real. If Alex Rubin is in round two and sees that he's playing against Brian Cook, he knows the matchup, right? Brian Cook has been playing this deck all day, every day for the last 10 years. But in the dark, the Delver player wouldn't know that this is the matchup that they have. So they might not keep certain hands, but it does look like Rubin's hand is actually great from the couple of cards that I've seen so far. I see a Delver and a Red Elemental Blast here. These are two very good cards to have early.
Right. Yeah. So it's pretty interesting against the various storm variants. Like the Pyroblast kind of loses equity as the game goes later because it doesn't interact as well with um,
Combo turn, yeah.
right, exactly. But in terms of the sculpting turns, these ponder, preordain, brainstorm, what have you, sort of effects, you can kind of trade pound for pound there. And a lot of the times, the Epic Storm is trying to at least beat one force of will, if not being a little bit more careful. And the easiest way to do that is by sculpting your hand appropriately.
Yeah, and so like that actually leads me to something that I found over the years. It does look like we don't have a blind flip of the Delver here on turn two. Big win for Bryant here. It should buy him an extra turn in this game of doing that sculpting that you said.
Mhm.
But this leads me to something I talk about a lot in this matchup where, especially in game one, it's a little weird in how you have to play. I found that when I was playing this game a lot and playing in this matchup a lot, I was losing a ton when I
Mhm.
first started and couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. And I found that a lot of the times I was just like waiting too long to interact with my opponent, and that
Mhm.
sometimes I should just be interacting on the stack as early as like turn two,
Right.
going after those preordains and those ponders so they can't sculpt the perfect hands. Because if you always wait to interact on a turn where they're going off, like where they're doing their big combo turns, generally like one Force of Will and even like a Force of Will plus a Daze might not be enough to get you there. But if you can keep them from sculpting the perfect hand, you might be able to win some games. You see
Right.
Alex not even deploying another Delver here. He's got a interaction spell in his hand, plus he knows the top of his deck. So a few small things here.
Yeah, so just to kind of highlight a little bit of what you're saying there for the people that might want to be a little bit more math-based in what they're trying to accomplish. If you look at the range of hands, even open deck list that you will keep, both as the Epic Storm and as a Delver, you actually keep a lot of hands because of the cantrips, because of the ability to sculpt. It's not worth going down a card to just hope that your 6-card hand is better. And then with cards like Wasteland and Daze, like things just like every single resource matters so much. So since Bryant has to keep almost every 7-card hand that's semi-reasonable, you being able to say shut off a key brainstorm just ruins the whole game for them, and then they might not even be allowed to go off instead of just fighting on the turn that they're looking to go off.
And now we see another reason why he didn't want to deploy that second Delver last turn. Knowing the top card of his deck was a Force of Will, not only is it a good reveal to a Delver of Secrets, very good card to have an extra copy of in your hand for Alex. And it looks we're going to start off possibly a big turn. We got a first real test from Bryant last turn in Burning Wish, and now another one with is it Pyrite Flame? What's the name of this one? These are never in English.
Rite of Flame. It's
Rite
fine.
of Flame, yeah.
Yeah.
It's Pyrite
So
Ritual and Rite of Flame. Yeah, sorry. They're
yeah.
both the
No,
same
you're
card.
good. So one thing that can also be interesting is whether or not Alex has a Lightning Bolt in hand, because if you have a Lightning Bolt in hand combined with the assuming that the other Delver flips, then this clock isn't so different than the previous one.
Right, that's a good point.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Pyroblast being able to interact with the Brainstorm, and Brainstorm's really important to hit there because sometimes Bryant might just try going for it and baiting out various spells, and that changes the hand the most.
It looks like Chromox is the fourth card this turn, and it does look like we have, what is this? Is that
Galvanic Relay?
Galvanic Relay, okay.
Right.
So Galvanic Relay for 5 copies, I believe?
Yeah, so Relay's a really interesting card. It's kind of like a light Mind's Desire for next turn, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, it's like the new way that Red makes card advantage, right? Like it exiles cards at the top of your deck, and you can play them like usually until next turn. So you kind of get to like put them on layaway.
Yeah, and it's really good for turns like this, where Alex actually has some interaction, and you're like, well, I used up all my lands this turn. It would be really nice if I could just use up my lands again next turn.
Absolutely. One of the new additions to the Epic Storm over the last 2 years, a deck that every now and then gets a slight upgrade. You know, like it doesn't generally get too many new cards. You might get like a little, a card that's a little bit better than its predecessor kind of thing. But most of these cards, I think you can take a look at them, just look at this deck. These have all been printed, 10, 15, 20 years ago, and they're getting into the deck. So nice to see a newer card make it into the deck.
Hi, thanks for the raid. So, just one legacy expert to another. So, yeah, Alex is kind of just planning out the turn. So it is kind of annoying that the Delver didn't flip. So you know that Brian doesn't even necessarily have to win this turn either. It looks like Alex wants just what the text is on Wishclaw Talisman, just to better understand the card.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that we joked about this yesterday. We were watching Bryant Cook play in Modern, and he was playing the Neoform deck. And Bryant's known for playing, like you said, some of the most beautiful decks you'll ever see. But one of the big things is his cards are generally in non-English, and decks like the Epic Storm or Neoform, you're seeing a lot of cards that aren't getting played in other decks. So while Alex probably knows what Wishclaw Talisman does, he just wants to be sure, And so again, he can't read the card, so getting the Oracle text is always a good thing. So it looks like we're going to start off here with the Lion's Eye Diamond from Bryant, and that's going to get another Storm counter. Got a couple free spells lined up here and a couple really, really powerful ones as well.
Yeah, what's hard is that just the way Storm ends up working is that your tutor card usually finds a card with Storms. So therefore, a lot of people don't have, say, Flusterstorm in the main deck or some way to nicely combat a Storm spell. Like people don't play Stifle anymore. So you kind of just look at the cards that yield the Storm card payoff, and you see that there's both Wishclaw Talisman and Burning Wish, and both of those can find Storm cards. And then Alex is going to be a little bit hard pressed to just find enough things. And Lion's Eye Diamond can actually make mana a little bit sooner than normal, in that there's all these cards that are exiled, then you can make the mana, then you can cast them. Whereas if they were in your hand, it would actually potentially be a liability.
Right, because you'd have to discard them. And let's try to keep up here. There's so much going on. We got a Dark Ritual on the stack, adding a bunch of black mana. Love the counters, the physical counters from Bryant here. So that's 3 black mana floating. We're on the 3rd spell of the turn. The Chromox got imprinted by a Burning Wish from hand, but there's a backup Burning Wish that's been exiled. Here comes the Wishclaw Talisman. That's going to go up to 4th spell. I'm getting really tested here. Jonathan, keeping up with his turn. These are the difficult ones. It looks like here's the Force of Will that we knew was sitting around Alex's hand. That's going to hit the Wishclaw Talisman. It's going to keep Bryant from finding possibly the last piece that he needs to do all this, but it is going to add to Storm.
Yeah,
And it
so
looks.
oh
Oh, the
wow.
last card was a Veil of Summer. That is huge, and that's probably going to spell this game in the favor of Bryant Cook here. He's going to draw a card off that.
Yeah, so let's see. Storm count is currently, I think storm count might actually be 6 between the Veil and the Force of Will, but no matter. It definitely seems like you're able to just churn through enough stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he's at 6 right now, then that should probably be good enough for a game with the Burning Wish plus the Talisman. If you can find something that should be able to put him up to enough spells. And also, you got another spell in his hand here. It's going to add 3 mana, add another card to the Storm count. Looks like Chromox is the last card, so then he's going to be able to Burning Wish here after adding mana from the LED. No hand to pitch here. Look, Mom, no hand. And this should be able to find a Tendrils, I believe, in the sideboard.
Yeah, just counting up the storm just to make
sure
sure.
you're dead as dead can be, or Wishclaw Talisman from the deck as well does it. It seems.
I do like the physical storm because
this
I
is
feel like when
amazing.
people move dice, I have to keep on remembering how many dice they had before. But if I just see they added 1 physical storm, it helps a lot.
Yeah, my least favorite is the ones that they do the physical and they write stuff down. So they have like some physical stuff, they have like the pad and pin over to the side, and they have their board, and they've done it 100 more times than you or I have done it, right? So they're going super fast, and like I want to be like, hey, do you mind slowing down a little bit? But then like I feel bad because I'm like messing them up, kind of thing. But I'm just trying to keep track myself as well and there's so much going on, but a very impressive game 1 from Bright here to go up 1-0 in the finals. It looks like we're going to jump straight into game 2 here.
Wow. Yeah, so we don't get to talk as much about the sideboarding decisions, but what would you be looking to bring in as Alex?
Anything that interacts on the stack, most likely, and then possibly some way to maybe clean up goblins if that's a backup plan for Bryant. A lot of times he has something like that, but something like Flusterstorm generally out of the sideboard is good because you can usually cut back on cards like Lightning Bolt from your deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And we kind of see what I was describing earlier in that Alex is just kind of priced into keeping a lot of 7-card hands. No turn 1 Delver like last game, but instead setting up a Ponder. But Brian's already off to the races here.
Yeah, this is a big yikes if you're in Alex's seat. I know there's no camera on us at home, but I'm sitting up straight in my chair with my hands on my head because I've been in this situation multiple times as the Delver player. And I'm looking at Alex's hand. Is there possibly a mulligan that happened here? I think there might be.
Yeah.
I think it's only 5 cards left in his hand, but it does seem like he has a Force of Will in his hand. So like, you're not as super stressed to have Delver on 1, but finding any cheap threat in the first 2 turns is super important as Delver because you just need to hold up your mana so much for the rest of the game. Because if you keep a hand that's all reactive, it's very hard to win. But on mulligans, you don't really have a choice. If you have a hand like this that's got Force of Will and Ponder and blue cards, you probably need to be keeping this at all time.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that's really difficult is I think Brian does this even with 2 duds in their hand, and they do it with just the 1 payoff in their hand. And maybe it's just a Galvanic Relay, but the fact that the Chromox didn't imprint anything feels off. Do you know what I mean?
It does like make your eyebrows go up, right? You're like, it does like signal something. And I think that's a really good point that you're making. And what makes it looks like we were having a little difficulty with the stream. I think Anurag's doing everything he can. There we go. It does bring up the point that I like to make here. Obviously, you talked about this. Alex Rubin is a great Delver player. I want to talk for a minute about how good Bryant is as a Storm player. And the fact that you have to question this, right? Like, is this some kind of elaborate bait? Is this something that he's doing just to like get ahead as far as possible? It scares you, right? Like, and he's going to get the highest win percentage possible out of all of his plays every game. Like, he's going to find those little niche plays, those little corner plays where he pushes for tons of value. Something like, yeah, he might not even go off exactly this turn, but the chances of it are probably pretty high.
Yeah. I mean, I would have so much respect for Brian here if it's just pass. Or like it's like I already did all my stuff.
Yep.
The brainstorm was supposed to find me something, pass. But instead,
Well,
it looks like it's going to be a galvanic relay. So we're going to be doing this all again next turn.
I think this is for 6, I believe.
Yep.
And okay, so we see a sideboard card. It looks like it's going to be 7 actually.
Oh wow.
So we do see it was 6 storm counters. There we go. So it is for the 7th. We see a sideboard card. Possible. It's probably main deck in some versions of this deck, but we see a carpet of flowers in there as well. And I think that is that an Eons as well to kind of reset his hand. This is a really good galvanic relay.
Yeah. So the Echo of Eons is able to just potentially allow them both to draw 7, but you might not even need to do that. But you would start with cards like carpet flowers in play, but. Let's see. So you can lead off with the Verdant Catacombs. The problem is you don't have Metalcraft yet, and you don't have another Petal or a Lion's Eye Diamond. So your mana's
really good point.
A little bit taxed here. So we know that Alex actually has or they exiled a Daze. I wonder if that implies that they have another Daze in their hand.
They have a Force of Negation. I've seen a Force of Negation getting shuffled around in Alex's hand.
Interesting.
So there it is. You can kind of see it now.
Yeah, I follow. So the problem is you might want to be like, okay, I'll play Carpet Flowers, go to second main. But if that carpet gets dazed, then you actually just lose this whole relay turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the scary thing, right? And so Bryant does actually have a mana source here, besides the artifact mana. He's down to 0 lands after the Wasteland. Wasteland actually pretty impactful sometimes in this matchup because Bryant has so many colored spells in the deck that he has to play a bunch of duels. Some of the other Storm variants can sometimes sidestep you a little bit with basics. This version, not as much.
Yeah.
Oh, it does look like that's going to be it for this turn. Wow. Huge dodge by Alex here.
Yeah, so...
I think,
sorry.
There was a Force Negation on something here, and Alex is down to his last card.
Right.
So he's going to draw something here.
It was on the carpet. And yeah, I know from talking to a bunch of Storm players, both Tess and Ant, they say Wasteland is one of the best cards against them because it's just so innocuous how much that 1 mana matters over time on the combo turn.
And yeah, so now we're going to see, this is what I was talking about, where not having the cheap threat is really come in. And well, I spoke too soon. Here it comes. But imagine if there was a Delver this entire game. Like, I think Alex would be firmly in the driver's seat, but the draw go play is actually super favorable to Bryant because if nothing's going on and his life total isn't getting threatened, yeah, Alex can like find more reaction and find some spells, but like at some point Bryant's gonna have like a 7-card hand again and be able to sculpt again one of those huge turns and really go off. So really huge for Alex to find a threat here. Also, speaking of huge, having getting to put a spell like, let's say, this Force of Negation or something on top of his library this turn is going to be pretty nice because he's going to be able to like kind of loop these Force of Negations not only to stop what Brian's doing, but also guarantee that flip on that Delver of Secrets.
Right. This is a play that was kind of televised because Alex chose to play the basic island and then play Delver with 3 mana up. Typically, Delver players that wouldn't need the 3 mana entirely wouldn't do that because of a card like Brainstorm where you would want to put back
maybe
cards like lands.
Sorry for interrupting. I was going to say, maybe we're going here. It looks like we've got Metalcraft turned on. This looks like a Dark Ritual has been played here to add 3 black mana. I think the Storm count is up to 4. We're going to use that spell that Alex played this turn. Looks like we're going to have another setup turn here.
I just love these relays because it's like, okay, like, is this it? Is this going to be everything? It's like, no, that's next turn. But then that turn could lead to another relay turn. It's kind of awesome.
Just hold on to your butts. Let's see what's going to happen next turn. And this looks like is this almost a whiff?
Yeah.
No, never mind. I thought it was 4 lands. I think that's a Wishclaw Talisman as the second card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3 lands, Wishclaw Talisman, and Burning Wish. So also not fantastic though, but able to kind of play both cards here more than likely, and Alex can only counter one of them.
Right, we know the Force of Negation is the last card in Alex's hand, but he does have a threat in play now, so at least the game should be over in the next few turns for someone, not just for Bryant here. So it does look like he's going to start off with, I think, the Burning Wish here. It looks like he's reaching for red mana. So I'm getting a little stutter on my side, so it is the Wishclaw Talisman. I'm trying to keep up.
Oh, it's fine. Coverage has kind of been that way, but the stream is actually crystal clear, and then it ends up being the Discord that's a little off. So I try to just roll with it a little, but it's kind of hard. It's like, do I want to give you access to any card in your deck or any card in your sideboard? But the thing about the Wishclaw Talisman is you can kind of only use it once. Otherwise, Alex would then use the tutor ability potentially on the way back. Oh wow, Veil of Summer.
I was going to say this is another Force of Negation here that we've known about, but this is a Veil of Summer from Bryant. Just a real kick in the teeth in these games. So this is what, 3 cards? Yeah, let's see, 3 spells, sorry, for Storm. something always got to keep count of.
Oh
There's
wow,
the
the
fourth one,
carpet just
Flowers.
produces so much mana.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna either we're moving to main phase 2 or we're done with this turn. We'll say I'm getting a little stutter there. There we go. I should probably just turn the stream on. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn the stream on. The stream's super clear.
But yeah, so being able to move into the second main phase with no mana floating, then able to trigger the Carpet Flowers, able to make 4 mana, use the Burning Wish if they want, they can use Wishclaw Talisman. I feel like it's hard to not, like, maybe you're just a little bit off and you can wait a turn because you know you're pretty much just not dead, but the Burning Wish isn't going to last the turn cycle, so you at least want to play that one.
Yep, and it looks like it's gonna be the 5th spell here this turn, so Burning Wish for something.
Let's get another Galvanic Relay. Let's just keep doing this.
Yeah.
You don't even have to win.
Yeah, it looks like that's what's actually gonna happen here. Another Galvanic Relay. I believe this is gonna be for 7 again.
I think, yeah, it's either 6 or 7. But yeah, I love these Galvanic Relays. This has been a blast.
Okay, so let's move these away because they're not gonna happen next turn. But these Galvanic Relays, Brian's going through his entire deck here.
We see an Abrupt Decay.
Right, another little sideboard card coming in there. God, it's hard to tell. Some of these cards on Brian's deck is so bright.
Yeah, the one under the Vern Catacombs is the only one I'm not that sure about. But yeah, so
I believe that's a Meltdown off the top for Alex Rubin.
Oh wow.
So that could
not
stop a
bad with the
little bit of
Wishclaw.
they could stop a little bit of mana plus the Wishclaw Talisman. So that's actually pretty good here.
Yeah, you know you're losing your Delver to the Abrupt Decay at the best, because the worst is that you just lose this turn.
You're just dead, yeah.
So Brian, having looked through so many cards, has to be aware of what's in exile, what's in the graveyard. Oh, it's a Rite of Flame.
Good eye. That is
yeah.
a Rite of Flame. Good eye. All right, it looks like that Rite of Flame is going to get played here. It's going to be the 3rd spell. Add a little bit of red mana. Got to count up the rest of them. I think it's the 3rd one this game, or the 2nd. I can't remember. So all right, two red.
One. Yeah.
That's the first. That was the last game. Okay.
Yeah. All good. So yeah, you're able to cast the Brainstorm here, and once again, the floor is just probably Abrupt Decay. Players are just making sure that we got the storm count right, and it's hard. There's all these like floating concepts that you're trying to represent physically.
Yeah, Brainstorm getting played. That's another impressive thing about Bryant when he's playing this deck is like how smooth and easy he gets through all of his turns, and they're so complicated. Like, have you ever just picked this deck up and tried to play it before? It's absurdly intricate, and it's like intimidating. I mean, look at it. It's like me in Modern. Anytime I pick up a Amulet deck, I'm just like, I look at my opening hand. I'm like, what do I do? There's so much.
It's kind of the spot where I try my best, but then I know if I lost, it's my fault.
Right? Yeah. It's like, where did I mess up? Because it definitely is. It's definitely my fault.
Okay, so and then playing the land for turn. Still has the option to play the Relay, the Abrupt Decay from the Relay. And Alex with no cards in hand. It's always
looking
so tough.
It's looking pretty tough for Alex here because there's gonna be so much pressure on him if he even makes it out of this turn. He's gonna have to find a threat and then hope it's somehow good in the next 4 turns. And I don't know if Bryant's gonna be able to brick that hard.
Yeah, it feels like it would just have to be Murktide Region or something like that, like something.
Yeah,
really
I think
hard
Murktide
hitting.
is the best possible draw if he survives this turn. Which, I mean, there's a chance he survives this turn. We're getting low on cards that actually do stuff for Bryant here.
Yeah,
but we haven't seen what's in his hand.
Lining up the Abrupt Decay mana there.
Yeah, if I'm in Alex's seat, I'm like, please just Abrupt and pass. Like, please, just decay my creature and pass.
It's so funny because it's just like you're asking for the last of 2 evils. Like,
Right.
Obviously losing the game's the worst, but it's like this is almost still kind of losing the game.
Yeah. Looks like we're gonna have that red mana that's been floating get used. So there's the Abrupt. I think that's the 6th or 7th spell this turn.
Let's get another Relay. Is that what's happening?
It looks like possibly. Yep, Relay number 4, I think, here.
Yeah, so this Relay might be for 8.
Yeah, this one might be able to do it too. Let's see here. Is that a defense? Yeah, I think that's a defense grade. But look, oh, yeah, you see Alex kind of rub his hands together. I think this is almost a whiff. Not like a whiff, but this is not good.
All right, so and then
never mind. Spoke too soon.
1, 2, 3, 4. So that should bring him to 2 though,
This is
right? Because
yeah, this is tendrils for almost lethal.
if there's 7 cards exiled, then that means this is a tendrils for 8. So that should bring Alex down to 2.
Yeah, so this is a tendrils for all of my cards now kill you, including just actual hard cast tendrils for 1. And Bryant now has infinite time. So again, like you were saying, I think Murktide off the top, best possible draw for Alex here, and something that I think absolutely just like needs to draw.
I mean, if he does, none of Brian's cards innately draw a card. The Veil won't be turned on, and you can't abrupt decay it. A Murktide off the top actually can still just win the game. That's so wild.
If he plays Murktide, are you supposed to crack an LED and cast and cast the Veil Summer
Uh,
just to get a card deeper to give yourself a chance to find a brainstorm or something?
maybe. I mean,
Or a ponder? Like ponder would just be like so huge here.
yeah, just any form of velocity. But
Yeah.
I think as it stands now, just playing the defense grid, it would bait out a counter if there is one. I guess it doesn't have to bait out a daze, but uh, Bryant with the carpet flowers in play just has so much. And wow, just passing. Okay. This is your game to claw back into, Alex. Are you able to find the Murktide Regent?
I think Alex's hand is that land Force of Will, I think.
Not great.
Yeah, and so Bryant has all the artifacts, all the mana, but nothing to do with it. What's the saying? You're all dressed up, nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Brian's got on his Sunday best. He's got his tie all nice, his hair all nice, and just nowhere to go. This is the second Force of Will, so he can actually play through a defense grid here. I think he's going to snap this off on the first velocity spell, like you were saying, anything that draws cards. And looks like we're going to probably get something here. Brian's pointing out, I'm making mana with this Carpet of Flowers.
I do think it's just incredibly funny that we've had 2 situations in this game where you end up in like a Drago situation.
Yeah, so there's Wishclaw Talisman. Okay. So it looks like Force of Will pay for defense grid. Pitch Force of Will go to 1. So pretty important that he wasn't at an odd. Oh, well, never mind. Scratch that. That's a Veil of Summer. So there's some velocity. He's going to draw a card and make sure this talisman resolves here. And I think there's a way for Bryant to deal 2 damage somewhere.
Yeah, probably just able to get a Burning Wish and then Burning Wish for tendrils.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening here. So here we go. We got a Burning Wish, all the mana in the world available to Bryant here. Here, you can have this Wishclaw Talisman. There's another LED just to get the cards out of his hand. So when he activates an LED for mana here, he's not just giving away free value. So it looks like it's some red and black. It's going to make into the Burning Wish. Chromox left over in the hand. Crack all the LEDs. And this should be more than enough to get the game over with. We're about to see a hand get extended here for how's it? Yep, there's another Tendrils of Agony. And I think that should be it. Bryant Cook in his hometown is going to go ahead and win the Legacy, what would you call it? A challenge? The Legacy Challenge from this weekend.
But yeah, that's awesome. I mean, just seeing someone that's devoted so much time and energy to the deck, and it's great to see Brian succeed. So, and I'm sure he'll have a bunch of YouTube videos, articles, what have you, just up there. So, yeah, that puts a nice little bow tie to this awesome weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a great showing for him in Modern. Played a really high variance deck, and we got to see it do its thing on camera, which is really sweet. He played the Neoform deck where it wraps gut shots around in his deck. I had never actually seen it happen before, but they just loop gut shot to kill you. But this is the deck that Bryant has more experience with than possibly anybody in the world. Does constant work on it, grinds through it, writes articles, makes video. Again, that's the Epic Storm. You can just Google it and you'll find his YouTube. You'll find, his articles. I think he has a blog or like some, article site where he puts up stuff like this as well. So if you want to hear from one of the best players, if not the best player in the world at the deck on how he won this weekend, go check it out yourself there. You can hear everything straight from the horse's mouth on how he won this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, and it's cool. We get to end this whole commentary thing. I feel like you kicked us off yesterday, and
Yes, sir.
I was here towards the end, so we kind of bring the
Full
full
circle,
circle.
right? Yeah.
Exactly. So so thanks to everyone, and great tournament, and congratulations to our winners that we've seen on stream. So both Yi Cheng in the modern event and Bryant in the legacy event. So this is going to be it for me, WatchWolf92, Jonathan SUKENIK. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, what have you. TANNON Grace, the TANNON Grace.
There we go.
And we're gonna cut over to Anurag, who of course wants to interact with you guys, chat. So stay tuned just for a few more minutes. That way Anurag can chat with you guys. But that'll be it for TANNON MA.
Yeah, make sure you check out Metafy. It's the sponsor for this weekend's stream. And a big shout out to Anurag for just giving us the chance. And Jonathan, I miss you. I hope to see you soon. And I wish you luck at everything in the future. And everybody at chat, thanks so much for watching this weekend.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me? Hello? All right. Let me know if you guys can hear me. I am in the midst of cleaning up here. I think I'm literally the last person, like non-SCG staff, in the venue, and I swear it is so empty. Like I guess I get it. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Yo, first of all, massive shout out to everybody who has been working on this today. So, Jonathan, TANNON for showing up last second because I didn't have a caster for the Legacy Finals, and he was like, yeah, I'm here. REID, also CCR and Lee, Jarvis, HAIYUE, Arya, TANNON again, Doomwake, Devon O'Donnell. You guys did an incredible job this weekend. Thank you so much. I'm going to sign out rather quickly, I hope. But I am super stoked that this event was successful. We did have a little hiccups here and there, but when you're traveling and you're doing all this stuff out of a literal suitcase, things are bound to happen. I do want to say thank you to all the follows, all the subs, all the support that we've gotten this weekend. And I also want to say major shout out to Metafy too for sponsoring this just weekend stream in general, right? They are the ones who are actually able to, pay for my $1,000 flight ticket to Syracuse from the West Coast, which is kind of crazy and absurd if you think about it. But without their help, we would not have been able to do any of this, and they would not have helped us if you had not shown up in chat for Dallas and Dreamhack, and Dallas for the other SCGCon. So everyone who is showing up here today and just hanging out and chilling, you're actually, it's a group effort, crowdsourcing everything, and you guys are really helping out here. I'm going to keep it pretty short here, but if you haven't already, again, just please hit the follow button. That's how we tell people who have money that they should put our money into these sort of events. Things just get bigger and better and greater. Iteratively, if you look at my very first coverage back in SCG Philly, like in whatever, when I was literally updating the life total in Twitch chat because I didn't have any gear, and look at where we are now. We've got backup matches and we've got casters dialing in. This stuff is freaking sweet. Look, I really do appreciate it all. I'm going to sign out now because I think, yeah, it's a good time. Cool. I got to pack up and stuff and like that too. So I really do appreciate it. Guys, I will check you out later. Just as a heads up, my next events are Baltimore, and that's going to be, no, that's not true. My next event is going to be in Seattle at the end of the month. For Laughing Dragon Games is Puget Sound Battleground for Holy. That is a long name. That weekend, so this is I think in 2 weeks or so, they're going to have a modern 6K, they're going to have a modern 7K, a legacy 6K, and a Team Trios 10K event, and that's pretty freaking sweet. And then we have an amazing lineup there as well. Reed Duke is going to be back. HAIYUE is going to be there as well. These are going to be our two main casts, and then we'll have a lot of awesome faces. After that, I'll be at SCGCON in Baltimore at the end of August. And then after that, I will try to find my way to Columbus, however it might be. I do need to buy all these tickets though. Those are just like kind of sitting there. But yeah, we are chilling. So thank you again, everyone. And I'm gonna send you off to LSV. LSV is probably streaming something interesting and fun to watch. But yeah, much appreciated. And once again, thank you to everybody who worked on the cast this weekend. And thank you to all of you who are just, even by watching, you help the metrics, and that matters a lot. So quite incredible. All right, see ya.